can't breathe, I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty fiction. Yeah. Can't breathe and you just need some air. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, where the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My
It is born in the desire to unearth your true potential, to exceed all limitations, to overcome every obstacle, and dare to be tougher. It is born in the dedication to strive for excellence, to persist through defeat, to outplay, outthink, outwork one's adversaries, to step up, to never give up. It is honor, it is spirit, it is glory to be victorious, to be fearless, to be champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Charlotte Convention Center, where it's time to start the Rainbow Six Major.
Usually the land of Hornets and Panthers, Charlotte, North Carolina is where we are for this week, and we've brought some beasts of our own from APAC, North America, EU, as well as Brazil. We're so very excited to have everybody here this weekend.
We've got some great stuff coming up today, so let's take a look.
He's lost the case. Nobody working together. Iver gets gunned down.
No, Bosco with the case goes down. There's no time left for Sky. He's been knocked out, and it doesn't even matter.
Consegue abrir, vai tentar rushar de novo. Meu Deus do céu, Retalha!
And Parabellum are out of time. Oxygen complete a 5-round in a row comeback.
5 for Titan, 1's removed, 4 versus 1, G2. This should be it.
You're one of the guys wearing a blue jersey right now. 50 seconds, and the Chiefs are gonna do it!
Kill, and there's still 30 seconds left, so DP Fire can do this, but now he'll be at a disadvantage. But what a shot from DP Fire!
Serious possibility now. The diffuser being planted, and it's happening. Dire Wolves! Cat saying, it's only real. There's no chance, no time. They are frauds. No more.
Connections here, the ace to clutch it, not for anything other than to keep them in.
Verticality.
It's the verticality, Renshiro.
This is one. Here comes Benja. We said we needed that transformation into Superman.
Fine, there it is though. Shinker over the top. Bibu locks it in, and LFO have secured themselves a win.
De olho, o Tuco também. E o Sol continua na passagem. Granada com sucesso. Tuco vem para mais uma. E bom, surpreende. 4 contra 2. São os momentos finais e acabou! E viva ainda a equipe da Furious. E agora começa a pressão pro outro lado. Acertou ali o Lagones. E a pressão vem com o Maia também. Tentando fazer a abertura e é do Brasil!
So it's gonna be carnage.
Boys and girls, welcome to the 6th Major Charlotte. International Siege is back, and it is time to get underway with what is a massively anticipated event at this point. Tim, I'm Des, this is Tim, in case you haven't seen us before, and Tim, I would love to say it's time to get started, but I don't have a watch today, it's a bit broken.
Fortunately, Des, I've got you. I brought a clock along today.
Oh?
I've got the old clock. Do you want to see the time?
What time is it? It's Siege time! Love it, let's go. That's what we're here for. That's the intro you're all looking for. Absolutely, as said, we are here in Charlotte, in the United States, in North Carolina, for what is going to be a bit of a magical tournament, Tim. I'm buzzing for this to get back. It's been 3 months since SI. Everyone loves it when a major rolls back around, right?
I think everybody, there's such a buzz in the community about this one, and getting underway. It's just been such a long time coming. I'm excited.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the teams that are competing here. Of course, we have 15 teams setting up to the table to let us know what's going on. So from North America in the top left corner, Latin America at the top right, Europe in the bottom right, and Asia Pacific in the bottom left, Tim. Some big names on there, all with their eyes on that grand final spot coming in on Sunday.
There is, and every one of them has earned their place there. It's all about those teams over the next week, and we are going to have some absolute battles of that, I'm certain. Obviously, they will be split into their 4 groups. We can see them there on the screen, Group A, B, C, and D, and it just mixes all those regions up nicely, and that's where we start seeing those real mouth-watering matchups.
It is worth mentioning, Elevate unfortunately won't be participating in the event, couldn't get their visas in time. However, of course, hope to see them at a future event. And Tim, we can say the same about a few of the other teams as well. There are 3 LATAM teams that couldn't get their visas in time either, but fear not, they will still be playing with us from Mexico City, so you will still get to see them taking to the table against some of the biggest teams around the world.
That's it. Despite best efforts, you know, sometimes things don't quite pan out, but we will be cheering for them just as loud as everybody else, and they, I am sure, are going to play a big part in this tournament as well.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our schedule first and foremost. We are here on the A stream, and as is tradition for any major or big international Siege event, we do have 2 streams running. But here on the A stream, you can see your schedule down the right-hand side now, right next to Tim, giving him a little cuddle. Kicking things off.
It's this one.
It's that way, mate. It is indeed. I'm glad you know you left from your right. It's on the other side of you,
because we're reverse. Back off.
That first game, DZ versus G2, will be what we kick off with here, and then there's plenty more to come throughout the day. Let's take a look at the B stream, though, just in case you're looking out for some different teams, and there might be a logo you don't recognise on there. It is Wolves, formerly known as LFO. It breaks my heart. I'm an Aston Villa fan in the UK. Wolves are one of our regional rivals, so for me, I'm just like, no, why couldn't that be Villa? But you'll take a big team getting involved.
Tell you what, it is a big name coming in. It's a big welcome to Wolves as well. You know, grateful to have them here, and I'm sure they're going to have a great run at the tournament.
I'm not.
Probably, maybe.
Probably a maybe. There can be only one team, of course, that gets all the way through. But again, just that reminder, we do have a B stream running, where I believe it's Parker and Pengu kicking things off for us with the first game of the day. So lots to get yourself tuned into, lots to look forward to. Get your dual screens up, get looking out for your packs. Lots to look forward to there, Tim.
Absolutely. I mean, let's be honest. It's just about the Siege today. It's wall-to-wall Siege action. Like you say, we've got drops, we've got everything going on that you would expect of a major. And I bounce out of bed. They call it jet lag, I call it excitement.
You and you're bouncing out of bed, you're a nightmare. Just as I mentioned, though, drops, they are a thing, of course. You can get a pack every single day, and on Sunday, you can get 2. So make sure you tune in, get some of those nice, juicy in-game drops, and those will be very exciting for you to get your hands on. For now, we'll go to a real short break, and when we come back, that opening game is going to be ready for us. See you in a second. Welcome back, boys and girls, to Stream A, where we are about to kick things off with the first game of the 6th Charlotte Major. It's G2 coming up against Dark Zero. A game that a couple of years ago, Tim, would have seen 2 really big greats, 2 titans of the game in Canadian and Pengu facing off. But now there have been many changes in the G2 camp, many changes in the Dark Zero camp. this is going to look very different to how it would have done historically.
It will look different, but there are still huge names on both sides of the table. We've got 10 players who need absolutely no introduction. I'm not sure that we could have kicked this major off in bigger fashion, to be honest.
It's going to be one of those looking down the list as well. And we'll take a look at those teams in a minute, of course, when we jump into things too. There's maps for us to rifle through in a moment as well, so lots to go through. But just in case you're missing a few of these names and need a little bit of a catch-up, we've got NJR, Pamba, Canadian, Hyper, and Eclipse for DZ. And on the other side, G2 just cannot stop picking up these super teams, Tim. It's Doki, it's Alamau, Prano, Virtue, and the man himself who needs no introduction, it's Citizen.
Ram-packed full of names. That's the only way to describe the server. We've seen through EUL Stage 1, of course. G2, a little bit up and down, it's fair to say. They're struggling. They've got all the names in there. They just need to get those players gelling now. DZ, on the other hand, maybe lacking a little bit of aggression sometimes, maybe just needing to take a little bit more control in games, but I'm sure that both of them, there's going to be no lack of passion in the server today. I'm sure there's going to be no lack of volume. I'm really excited about our setup here because the teams are really close to us. You can't see on stream, obviously, but the teams are pretty close to us, and I think it's going to be going off today between these two.
Absolutely. I mean, for Dark Zero, they're a team that you could look at and say they play chess-like, right? The real question is, are they Grandmaster chess players, or is it their first ever foray onto the 8x8 board? They are a team that are incredibly structured, very powerful, but against G2, you might end up meeting your maker. Let's take a look at our map, though, and see where the first map is we'll be heading into of the major. Between these two teams, we were having a bit of a chat yesterday with, I think it was Doki, sat out in the lounge and said, okay, what are you expecting? Fresh came over with all of his stats and was talking about, here's what I think, and he was like, oh, you might be kind of on the money with that one. So we'll see what it comes down to. Skyscraper and Oregon, the first two to go.
See, as the rest of the 9 maps rain in, theme park going to be taken away by Dark Zero. Oh.
All right, everybody, welcome aboard to Stream B. I'm Intero, joined by Pengu, and we've got a banger of a match lined up for you. Wolves versus Chiefs. Now, if you don't know who the Wolves are, well, you're from Europe.
Newsflash.
They're from Europe.
Yep.
Would you like to walk us through them?
Sure. So the Wolves are a team, an org. They have 5 players and a coach, some staff. In other words, they actually came from a previous roster, right? They're known as Vitality, then they parted ways with the org. They're known as LFO in the stage 1 of EUL, and now they got picked up just before the major by Wolves themselves. So this is that French Vitality, aka LFO roster that now has a new home, a new color, and a new jersey. Actually, similar color to Vitality.
Very similar colors, yeah. And we might refer to them during the broadcast as formerly Vitality, former LFO. They've gone by LFO before. The lineage of this team going back really, really far.
Way back. We're talking veterans.
You've got a player like Bibu, who's been around the scene forever. You've got Rise on the team as well. And then some of the newer faces, Shinka, P4, and Mowgli. Mowgli in particular.
Mowgli is worth talking about. Extremely aggressive entry player. They had then moved Shinka onto the Heartbreed support instead. Really, changing around the roles of the roster. And it seems to have benefited almost every single player individually, besides Rise, right?
Yes.
He is the veteran. He took a hit. He plays a very aggressive entry with very little success as an individual, but as a team, it works pretty well because they're here.
Yeah, I mean, Rise had actually one of the lowest numbers in all of Europe, especially on his role. When if your role is to go in, get kills, make space for your team, if you are getting picked off, your entry stats are poor, you're not trading yourself off, you're failing at that role. And I know that sometimes it's really simplistic to just look at kills and say, well, he goes -20, that's not good. It's excusable if you've got a player who does the nitty-gritty. And fun fact, their opponents, the Chiefs, well, they do the nitty-gritty, and it's Digital, in fact, who has the worst record on that team. But guess what? He does it on that hard breach support role. So it's somewhat excusable that he's not doing the greatest. As for the rest of the Chiefs, you might recognize them as they were here, they were in Sweden at the Swedish Major. They weren't at SI. They made some roster moves. God Legion getting moved off of the team, as well as Fisho Guy. Fisho Guy was a hard support. God Legion was one of their main entries. They also lost War Turtle as their coach. They brought in Todd as coach, and they brought in Bouncing Balls and Boydie to fill the void. And well, guess what? They finished third in APAC South, and now they're here because they qualified through the APAC qualifiers.
They did. And Bouncing Balls in particular is one of those quote-unquote star players of the team. Phenomenal performance individually so far in APAC. And in my opinion, that's kind of where my eyes are with Chiefs. If he can keep performing well, I think there's hope for Chiefs. But if your star player falls off, it's going to be a little bit more difficult because you do rely typically as an APAC team on those flashy moments, right?
Right.
We don't say that APAC is full of very well fundamentally rooted teams because you do play up against arguably weaker opponents. But when we talk about Damwon Kia, Cyclops, the teams that typically represent the region, it is individual plays and star player frag kingdom, if you will.
I mean, Australia as well as its own region, because it's technically not its own region.
They do have
right? You've got
split
APAC North and APAC South. APAC South has a wealth of teams from all across the Asia-Pacific region.
Yes.
But if you look at the standard bearer for Australian Siege, it used to be Fnatic way back in the day. Then for a brief period of time, it looked like Wildcard was nipping at their heels. Now it's the Chiefs who are there. The Knights are also in constant competition to represent this region. And when you look at experience and you look at the players on this team, well, you're hard-pressed to find a squad right now from Australia that has more experience, especially with the fact that Fnatic dumped their Australian roster and moved almost exclusively to a Japanese roster to compete in APAC North. So the Chiefs come in, obviously, carrying that Australian flag. You can see them on your screen right now. And they've got a really tough group, Nick, awaiting them.
They do.
No matter what happens in this game against the Wolves, you've got one of the best teams in Europe for the last 2 years in BDS, who enter in second place in EU. And then you got the best team in North America who come in red hot in Astralis. So the Chiefs have their work cut out for them. If there is a path for the Chiefs to make it out of the groups, they absolutely need to beat Wolves right here, right now.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those, and this goes up pretty much both the A stream right now and the B stream. These early matches matter so much, especially in the long term, because you need as many points as possible to make out of groups. And nowadays, Member 6 Siege in 2022 and 2021, it is so tight competition between every single region, and every single team here matters. There are no freebies anymore in our scene.
One of the things that you mentioned when we were talking before we got into the match was that the Chiefs like their 1v1s, their 1vx's, they like their clutch moments, they like their hero plays. Well, that happens to be a hallmark of Wolves as well. If you've watched the Wolves when they were LFO, or you watched the Wolves when they were Vitality, this is a team whose coordination is not as strong as some of their fellow compatriots in EU. And I think that's fair to say. There are rounds that the Wolves have won, but then lose it because they play as individuals, not as a team. I think that will make a very interesting stylistic matchup against the Chiefs because the Chiefs are very used to those types of encounters as well.
Yeah, both teams coming out from their regional plays with a ton of clutches on the board. Surprisingly enough, both the Wolves and the Chiefs as well also do play around the objective. So while there is individual performance that goes into the rounds themselves, they do actually both know how to get down the diffuser and play those post-plant situations. So while I do expect individuals shine through for these players and these teams, I don't actually think it's going to be a bloodbath as much as we might expect because they do know how to play around the objective. So depending on what we go into, we'll have to analyze that as we go there because some maps, of course, will favor playing against the plant or for the plant, and some maps will play around the frag potential itself.
Chiefs have a very small and selective map pool in comparison to what we see out of the Wolves. The Wolves went to 7 maps over the last 3 months. The Chiefs went to 6, mind you, but most of those went to 2 maps in particular, Chalet and Cafe, with very different results. Chalet a 3-0 for the Chiefs, Cafe an 0-3. Now, this is an expanded map pool, so it's tough for us to go back 6, 7, 8 months.
It is.
And look, when we had a 7-map pool, and Consulate was in that map pool. Well, they jettisoned Consulate, and they decided to add Skyscraper. Theme Park returns, as does Border. So things are very different. And with Attacker Repick, the maps don't necessarily play the same. Now you might be wondering where we're going. We're going to Clubhouse, which
Dubhouse.
Dubhouse, which has a distinction, Nick, of being one of the more defender-sided maps throughout the history of its inclusion in Rainbow Six.
It is, but the nice thing about Clubhouse is that with Attacker Repick and as well as the Operator ban phase, we can really dissect how these teams are going to play it, right? We talk about the Maverick ban being important, the Thatcher ban being important, our team's going to Bandit Trigger, give up the wall for free, and then with Attacker Repick, on the attacking side, you can get the perfect Operator lineup each and every single time if you want to, and this, of course, is given that your team can analyze the situation and do so. Just because Attacker Repick is in the game doesn't mean every single team is perfect at utilizing it. So it has been defender-sided, but I think there are a lot of favors in the attackers area if you are able to take advantage of them.
Well, it's like when a lot of new maps enter the map pool. Look at Villa.
Yes.
When Villa came in, when the
Oh,
newly
boy.
reworked Oregon came in,
boy.
you're looking at like a 65% win rate for the defenders, and then slowly that starts to shift as teams get a better handle of the maps. I think in a lot of ways Attacker Repick is the same.
Yeah.
Because not only do you have to adapt to Attacker Repick, but you get certain teams, and W7M really jumps to mind as a team that understood how Attacker Repick can shake up the meta and how you as a defender need to counter it. And W7M will be in action later today, but they're a team who right now have statistically the best defender win rate that we have ever seen come out of their region and at pro play. And how do they do it? They play far more roam heavy. They play far more aggressive. So teams are still trying to figure out, how do I respond to Attacker Repick? Do we have to get more aggro? On defense, do we take the fight to the attackers? Do we turtle up? Because once you lock in those defenders, those 5 are set immediately. The attackers can completely change that lineup. Every single operator can be swapped out. And on a map like Clubhouse, where that bar stage, bar supply, bomb room, that's actually seeing some play. All 4 of the bomb sites can very easily accommodate a completely different loadout for the attackers.
That they can. And the one thing that Attacker Repick has started affecting on the defensive side is on maps like, let's say, Cafe, for example, where Ying is a very prominent operator. Well, defenders will just pick up the Warden in case the Attacker Repick takes advantage of the glass or off a Ying or off smokes or in flashbangs in general. So now on the defensive side, you have to kind of go, okay, they might do this with Attacker Repick, aka the Ying of the glass. So we have to now pick the Warden just so that they can't do it. Whereas with the previous system of 6-pick, you could kind of scout out both the lineups of the attackers and defenders, and you could change one operator out. And usually, you had a very good idea of what the intent was from the opponent because there's a pattern. But with Attacker Repick, there is no pattern. Defenders don't see what the attackers change, and well, and the attackers, they do see what the defenders take if they drone inside the building. So there's a nice little mini game there between information and, of course, reward versus loss of a drone.
I mean, the other thing with Attacker Repick is we've seen a greater need for certain operators, like a Ying, for example. If you look at it and you say, okay, well, they didn't bring a Jaeger this time, or they didn't bring a Wamai, or there's no Warden on the board, which we've seen on certain maps before, is that you go, okay, well, we can bring a Capital. We can bring a Ying. We can bring a Glass. We can bring a Blitz. And teams will do that. Because if they see a small hole that can very easily become a much larger hole if you have the right way to exploit that, then the attackers are going to jump on it. And it's not uncommon across all of these regions to see your bog standard lineup. What? Sophia, Finca, Sledge, Hibana, maybe a Maverick.
Spot on.
Those are your 5 operators, right?
Yeah.
But then you see, oh, okay, they didn't bring a Jaeger. There's just a Wamai. There's no Aruni. Suddenly, you bring the Yana, sure.
Yeah.
You bring the Zofia. You bring a Hibana. You've got a Ying on the board. And you're probably still going to want to bring the Finca, but you could easily sub that out. You could bring a Nomad. You could bring a Zero. You could bring a shield operator if you feel particularly brazen, and teams all across the world have started doing that because you adapt to what the defenders bring.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. And the thing is, the defenders right now kind of just have to play a safe, consistent game of picking the most, I guess, dynamic operators, if you will, that can reach the most amount of range, really. And that speaks to, if you don't pick the Jaeger you mentioned, that's punishable. So if you just keep a simple lineup that's not really amazing in one particular area, but overall it's kind of okay, that's what most teams have been going with on the defense. And then it's the attacker's job to try and pick it apart regardless. But because of the comfortability of making decisions based off information with the Attacker Repick, we do see teams taking much higher risks with their operator lineup, saying, we're gonna go for a rush. And because on Attacker Repick, you can change all 5 operators, not just one. You can go full pedal to the metal, right? The Blitz, the Jackal, the Dokkaebi, the Lion, whatever you want to do. We've seen in the NAL in particular a ton of Blitz rushes on various maps because teams can knowingly pick the right operator to the job.
I mean, how many times have you seen attacker repick? All of a sudden, you've got a Dokkaebi, a Finka, a Lion, and those are 3 of your key operators. We've seen entire attacker repick lineups omit hard breach too on maps and on bomb sites where a hard breach is almost a requirement. It's unthinkable that there would be absent an ace, a Thermite, a Hibana, even a Maverick. And while Maverick himself might not be your traditional hard breacher, you're usually going to want to augment or supplant him with another hard breacher, maybe an ace, maybe a Hibana, unless you're just going to cut open a wall and use a Zofia or a Buck. Maverick still brings the utility that you need in terms of grenades. And these teams that we've seen over the last 4 months, and because of the way that teams have default setups and because of those yellow pings, they love the grenades from below. Maverick is almost always a good choice there. Now, we've spent a lot of time talking about the operators, but I want to focus on these 2 teams for a sec and just set the stage in regards to our expectations based on their record over the last 2 months. Because these teams enter with actually very similar records.
Yeah.
The Wolves entered with 4 wins in regulation, 1 overtime win, 2 losses in overtime, 2 losses in regulation. Coming out of EU, they tied for 3rd/4th place with G2. They made it in on the very final day of the EUL Stage 1. They lost against all of the good teams, and they beat all of the bad teams. All of their 4 regulation victories came from the teams in 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th. Their only other victory came in overtime against G2, who are also here, just behind us, and they're waiting to play Dark Zero on Stream A. As for the Chiefs, Nick, they enter with a record of 4 regulation wins, 1 overtime loss, 2 regulation losses. So eerily similar.
Yep.
They also finished 3rd in APAC South. They finished 4th in the APAC playoffs, which is what allowed them to qualify. And very similarly, their 3 losses were to Damwon Kia, Elevate, and the Knights. Dire Wolves, Elevate, and the Knights. And guess what? Dire Wolves are here. Elevate qualified, couldn't get a visa in time, so they should be here as well. And who did the Knights or who did the Chiefs beat? All of the bottom teams again. So
bottom teams.
So both of these teams are beating up on the quote-unquote bad teams in their region and losing to the top teams in their region, which should suggest a pretty even matchup.
I would agree with that statement. You can almost argue that these teams are bullies, the way you put it, Parker. Now, the thing is, you said about the European teams for Wolves, you said bad. And then for Chiefs, you said the bottom. So there's a little bit of a difference there.
Well, yeah, that's because I hate Europe.
You hate Europe.
I hate the European teams.
That's fair.
I'm a biased NA caster.
Damn.
That's what social media tells me. Whenever I talk about Europe, I have to touch my mic button and I have to spit.
You have to spit.
When I have to talk about non-NA regions, it's just sorry. And then I'm like, okay, and then we'll talk about NA, and I'm like, #1 region.
#1 region in the world.
Because
baby.
that's what we're reduced to now that we only cast 1 region.
Oh boy.
I actually miss casting EU so much, so that's okay.
Wouldn't it be fun to cast every region in a way? On like rotations.
Let me tell you. When we lived in Poland and we casted Pro League, we casted 3 of the regions. We didn't cast APAC.
Yep.
And I will tell you that having to cast NA, EU, and LATAM, oftentimes all 3 in the same week, was a challenge for our sleep schedules.
Certainly.
But I will say now, I do miss covering all of the regions, and it's always nice to come to LAN because you get to see how it works. And then later today, we're going to be casting Heroic versus G2, so it's going to be like I'm back casting again in Europe. We're also going to be casting Wolves versus Astralis next, which I am actually really looking forward to. I'm coming in very high on Astralis. Very, very high on Astralis. So we'll see what ends up in that matchup. We'll see what happens in all of the matches today. And of course, we know you want to see what happens with Wolves and Chiefs. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We're not quite there yet. So we're going to toss to a break, get some things sorted out, and when everything is good to go, you'll hear our voices back on your screen. Sit tight. We'll be back soon.
It is born in the desire to unearth your true potential, to exceed all limitations, to overcome every obstacle, and dare to be tougher. It is born in the dedication to strive for excellence, to persist through defeat, to outplay, outthink, outwork one's adversaries, to step up, to never give up. It is honor, it is spirit, it is glory to be victorious, to be fearless, to be champion.
Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand. And what happens when the one that you love is the main cause of your suffering? I need you like I need air to breathe. I need you to save me from me. I'm caught in your wave, I'm drifting away. I need you to save me. Please don't let me drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. You need me like you need air to breathe. You want me to save you from me. I know that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. It's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I I can't breathe, I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty fiction. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, where the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand. And what happens when the one that you love is the main cause of your suffering?
I need you like I need air to breathe. I need you to save me from me. I'm caught in your wave, I'm drifting away. I need you to save me. Please don't let me drown. Please don't let me drown. Please don't let me drown. Please don't let me drown.
Whoa.
Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
I'm drowning with all of this darkness surrounding.
You need me like you need air to breathe. You want me to save you from me. I know that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. It's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I can't breathe. I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, where the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. Closer than I've ever been. Trying ways to let you in, but I'm scared to fall in love again. Scared to fall in love again. Closer than I've ever been. Trying ways to let you in, but I'm scared to fall in love again. Scared to fall in love again. Closer than I've ever been. Trying ways to let you in, but I'm scared to fall in love again. Scared to fall in love again.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feel so high. You never know why.
Something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so I can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again.
Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. Welcome back. We are about to get underway with our very first matchup here on the B stream. I don't know if you're tuning in from the A stream or not, but G2 and Dark Zero are in action over there. If you didn't watch the preamble, it's another EU team that you might not recognize the name of, Wolves, formerly known as LFO and Vitality, going up against the Australian team Chiefs. Or if you can't spell and you say it very quickly,
Chefs.
Chefs.
Chefs. The cooks in the kitchen. We're cooking in the kitchen.
We say that only because I accidentally called them chefs when we were talking about it in the lead up, and I was like, Chiefs, my brain was still... Anyway, you hear some screams in the background. Maybe you don't. Maybe the mics aren't quite as sensitive as you, a Twitch viewer or a Twitter user, whatever you'd like. Clubhouse/Dubhouse is the very first map that we're going to see here on the B stream. Wolves will be starting on defense, Chiefs on attack. That means that the first and last bans will be on the shoulders of Wolves. And Hibana being banned out used to be quite common.
Yep.
But hasn't necessarily been a key strategy for certain teams. But you remove a hard breacher and then a second to follow, with Maverick also being taken off the board. And I'm sure you have some things to think about.
This is very interesting because the Hibana really targets the basement bomb site with all those hatches. Maverick heavily targets the upstairs bombs of Gym and CCTV. And then this Bandit ban is supposed to follow out really is the nail in the coffin, because with Hibana and Maverick banned, this is arguably a very defensive-sided clubhouse. But with the Bandit being target banned away, there's now no real proper wall deny outside of Kaid and Mute, which means you can't trick the walls themselves, and Thatcher's also opened up. So Mute and Kaid nullified. Every single bomb site is now a bit weaker, but right before that Bandit ban, they were really, really strong. So I would argue specific bans, the Castle, the Bandit, the Hibana and the Maverick, we kind of are on a neutral ground once again, but a lot of key operators are missing for both sides of these teams.
I love the Castle ban. So seldom do we see Castle bans emerge at a top level of Rainbow Six. He is an often unloved and underappreciated operator, but guess what? He's not going to be in play at all. That significantly weakens any offsite roam on the top floor. It is not common to see a Castle when defending this bomb site. The very first bomb site that we're going to go to, that's the basement. But turning our attention still to those bans. Bandit is not really played on this bomb site. Nope. He's upstairs. Yep. You're definitely going to see him or Kaid on a CCTV defense, one of the two. Bandit obviously not as common as Kaid as of late, but is still showing a bit of pick rate going up and up and up. And then on this particular part of the map, they're not defending it actively as a bomb site, but they're going to defend it off-site. And this is something that was, I know people get so tired of hearing this. SSG roam. I know that everybody hates us referring to it as that because they inarguably popularized it, even if they weren't the team that necessarily came up with it. So you're going to see an awful lot of these Wolves players keeping some tabs on the top floor of this map, even if it is a basement defense.
Yeah, the important thing to notice that with these operator bans, it affects every single bomb site in one way or another, not just one single element. This roam strategy from the side of Wolves, very common as you mentioned. You're going up above, putting down those mute jammers, making it difficult for the attackers to drone you out. These jammers can also put on these exterior walls. That's not necessarily always the case, but can be chosen, of course. Mowgli on the CCTV server side of things alone, waiting. You see this thermite rappelling upside down. That's to avoid the mute jammer. The jammer radius is smaller than that of the exothermic charge explosion, so by rappelling upside down, you can open up the wall despite there being a jammer. It's not as simple for Ace. You have to go to that gym window, shoot the jammer from there, or get a line of sight, and then the wall can be opened up. This now puts Rise in a front forward aggressive position to try and take the initial combat, but only a bit of damage. When Finger on the board, that's not going to make a big difference. Drones coming through, a little miss and a whiff. They don't know exactly where the roamers of Wolves they are. They know that top floor is somewhere in this location. Hatch, of course, opened up. You can't drop back if you need to, but so far Rise can sit tight.
Look at all this time being wasted by Rise. We talked about stats heading into this, and Rise is the first to fall. He was the very first line of defense. Mowgli gets the trade back onto an unrelated member of Chiefs, but this is a fantastic entry. They burned 90 seconds and found 2 huge kills on that top floor roam. The Wolves now seem to be settled into the rest of the bomb site. So those 2 bodies that they'd sent upstairs, well, you burn a lot of utility, hopefully you burn some time, and then you immediately bunker and hunker down and see how long it takes the Chiefs to then translate from that second floor to the basement.
Absolutely, but with Valkyrie being up, that means that one of the players, that is Rise right now, can sit on those cameras as the Agile of Wolves and give good information. You have active secondary gadget of BB with a C4. I believe that's been pre-placed on the floor of Kitchen right now, so that's now active. That's going to be used with a Valkyrie camera. You have Shinka on the smoke with 3 Toxic Babes, and the attackers only have 40 seconds left. So yes, you're down a member, you have lost 2 players, but you forced out all 3 Adrenaline Surges in the finger. Boydie has no more nades because it's off the board. No vertical play can really be done inside of Kitchen. So now, well, Chiefs, they have to rush the bomb site down the main stairs of Blue because they have so few options available to them with such little time to follow as well.
Well, there's only 20 seconds left, so little time is absolutely correct. First Toxic Babe's going to go out and forces Bounce and Balls to head over towards Mono. Then he peeks up. Looking towards the default spot, there's nobody there. The Diffuser being carried in and escorted as Shinka will need to turn his back, but this is not exactly the best target prioritization. It's a 2v2 with just a moment to go. This round is over unless that Diffuser can go down. Digital will start, Bounce and Balls needs to cover, but it's Shinka to get the final 2 kills. And despite a strong start, Wolves take the first round.
Great clear, but again, the time is so low, they're forced into a arguably terrible attacking side because they're all coming from one front, from one angle. That's Moto Door and that singular breach in the church wall. They didn't get the Kitchen hatch opened up. Blue hatch was closed, and they didn't get any vertical play inside of Kitchen either. So they have to walk through one area, and that just means all the defenders have guns in one direction, with Valkyrie being open on the board. That means there's information available as well. So, great start, but really a lousy finish.
On your screen, you saw that roam upstairs that we talked about by the Chiefs. And essentially, you have Rise inside a weight room. He loses that jacuzzi wall. He's getting pressured from the window. That's 2 players from Chiefs that are hunting him down, breathing down his neck. He has to essentially swing his way out of there. He is playing to die, in essence, and if he can bring one player from the Chiefs down with him, eat some utility in the process, then that is a massive win. And again, I want to reference Rise's stats. Heading into this event, he has one of the lowest ratings of any entry player in all of Europe, and might actually have one of the lowest entry stats across all of Tier 1 competition in Rainbow Six. His stats are underwater for a player where usually you carry that team. That round in particular is very deceptive because Rise is going to go 0-1, but he did a lot of work that isn't shown on the scoreboard.
Burning time utility is actually a massive factor in these games. And you said Rise's stats, he's 0.81 in rating, minus 21 in KD, minus 16 on entry as an entry-ish player and roamer. So you are correct, Parker. His entry stats in particular we gotta look out for.
Oh my, Bibu goes down to the Echo. The Yokais will still persist, and it's a bar stage defense. Another thing we touched on before we got into the match was all 4 bomb sites on Clubhouse tend to be shown on land. In online play, or LAN play in the regional leagues if you're Brazil or in NA, you don't necessarily see bar stage show up that often. But when it comes to international contests, it is amazing that Wolves are pulling it out immediately. Second round, you go bar stage. A lot of teams very uncomfortable on this bomb site, and already the Wolves are down Bibu, already down the Echo, and it only took the first 30 seconds of the round.
It's true, and I think this is also a natural progression due to the operator bans. Castle being off the board and Bandit being off the board, with as well the Maverick being banned as when the attack inside, means that bar is a quite comfortable map. You only lose out in the castle. Mowgli strides back, evening back the man count to 4 versus 4. And yes, Echo's off the board. You can no longer use that late in the round if Chiefs are running low on time, but you still gain the information.
I believe it was a former teammate of yours who once referred to it as brain AFK, and P4, sitting by the weight set, does not realize that Digital governs the hard breach that was done, and then the opening that was created by him is worthy now as well as the secondary hard breach of Chiefs with an Adrenal Surge coursing through their veins past the halfway point of round 2. The team sit at a 4v4. There goes Rise again. Traded out immediately by Digital falling. That means the Diffuser will need to be retrieved. A very big kill as Mowgli continues to roam from above, and nobody is slowing him down. The main obstacle for teams on a bar stage attack is to clear out that top floor. You need weight room control to pull off and execute. And so far, the Chiefs don't have it. They pay dearly. They get a trade back. Ethan picks up kill number 2 for him. Shinka falls. And it's a 2v2 with both players from Wolves in very low HP situations. The halfway point for P4's health. Bouncing balls is kill. That means that there's only one member of Wolves left. They know where he is! P4 from above, a wonderful kill on the bouncing balls, but he can't outduel Ethan, who picks up 3 big kills to give Chiefs their first round.
A little bit paused on that one versus one because P4 saw he had down diffuser, only 21 seconds left on the timer, and I guarantee you there was either a Yokai drone or a Valkyrie camera on the bomb side granting him information. I feel like in that position, you got the verticality, you got the hatches opened up. Surely you have site information one way or another, and even if you don't, at least you know diffuser is down on the ground with the timer running low. You don't have to take the fight though, you don't have to swing, and what looked like a good recovery from Wolves, well, individually they fell apart. There were trades to start off the round, but in that later half they were destroying bodies for no absolute reason, or absolutely no reason rather, and Chiefs took great advantage. They won their gunfights. The LMGs really striking through, and Bouncing Balls, the star player of Chiefs, had a phenomenal time in that round on Sophia. Gotta look at the attacker repick as well. We haven't really spoken of it so far. We did talk quite a bit about it in the introduction before we got into this game earlier on. But right now we see it on your screen. Sophia into Thatcher and Sledge into Buck. This is because, again, with the Buck you can attack from below and you can attack from above. So more verticality, if you will. You don't need the nades that much unless you want to play around them specifically. And the Thatcher will just help you get around those pesky mute jammers on this gym defense.
This is one thing that I think both the Maverick and Hibana bands kind of covered up for you and I, is that Thatcher is available.
Yes. And there's no Bandit, which means the jammers won't do anything against the EMPs, and neither will Kaid. So there's always going to be this mind game between defenders playing mute and attackers playing Thatcher, because you can play mute one round and not the next one, but with attacker repick, as long as you drone out these exterior walls, you can typically tell if you need to attacker repick the Thatcher or not. That's what Chiefs saw. They saw the jammer on this wall, went from Sophia to Thatcher, and now they'll be opened up much quicker and much easier.
No Bandit on the board means that maybe CCTV is a bit tougher to defend, but I mean, you've talked about it. When Maverick is available, CCTV becomes almost impossible to defend. There's no Maverick here, and yet the Wolves 3-site rotation, Nick, is Church, then main floor of Bar, and then back up top to Gym. It is a bit odd to see no CCTV.
I think it's simply just a matter of the Bandit being gone. You think, well, we can play the Kaid, the mute, but again, the Thatcher being open is like that really weird situation that you don't normally see. And now, they're going to be storming in through, but this is not the bomb side. Do not get too excited there. It is a Gym, but with a slight extension. 4 walls are reinforced. There is a rotation hold to top red, nade below yellow pink. That's an injure.
Well done by them. Will they get the secure as well? Another grenade goes out. Oh, and it almost nearly gains 2, and they end up pulling in on him. P4 picked off by Boydie. First kill for Wolves. And it's the best player on Wolves by a country mile. Responsible for almost clutching the previous round. Ultimately went in Chiefs' favor. Mowgli, 4-2. And a big pick to try and keep the numbers somewhat even.
This also means Chiefs, 3 rounds out of 3, they've gotten the opening kill. In this one, they got 2 for the price of 1. It's a very good trade that they'll take any day of the week. They still got the Buck available, 1 flashbang. They got no nades left in the pocket of Ethan. And of course, no more EMPs. Mowgli doing really good work, getting aggressive on these 1v1s.
Like I said, the best player for Wolves so far. Individual effort. Both Mowgli and P4 have been the 2 standout performers on these aggressive roles, whether they be the entry on attack or the roam on defense. And right now, Mowgli playing closer to the bomb site. Still putting in great work, and look at that, all 3 kills are his. A Nitro Cell goes up, and it blows Boydie sky high. The Chiefs had an advantage. They lost it. They've now evened it out. The raid boss of the round, Mowgli, has been dispatched. But that means that there's only 30 seconds left for the Chiefs to get into the bomb site. And with a Gym defense, it usually almost necessitates hopping through a window, and you know how vulnerable you can be. Digital is in, and he's flashed and smoked, continuing to soldier through, but he's going to take a lot of damage in the process. The smoke goes away. Digital taken out by Bibu. A blind spot exploited, and now it's Worthy pinged away to get finished off as one of the longest-serving EU players of Bibu gets the final 2 kills to give Wolves the lead again.
That he does, and it's so difficult to plan in a 2 versus 2 situation on a Gym attack. It's arguably never a good idea unless someone is off the bomb side on the defending side. That vertical C4, of course, doing a lot of damage from Mowgli. He had run downstairs early in the round, prepped it on that office floor, and then played inside of Master itself. There was a Valkyrie camera granting him information. He himself could pop it, securing the kill. See the opening here. Really good follow-up from Chiefs, by the way. They did, like, once again find the opening kill. Then Mowgli, like, claws it back, gets 2 kills himself. But then Chiefs, they play the trade game really well. But there is a bit of time between those kills. If Chiefs can play a little bit more compact and a little bit tighter together, we have this rune problem that says, don't be further than 2 seconds away from your teammate, because if he falls, you're going to be close enough so you can trade him out for a 1v1 trade very shortly after. And Chiefs, they're almost more like 5 or 6 seconds away, so if they lose those 1v1s 2 times in a row, that's really when they're going to start falling. So if they can get a little bit more tight, a little bit more together, I think they can really start choking out Wolves more, because right now, Mowgli, P4 doing a good job at coming back into these early rounds.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
I mean, if you look at who's succeeding as well for the Chiefs, you've got this big 1-2 punch of Bouncing Balls and Ethan. Now, I love saying Ethan. I love saying Bouncing Balls. In the regular season, it was Worthy and Bouncing Balls that were the 2 top performers for the Chiefs in terms of kills, in terms of rating. Yes. But Ethan is a long-serving member who can play flex. He can play whatever role he wants. He's been around OCE Siege for ages. One thing, by the way, that's being covered up, as we're now 30 seconds into round number 4, is that the Chiefs have every single opening pick so far, and they've done it on attack. This is on a very defender-sided map that you speculate, because of the operator bans, is even more favorable to the defense. Yet the Chiefs are walking in, picking off a player from Wolves, making that space, and yet still we have 1 of the 3 rounds.
Yeah, so statistically speaking, in Europe, this is a 63 defender-sided map, or in favor of defense, and in APAC South, 67% favor of defenders. So this is not the typical situation that we see. I mean, surely, like, round difference right now, 2-1, but very close rounds all across the board. This could easily have been a 3-0 in either direction, really.
This is another bar stage defense on that main floor, which, again, a bit peculiar, I think you could say, just in terms of the site rotation for these teams. Still no CCTV has been shown yet, nothing played. There's utility being used across the map. Nothing's really happened in terms of altercations. Bibu down below with the Echo. He's just going to try to kill time and not die.
Stay alive this time.
The last bar stage defense for Wolves. Bibu was picked off early. Now, the Yokais still stay up, and you can still watch them, but you can't do anything with them after death. So he'll just sit and wait patiently. Should he die? This time around, he's survived well past the time needed. And it's Digital in a very similar position from before, but look at all of this utility being thrown his way. Again, another opening pick. The Chiefs get 1, but it's Rise to bounce on Boydie, and then Ethan falls to Bibu. Bouncing balls within striking distance, but he's watching his entire team fall by the wayside as the Chiefs pick up a third death falls on their shoulders. Wolves have lost Mowgli, which under normal circumstances is not great, but they've still got plenty of backup, and Bibu's stats as well, not too bad at all. Bouncing Balls and Worthy will need to work together. Grab that diffuser, neither of them have it, so objective play will be unlikely, especially with the numbers that we see. It's going to be a kill fest for the Chiefs. Can they narrow down the position of these last 4 Wolves players, or will they be found in the process? Well, there's one on to Bibu on the stairs. Bouncing Balls in the middle of the bomb site. But again, that diffuser could very easily just end up being camped. So the Chiefs will have to attend upstairs. And a clinic is going to be put on from the Wolves. Gunfire from both P4 and from Rise. And it's P4 to claim both of the trophy kills and expand the lead for this Wolves squad. They're up 3-1. They cannot lose the first half. And given what we know of how defensive this map can be, that's a good spot for the Wolves to be in.
It is a good spot. Of course, sides up in 2 rounds, and Chiefs can have fun on their defensive side, but if Wolves keep this up, it's looking quite good for them. I will say, Wolves heavily, almost abusing the fact that both Valkyrie and Echo are open, playing around that information each and every single round. And the Chiefs, I assume they don't find this to be a problem for them because they haven't attacker repicked the IQ. And I do, like, one of the issues is that it's very difficult to fit IQ in the lineup, but you can make it work because Stature is open. And we actually see it right now. Boydie is going from Bug to IQ currently, and that is because they do agree that the information gain from Wolves is a problem. The vertical C4 is now 2 times so far in these 4 rounds, constantly getting swarmed by multiple members of Wolves, taking aggressive gunfights, Yokai drones stunning you. It's too much to deal with. On this basement defense, that once again will be a roam situation, you want to make sure that once you clear the map, you actually have an operator that can deny the information from the Valkyrie, that is P4. Because sure, even if you get a kill or 2 on the roam game like they did first initial round on that basement roam clear, they still had to deal with those dead players giving really valuable information, and that's what the IQ is going to deny this time around. This does mean, however, no vertical play from the side of Chiefs, except for their soft breaching charges from both Boydie on the IQ and Worthy on the Ace. So, let's see if those guys can stay alive, because they're needed in the later stage of the round to achieve vertical domination of the kitchen floor.
Vertical domination, a nice term, a nice flourish. Eyes will be on the IQ here, and immediately Bibu goes for a run out. The Chiefs granted their 5th opening pick in a row. They are unstoppable. This is quite the streak. Doesn't mean much in terms of the actual scoreboard, as we talked about again. No. They've only won a single round out of the 4 previous rounds where they got that opening pick. This goes to show that the Wolves, not just playing the map, but also being much more restrained. One of the main criticisms of the Wolves that you would hear from the EUL talent and from fans of theirs in Europe is that they love to get maybe a little bit greedy, and they take engagements that they don't need to and not play with the rest of the team. Yeah. Well, here, they're far more cohesive, and they're taking advantage of the Chiefs. Even though the Chiefs keep putting them at a disadvantage, you see things like this.
Yep.
Mowgli shooting through the window, taking down Ethan. Say goodbye to your nades, say goodbye to your Finca. Not an adrenal surge goes through anybody's veins that round.
I think that's a great display of what everything good about Wolves and everything like not good about Wolves. Because Bibu goes out for a run out, very solo bolo, gets shot down immediately. But then the synergy between P4 and Mowgli upstairs, beautifully played, takes on Ethan, that's Finca off the board, and you survive and fall back to bomb site. That is great showcasing of teamwork. So they know when to do it, or they know how to do it better, but they don't necessarily always follow that pattern. The individuality sometimes gets the better of them, and that's why we see them with Chiefs getting the opening kill every single round basically so far. Now, 4 versus 4, minute and 7 seconds left. If you're on a tank with a very clear plan, this is fine in terms of time. Get the moto hatch, get the kitchen hatch, start doing vertical plays, set up this execute that you want to achieve. But most important, before you do any of that, or while doing so, Boydie has to find every single Valkyrie camera if possible, so that when the action comes through in about 20-30 seconds, that the defenders will not know where it's coming from.
And it looks like that's exactly what the IQ is doing. Final 40 seconds and do or die with both teams at an even pace. A 34 sets us up. The Chiefs are edging ever closer to that bomb site inside a church. Again, downstairs, your prize possession is on church. There will be no kitchen take, but it's people holding down the fort inside a church. Is he a praying man? Bouncing Balls takes him out, so the Wolves again find themselves with 3 to match the Chiefs, and Bouncing Balls picks up a 3rd kill. All are his. No more, says Mowgli, as he picks up 2 of his own, leaving Boydie in a 1v2. Not a lot of time left, and he'll get tons of pings as it's Rise to give the first half to the Wolves. It's not over yet, still 1 round to go, but the EU team up 4-1 over Australia's best.
New young talent. I mean, both in the NAL, the EUL, LATAM, literally every single region, new young talent seems to be the thriving requirement for some of these teams, right? Young blood, really hungry players, phenomenal mechanical skill. Mowgli displaying that each and every single round, being the top gunner by far for his team to go to P4. And again, the synergy in the 1 versus 2 actually from the side of Wolves played nicely around Boydie. They had the Valkyrie camera information, the yellow pings came out. All they had to do was establish a nice, secure crossfire, and then, well, Chiefs had to walk right into it. And this is going to force a tactical timeout from the side of Chiefs, which is going to set them up for the defensive half, because we are getting there very shortly.
How many of these opening picks that the Chiefs have gotten do you think were earned, and how many do you think were simply Wolves getting a little bit too cute? Because
that's a good point.
The observation that I can make is that while the Chiefs were getting the very first pick, they didn't know what to do with it. They'd get that first pick, then they would just go about their business without realizing that you can be a little bit more aggressive because you've taken out a key part of the defense in some way, some fashion. And instead, they would just go about the usual stuff. And the Wolves would be prepared for it.
I think that's a valid question. I do think that about half of the opening kills is Wolves kind of throwing themselves at Chiefs, making it very easy for them, and then arguably the other half is Chiefs making good plays and hard cutting off rotations. But the main weakness, I think, is that both of those basement roam clears, the Chiefs did the exact same thing. Same players in same location doing the same positioning, and it was Wolves punishing them this time around because they adapted to that. They got the kill, they fell back, and they succeeded much better. So one of the most important things about the highest level of Rainbow Six Siege is that you do not do the same thing exactly the same way 2 times in a row, because at this level of play, a team will see it. They will find a flaw, find a gap, find an opening, abuse it, and they will punish you. And so far, that is what Wolves are doing.
Another opportunity for the Chiefs to get an opening pick is P4 being hunted down on the rafters, or catwalk if you want to call it that. It's the very first CCTV cache defense for the Wolves.
Which means
a bit interesting.
All 4 bomb sites.
That is correct. Quite a nice cornucopia that we have here. And just once again showing that a map like Clubhouse, as teams start to get more comfortable with the bar stage bomb site, which went 50-50.
Yeah.
First attempt, Chiefs win. It's the only round that they've won so far, and it's on the non-traditional bomb site. Wolves had their number the second time around, even if it did come down to a 1v1. If you recall, the Chiefs are losing out due to that aerial superiority.
Yeah, it was the finger against the Valkyrie, I believe. It was P4. Now we see P4. Yeah, there it is. Now we see P4 on the catwalk. So again, playing up on that high ground, rising some damage from down below. That's the finger. Is Ethan doing critical damage from below? Well, actually, Sporty and Ethan, they're both doing it together.
Such a treacherous spot to play in, and there you go. These depth charges, as they're called.
Nades.
Well, you use them, and it's always funny to see the Jaeger get killed by a nade because the ADSs don't work through the floors for 6 rounds in a row.
But
uncontested.
The thing is, though, right? What about Catwalk? P4 now has Magnus on Catwalk rafters. He's going to be so hard to clear. He's almost dead. Fair
I was going
enough.
to say, speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear.
Yeah, there are 3 flashbangs from the side of Digital. That is really the only piece of utility they have to clear out P4. So unless he dies through a gunfight, which is obviously very likely given his health situation, well, Beebo's there to assist. They are in a comfortable position from the side of Wolves. And Chiefs, they have to be the ones making the moves. You said it, Parker. They find the opening kill. What do they do with it? Do they play more aggressive? So far, no. They got the opening kill. Well, there it is. They're watching it aside.
They just are in, and they've got full control. The Chiefs looking for one more round if they can, but there goes the diffuser. Surrendered inside a garage. Shinka still has access to those red stairs with Mowgli side by side, but no utility. All toxic canisters have been used. The Wolves will hold on. If they have information as to where the diffuser is, it will necessitate that the Chiefs fight them back. Shinka goes down to Boydie, and it's all on Mowgli, who lights up one, but can't do more than that. Up on the catwalk, Mowgli has to watch multiple angles. This is tough. He knows that one is coming, and he does some damage, but there's just too many angles. The Chiefs managed to stick the landing on that very final round. A comeback. Well, with the Chiefs going on to defense is still very much possible. They kept it as close as they could, but as the teams swap sides, the Wolves emerge with a 4-2 lead.
I really hope that when Chiefs took that timeout on round 5, just before the one we just watched, that they spoke both about our final or their final attack as well as their beginning of their defenses, because getting that final round is huge for them. 4-2 scoreline in this particular matchup is actually quite decent. It also gives you more room for error once you go on that side swap. But if they're not as prepared on the defensive half as Wolves were on their defensive half, it's going to get quite ugly, I believe. The weaknesses of Chiefs is not something that I expect from the side of Wolves. I think, in similar fashion to Chiefs, Wolves will do a good job at roam clearing, finding early kills and openings, and taking advantage of that. But I think Wolves will excel and play more aggressive towards that later half, finding more openings to the bomb side, and that's where Chiefs themselves usually fell short. They couldn't find the openings to the side itself, but they found the openings on the roam. In a similar fashion, the roaming basement is the to-go preferred bomb site for both teams so far in this matchup. Difference is the operators. Legion being brought out to get those goo mines in there. Jaeger being brought, roaming upstairs as well. Melusi is stable for both teams, and so is the Smoke. Worthy, the 5th defender on the Wamai. So they have the option to play safe on site with both the Jaeger and the Wamai. They have the option to roam aggressively as well with the Legion and the Jaeger. So they can play both ball games, and Worthy, well, he gets the opening onto P4. And Chiefs, they keep up their streak of opening kills so far in this matchup. And it's not just P4 off the board, it's the Finger. Adrenaline surges, Gone 6, 2 grenades, LMG. That leaves just Mowgli on Ace to do the aggressive duties now.
What a convoy back to the bomb site for Chiefs. 7 rounds in a row with that opening pick, as you talked about. For any other team, for any other instance or matchup, getting all 7 opening picks should be a recipe for success. For the Chiefs, that is not the case right now, which again goes back to the conversation you and I had a few rounds ago. Is it partially Wolves forfeiting that pick? Or is it that the Chiefs don't know what to do with so many opening picks, especially against a team like Wolves, who can adapt quite easily? We'll see how the adaptations from the Chiefs play out on defense, but already they got that opening pick, and then they fell off.
They did. I will say though, on defense, getting the opening kill and then doing nothing, so to speak, is a lot better than being on the attacking side.
What are you going to do, run outside?
That's what I mean. Exactly. But on the attack, you know, you get the kill, you gotta keep progressing. On defense, once you get the kill, you're just playing 4 versus 5. They have one less gun against you, so this heavily favors Chief situation, and they were smart about it because they picked both the Jaeger and the Wamai. They fortified the bomb site, right? Grenades are not going to be a huge problem. The 2 smoke grenades from Beebo likely not going to do a whole lot of damage either in terms of line of sight deny, and that just leaves them in this position of fortification, where Wolves have to find, or rather create, a gap somewhere in the defensive structure of Chiefs. So far, well, they're starting to find that opening.
There's utility on both sides now with 1 minute still to go. As for the Wolves, well, they got 2 smokes and 2 nades to use. All their hard breach seems to have been thrown out at this point, so the Chiefs will eagerly greet them with 2 toxic canisters, a couple of impacts, but no nitro cell. So your only real opportunity to deny a plant lies in the hands of Ethan or in the guns that come with those 5 defenders. Nades get tossed out, plunge any pesky defenders, and now Rise will lead the charge into Church as he drags across and takes out Ethan. No toxic canisters. Worthy immediately trades back before Mowgli silences him. Wolves keeping it really close on this engagement. There's a down on to Mowgli. He'll need to be retrieved as toying with that reinforcement. Shinka cannot outduel them. Bouncing balls, finishing off Shinka, and it's Beebo in a 1v2. The Chiefs are within striking distance. Digital sees them and finishes him off as Bouncing Balls credited with the very final kill. The Chiefs make quick work of that push from the Wolves, and they're within 1 round of tying this matchup.
That looked extremely similar to that of the roles reversed before. And the only real difference was that the third wall on Church, well, when it came to the Wolves' defense, it was the left one that was soft, and it was kind of like flipped in this matchup. But other than that, similar story. You can't really get the walls opened up, you can't find the angles, you have to force your way into the motor door, and maybe the Church soft wall if you had managed to open it up, and it becomes a defender-sided situation. And that single opening kill that Chiefs managed to find early in the round, shutting down P4 on the finger, was actually a massive one. Because, again, as I mentioned, you're playing 5 versus 4 in terms of guns, you lose the finger, aggression, the overheal, a great gun, of course, the grenades. And, well, Wolves, they lost all their hard reach, roam clearing, and then the final Selma charge they had available got picked up by the Wamai disc later on in the round. That means nothing can really be opened up, and you saw what happened. Misery, oh misery. No bar.
Like you said, when you're a defender and you get that first pick, you don't need to make a ton of changes. And the Chiefs understood that, so they can work better with that first pick on defense because that's just the way the defense works. You have to let the attackers come to you. Yes. And as an attacker, like one thing that the Chiefs never had to deal with was being down a pivotal part early on. Through 6 rounds, the Chiefs maybe traded somebody out, but you always got something in return for it.
Always.
So we got to see the Chiefs plan in action. We didn't get to see that for the Wolves in the previous round because you know how crucial both a Finka and those set of nades are for an execute, especially when it comes to the basement.
You're right. This looks like a direct attack for Jim. You have one person on the other side of the map on CCTV holding down the window area. That's going to be your sledge. Nades through, jump into the window, gets open and kill. People on sight.
They're just rushing right in, and they're taking no prisoners whatsoever. The Chiefs have been boxed out, and look at that. P4 has the entire bedroom to himself, and there's so much room for activities. But returning gunfire, down is Mowgli. Adrenal Surge goes out, it's not good enough. Worthy finishes him off. Still off-site, the Chiefs hold on to very crucial avenues. But now they have the daunting task of retaking. As the diffuser goes down, Shinka's got it in his hands, and he'll be easily able to complete this. The numbers for the Chiefs continue to fall away. The Wolves looking for the knockout blow, and it's Worthy and Ethan to work together. Both players right now looking to continue to hold this team in it, but you have to look left. Look right. This is a Kansas City shuffle, is when you look left, but they look right. Shinka goes down, or Ethan goes down to Shinka. P4 finishes them off. And the Wolves just bulldoze their way through the bomb site. The first opening pick of the match for Wolves, and they snowball. All 4 players still alive. They get the diffuser down and they take the round.
That is what Fresh would say is like they took the path of least resistance, right? You can either clear the entire map, go garage, go CCTV, like the Chiefs did themselves, clear out that entire half of the map, and then attack the bomb site, or you just go forward, guys, Acoustic Breach, and you exothermic charge the wall open, you throw out an EMP, throw in a grenade to bathroom, you push on through. The only thing you really have to do, and I say only, it's not that simple, you have to, of course, get those opening kills going in your favor, otherwise the push gets stopped dead in its tracks. But they did that. They got the 2 kills, they took the entirety of the bomb site control, then they took a breather, looked for cameras, set up the plant position, made sure the planter was safe, because once you go for that plant, you're the most vulnerable, and once the plant goes down successfully, they established a triple crossfire on the main stairs, which was beautiful to watch. 5-3. Wolves now kind of starting to get more and more further in the lead because, well, Chiefs, they were catching up and getting kind of close. And the bomb site rotation will keep changing up as well because we are seeing a bar being rolled out from the APAC team too. That means that teams really are getting more and more comfortable with the realism of this bomb site being one of those real bomb sites, because when Clubhouse was reworked recently-ish, nobody went there. But now we're seeing it more and more frequently.
Oh. Bunch of cheers just erupted behind us. That G2 DZ match was an overtime.
Yeah, it must have been
and,
overtime.
And with the fact that we now see both teams taking their headphones off, I can imagine it's over. Not to distract from this matchup we have between Wolves and Chiefs, but there's another stream going on the main Rainbow Six channel right now. If you are watching this back on a VOD, well then just know that there is an entire other series of games to be done.
Yep. That VOD will be somewhere else on YouTube or on Twitch as well, so you can find those.
It will be on the ether somewhere. Don't let the score at the top distract you. The Chiefs have not once again gotten the first pick, but I do appreciate that the game is so confident that the Chiefs will continue to get all but one of those opening picks, that it will be a 5v4 at some point. We'll see. Chiefs roaming heavily upstairs, in and around the gym and weight room area. There goes the hard breach onto the CCTV wall. This is the 3rd crack at bar stage for these teams. The record right now is a 50-50.
Oh, you are wrong.
We should not be prognosticators at all. First kill goes in favor of the Wolves, but it's answered back swiftly by Boydie. And guess what? Down goes Mowgli. 12 kills to his name. 10 kills for P4. That is a staggering amount for 2 players. The Wolves lose one of their best and most potent offensive forces.
The only upside to losing Mowgli, I suppose, that he had 1 Selma charge left, no other utility, whereas you have Beeple with 1 exothermic charge left and 3 flashbangs. So arguably, you lost your least impactful operator besides the Thatcher himself. So not the end of the world, but we're not done yet because Ethan strikes as well, now taking the man count advantage for the side of Chiefs.
2 T5s on the board. One was in the hands of the Oryx, but Bouncing Balls was the one to die, as we said earlier on. The backup in the hands of Ethan. He puts it to good use, securing the kill and giving an advantage in favor of the Chiefs.
Scanning.
Wolves need to hold weight room. As we talked about before, you can have control of weight room above. If you can have control of master above, you are in such good shape. And that's exactly where the Wolves are. It's actually a bit surprising that the Chiefs have fallen so far back and ceded that huge amount of map control, but they must know something that we don't. Worthy will retake. Could there be a blind spot to exploit? 30 seconds to go, and it'll be Worthy to potentially catch the Wolves with their pants down. A hop out from the window. There's a Jaeger there to control that. Or you can continue to swiftly walk your way towards that gym. But you gotta go because there's no time to go. P4 is in the middle of the bomb site, takes out the bulletproof camera.
There's a yokai still.
There's a yokai up. Easily could blast him away. They need the coverage. Digital off of it. Down it goes. Diffuser planted quite successfully. The Wolves trail them.
The gun barrel.
Look at that. They give it away, and the Chiefs, beautiful in the clutch. They keep it close. The Wolves thought they had match point in their clutches, and they don't. Australia's finest. They pick up their 4th round. Bar stage is just as unpredictable as we'd expect. And it's a beautiful post plant that gives Chiefs the round.
That's back and forth. It looked like Chiefs had that in the bag, nice and done. Yokai Jones was, being rotated around the bomb site and he put them in safe positions, but almost every single member of Chiefs evacuated the bomb site. Boydie went for the flank, Ethan went all the way to blue stairs himself, Echo we can assume was very far off too. And then, well, Wolves, they walk on in. They start planning at 7 seconds, enough time for Yokai to stop you. But then I believe it was a grenade or some sort of explosive damage that took down the Yokai right before it got to the ceiling. And all of a sudden, that plant was possible, but the post-plant position from the side of Wolves wasn't enabled because Boydie on that flank up above played a massive role in shutting down the post-plant positions that could have been enabled by the side of Wolves. And the retake instead was successful, making it 4-5 score count. Back to basement we go. Not similar fashion. Actually, I'll take that back. In similar fashion because we see the exact same operator lineup somewhat. This time, the mute will help deny the drones upstairs because I assume they're going to be roaming in similar fashion. You have to slow down the attackers in one way or another, otherwise they'll just run through the map way too quickly and have too many resources to deal to like abuse on the bomb site itself. That's what they're going to do.
I am enjoying how much bar stage we're seeing, Nick. I gotta say, I'm a big fan of it.
Big fan.
I'm a big fan. You know, it's a part of the map that is so often neglected as a bomb site, even if it is a critical part of the take to that bottom floor bomb site, which, hey, would you look at that?
Bar arguably is like the heart of the map.
I was going to segue into the fact that it's a downstairs bomb site. I was going to say it's a heart of the map, but then you didn't catch it. It's fine. It's okay. Nice shot, by the way, on the P4. Burning an Adrenal Surge just because of a single one-tap, dropping the Finka down to 50%. Bouncing Balls replaced God Legion's role on this team. God Legion announcing that he's stepping back from Siege just a couple days ago, by the way.
Yeah.
Just want to say that as commentators, it was a pleasure to be able to see you in action in Sweden, and all the best moving forward.
Certainly.
I don't know if you're watching your former team play. He was last playing for Team Bliss, and then once again stepped off of that roster. But Bouncing Balls as a God Legion surrogate seems to be doing quite well. And again, the highest stats for Chiefs prior to this matchup and has not disappointed at all. Even if you look at all the stats of the Chiefs, nobody's really standing out at the moment. Everybody is contributing to both anchors. There's no high flyers either. Very even for them.
It's very true. Opposite thing can be said about Wolves though, because you got 12 and 8 on Mowgli, 10 and 7 on P4. Then you do have that Shingun 4, Rise on 5 situation, so you can argue more of a team effort on one side, more of an individual performance on the other. Both work, however.
Rise in particular has not been putting in the usual performance. I don't say this to roast him, but the usual performance for Rise is not typically a 5, 6, and 6 if they're being ranked. His survivability has been significantly better, and he's been trading himself out on a couple of these rounds, even if he has been the first to fall. Speaking of first to fall, nobody yet. Here in a very crucial round for the Wolves, they can sit on the match point. If not, Chiefs take it. It guarantees us all 12 rounds. DZ and G2 might be done, but it went to overtime. We'll see if they can get close. Wolves coming in, and it looks like the Chiefs' opportunity is evaporating in front of our very eyes. Mowgli sustaining some damage. There's still an Adrenal Surge to give him a bit of staying power. But the Chiefs have lost 2 and almost lost a third in Ethan in the ensuing fray. What a shot from Boydie, but he's got the hatch to worry about as well. Down goes Rise, pivots over, looking towards Bibu, but Mowgli exploits the blind spot, walks right into Church. Doesn't see Ethan. An easy kill for the Chiefs. Suddenly it's a 2v2 and it's a 1v2 with P4 to save the round. Him versus Boydie. But the diffuser will have to go down. P4 knows that it's there, and he catches Boydie from behind. The Wolves move to match point.
Oh boy, the 1v1 looking the wrong direction. The very last moment you saw, the smoke was mid-flick to adjust his crosshair for the right entry, but it's too little too late. And while P4 on the finger in that 1v1 is deadly as ever. No Adrenal Surges was left, by the way, so no revive to his teammate could have occurred. It was indeed a true 1 versus 1.
It was used to try and give some sustain to one of the players in the final moment. There you go, it shows on your screen. I think it was to try and top up Mowgli. One interesting stat about these First Bloods is that the attackers have won the opening duel in all but a single round. That is very surprising for a map like Clubhouse, especially with the fact that right now it has been a relatively tight map, but the defenders do have an advantage. It hasn't really helped the Chiefs all that much. They picked up 2 of the 4 rounds that have been played on defense so far. Their bomb site rotation has taken them to everywhere but CCTV. One of the most common bomb sites only appearing once. That was at the very final defense for the Wolves, who right now are taking their tactical timeout.
Yeah.
And I find this to be very interesting. And I say interesting in the sense that you're also giving your opponents time to catch their breath.
Yeah.
When you take a timeout, your opponents get to talk, not just you.
I actually like it though, because when you're the one taking the timeout, you obviously have something very specific in mind to talk about, or at least your coach should have, right? And I think this is either going to be a very clean adaptation to a particular bomb site, because, you know, when you're the defending team, you do get to control, or when you're the, when you're the attacking team, you get to control the flow of the bomb site as you're attacking it. Whereas when you're defending, you can pick a bomb site. That's really all you can do. You gotta set up a problem and attackers have to deal with it and solve it. So if the Wolves are given a timeout now, as they took, they now had a minute to talk about, okay, if it's gym, that's what we're gonna do. If it's basement, this is what we're gonna do. And they will have a great opportunity with coach input to really nail home what approach they want to take. Because remind you, last time the Wolves attacked this bomb site, it was 4 guys Jacuzzi Breach. It was a direct attack through the wall into bathroom, full site control. One single player was rising the sledge, was on the office hatch instead of CCTV earlier to hold those window positions. They cannot get away with that one more time. There's absolutely zero way that is possible. So the Wolves spend their timeout most likely talking about how to approach this if they cannot go for that direct attack. Only real change here is Shinka went from Thatcher to IQ, which does signify that they want more map control because they need to care about those Valkyrie cameras that can be anywhere on the map. Junction new though, Valkyrie's on the board. She's not being played currently by the side of Chiefs, but the mirror is a new problem in the face of the Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, the operator bans, again, show us that there are certain operators that can be brought out. There was a Thatcher originally for the Wolves, but interestingly enough, Shinka 6th picked to the IQ. And I wonder if that's in response to where they might worry about those Malusi gadgets going, or even where you want the nades to go and not deal with the magnets of Worthy.
It's always good to have information. Oh, you can kind of get an idea of the bomb site situation, but Mowgli!
That is an unnecessary play to do.
High risk, high reward.
It very much is, and in this case, the risk does not pay off. Wolves pick up their 4th opening pick in a row, and for 2 minutes, and just north of 2 minutes, the Wolves will sit at a 5v4 on match point. If the Chiefs end up in a close round here and ultimately lose, that is going to be a major point of contention and debate for them. I don't know if that was an individual player called by the team, but still, you got to think. Could they have played that safer and shown more value for bouncing balls? Probably.
It's tough because if you're the star player of bouncing balls, arguably he's the star player of Chiefs, you don't want to restrain him and say you cannot do what you feel like you want to do, right? Your intuition, your game sense, you know? So you can put the cuffs on him, but you gotta make them really loose because, yes, he has to play with the team, but also if he sees an opportunity, if he thinks the risk is worth it, the risk assessment, go for it. We see him do the same thing every single round, playing so overly aggressive. He has the lowest survival rate with his entire team of Wolves, yet he's also the best player on the scoreboard.
Shinka takes some damage, as does Bibu. It's a full court press from the Chiefs with a minute to go. Trying to narrow the numbers down of their opponents, and it's working somewhat successfully. Nade goes out, it does not connect the way that they want. Boydie is still alive.
So much damage.
The red. 90 points of damage or so, and the Chiefs will battle back. Digital through the floor, silences P4. They can taste it. The Wolves took a timeout to try and secure this round, and right now, the Chiefs have the round working for them. As you talked about how aggressive Mowgli can be, he's just, well, he's dancing to death. Inside the Red Hall, pushing up, takes out Boydie. Another could be there, found for him inside a bedroom, and there it is indeed on a Digital. Now it's the Wolves with the round in their control, but Mowgli picks up another, and it's Worthy as the last man standing for Chiefs. All the hopes of this very first match on his shoulder, an ace in play. I don't think they care about it that much, but Worthy needs to be found, and how about ending it with an ace? A beautiful play by Mowgli. Wolves emerge victorious, 7-4 over the Chiefs.
Young blood, oh my. What does that put Mowgli on? Like 18 kills, I think, if I remember correctly. It's like 15 after the kill, 19 kills actually. That's what he got in that game. Almost dropping a 20 bomb for Wolves' opening game here at the Charlotte Major against Chiefs. Wow.
I mean, you talk about the young performers, you talk about P4, you talk about Mowgli, and the impact that they can have on this team. Some of the criticisms about Wolves They might play too much like individuals. Rise might not have the best entry stats. Well, guess what? It doesn't matter what Rise is doing when Mowgli's putting in performances like that. As you see the Wolves, the victors of your very first match here on Stream B, walk off the stage. We'll throw to a quick break, and then we'll come back and talk about what exactly happened in that match. All right, everybody, welcome back. I don't know if you tuned in to either of the matches, DZ versus G2, whose result we're not going to spoil, but I am going to spoil, obviously, Chiefs versus Wolves, because you're here right now, and I assume you just watched the match that just ended. And, well, Wolves, not Dire Wolves. Wolves was the team that you used to know as LFO, and Vitality emerged victorious 7-4. But it wasn't as easy as that score might lead you to believe.
No, opening kills in the beginning heavily favored the side of Chiefs on their attacking side, and while they got the opening kills, their end round execution really was their biggest weakness. You know, they would meet the bomb site, they would see a wall and be like, can't get through that wall, let's just try and ram into it, and you can guess what happened. They flopped, unfortunately.
Head first into a brick wall. In terms of opening picks, the score was actually 7-4, which mirrors the score of the match, but inverted. 7 rounds where the Chiefs held an advantage for at least a period of time, and 4 rounds where the Wolves did so. We got some highlights for you that'll go up on your screen, and you can see some of these standout performances. Now, I will say this about the Wolves. As impressive as some of those rounds were, there are still some very obvious signs that the Wolves have to work on. They made a number of hero plays. There were a couple rounds where they got a little bit cheeky on defense, thinking that they could go for a knockout on one of the Chiefs players, and they got punished for it. And it's not that the Chiefs are a bad team, but you are going to continue to get punished by the other 2 teams in your group of BDS and Astralis, and there's a possibility that those 2 teams will punish you more frequently.
Most likely. And I mean, I will say, as good as Wolves looked, they were heavily crouching on Mowgli's individual performance particularly. I mean, this final round really shows it, right? Gets all 5 kills, revive, becomes diffuser, like really handles the entire business off the side of Chiefs. And while that is phenomenal to do when you're winning, well, if you're in a losing position and the only person that can like get you out of a loss is a single player of Mowgli, that's not great. So Chiefs, arguably the better team, perhaps. Wolves, arguably better individual performance.
That round started with bouncing balls, punching the wall, trying to get a kill, dying to Mowgli, and then Mowgli gets the ace to finish the entire thing. And Mowgli, of course, finished with 19 kills to his name, which is a tremendous performance for a player who I'm reasonably certain this is his very first international event ever, because the last time this team played, they were known as Vitality. They played in Sweden, and they had Cactus on the team.
Yep.
And then they shipped Cactus off. They brought in Mowgli, who's a young gunner, and, well, 19 kills for your LAN debut, your international major LAN debut.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty damn good. We have another matchup ready for you in just a couple moments. The Wolves going to be hot off of their victory over the Chiefs, but they've got a tough opponent. The red-hot Astralis, the #1 team out of North America. They're going to be squaring off against the Wolves in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You start the fire. I'm trying to find what you like. Oh, you and I won't close our eyes till we cross that line. There's something about you, something about you. You know I crave your touch, but we don't need to rush. There's something about you, something about you, immersed inside my mind. Maybe it's a sign, 'cause it's already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over.
Tell me what you desire. Let's get lost inside, lose track of time. Oh, and every side, we got nothing to hide. Wanna see your skin on mine.
There's something about you, something about you. You know I crave your touch, but we don't need to rush. There's something about you, something about you. I know it's hard to find. Listen, it's a sign, 'cause it's already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already It's already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over.
Welcome back, everybody, to the B stream. Named that just because it was the Bravo stream, not because we are lesser than the A stream. My name is Intero. I'm joined by Pengu. Where did you get that fine-looking jacket from, young man?
I believe this was the Ubisoft store, although, for the viewers at home, I believe they only ship to North America. So if you're from Europe, sorry, well, you can't get this swagger, as they say.
Yuck.
Europe, yuck.
Yuck.
Europe did just win their game, to be fair. Wolves came out on top.
Whatever, man.
And Wolves are playing again. Who are they facing, Parker?
Whatever, man. A North American team.
Yeah, I knew you'd be excited
The number
about that.
one team in NA is going to go up against Wolves, who are currently first in this group because they're the only team that's
Wow,
played
big
other
deal.
than Chiefs. So, but anyway, Wolves hot off a 7-4 victory. This is the team that hails primarily from France. Not entirely, but primarily from France. They all speak in French. Again, if you did not watch the very first broadcast, they used to be LFO. Before that, they were Vitality. Now they are Wolves, named after a Premier League club who broke into esports. And, well, they went up against the Australian Chiefs to start off the day, and the Wolves are up 1-0.
Yeah, good start for them, but there is so much more to be said. And, of course, if you are the Wolves, I think you are looking more forward to the Astralis matchup because it's a much more arguably exciting matchup, you know,
Yes.
not to just take anything away from Chiefs or APAC in general, because that is a region that's been showing up massively in the last 2 years, and Chiefs themselves showing themselves more and more internationally. But Astralis is like literally one of the best teams that we think, at least, of our opinions, at this event. Probably.
Well, I mean, Astralis only lost one time in regulation
time.
in North America, and then guess what? They were great after that. They were really, really good. And they're coming in with almost no LAN experience. The only player on the team who's competed at a major international event is Shuttle, and that's because, like some of the players on Wolves, he's been around forever. Shuttle was around before I was even casting Rainbow Six. He was playing for that old Elevate roster back when they were on originally on Xbox, then came over to PC. Shuttle got picked up and was playing with that core of Laxing and Skies, and that was quite the team to be had. Now, Astralis has a bit of a new look as well. We focused on the new look of Wolves before. But Astralis, who are on your screen right now, they made a couple changes in the offseason. They had a hard support player of Retro, who himself being around forever, with Continuum back in the day. He won a Pro League Finals back in Season 3. Well, they got rid of him. They brought in Forrest, who's sitting in the middle. There were some questions as to whether Forrest would be the answer, because previously, Forrest's tenure playing at the top was not great. His stats were underwater, and he really had a lot of deficiencies in his game. But with the addition of him, their coach easily leaving, and Callout coming in as coach, this team has looked unstoppable in North America.
I think Callout really is like the bigger talking point of it. I'm sure he's not like in the server, but I feel like changing out one player, despite Forrest having like a great season so far in the NAL, the coach affects every player in every way you can imagine. So I feel like that coach change was like the right fit for this roster, and nobody, at least from the casting production channel that we had at the NL, expected this kind of performance from Astralis with just one player and one coach change.
This will be a familiar refrain if you've tuned into any NAL matchups, but Callout, in terms of his mind of the game and his understanding of the game, has been extremely highly praised by everybody in his home region. And while he himself did not have the greatest tenure as a player, I think it's inarguable that he's had a massive impact on this team behind the bench. The maps are ready for you, by the way, and we want to get into the game as quickly as possible. I promise you, we don't want to keep too much of your time. And just right here over my shoulder, look at this. Yeah. Look at what it is. Oh, they're in the metaverse, and they are popping up right in front of us.
No, please don't say that.
Oh, I hate the metaverse, but that's fine. Bans are going to be coming in, by the way, for you. Clubhouse banned off, so we are not going to see the very same map that Wolves played on previously. Skyscraper, Bank, and Border will follow. Now, it's worth noting that there are 9 maps in this map pool, so there's lots of options here. Still on the table, Theme Park. Still on the table, a well-known map between both these teams. Oregon. Where are we going to go?
Not Theme Park.
Theme Park is out. I was wrong. I stand corrected.
Oregon's out as well.
It's like I almost named these maps.
Do you wanna jinx the last one as well? Cafe or?
I'm saying we're going to Cafe.
Oh, you're saying we're going to Cafe. Oh, Villa. Oh, you're right.
Yes.
I thought we were gonna go to Villa. We'll take Cafe. DC, G2 just play Cafe.
They're both European maps. One's in Russia, one's in Italy. We're going to Russia. We're going to Cafe, Cafe Dostoevsky. And, well, the record on these teams, not exactly the greatest for Wolves. They are 0-2 in the EUL on this map. So,
great.
I mean,
fantastic.
I'm sorry, why is that great? Are you...
Because they're facing a North American team, so it's not going to be very difficult to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's fantastic for a European team, Wolves.
Astralis actually has a winning record on every single map that they've played.
Yeah, because they have winning
except for
lost
Chalet,
ones.
which, by the way, as we talked about map bans, say goodbye to Chalet. They don't want to play it. They're done with it. Say goodbye.
Yeah, because they lost on it. So like, you know what? We don't want to lose again. Different
Correct.
map.
Clubhouse obviously getting banned out. Astralis just watched Wolves play on it, so they know that there are some strengths and some deficiencies in their games. In their games. I was gonna say some strengths and some weaknesses, but then my brain tripped up. Teams are still getting set up, by the way.
Do you want to call them out, Parker, or no?
No, I don't want to call them out.
Oh, that's fair enough. Okay.
One of the men on this stage who's going to command a ton of attention for a variety of reasons is on your screen right now. Iconic, or as he has called himself and other people have called him, LeBronic. Well, it's because he shoots the threes. That's it.
Iconic had a very good season in the NL. He was the second highest rated player across the entire thing. Had a phenomenal game early on against the side of Sonics on the Skyscraper, I believe in their opening or one of the earlier games at least. But the thing about Astralis is that they are both a phenomenal team, all five together, but individually, there has been pretty much every single member has had like a pop-off game in the NL. And that's something that we gotta watch on for this tournament as well, especially for Iconic and especially for Forest, who has the, what is it, #1 rated in like NAL history for a single match?
Two really interesting stats to bring up for those of you that have not been following Astralis is that with being the #1 team in your region, there is an awful lot of good things that come with that. One of it is that they are, if I remember correctly, the only team at a Tier 1 level to go an entire stage under the new competitive format with every single player being above a 1.05 rating. Everybody on the team is above 1.05. That is astonishing. There is no dead weight on this team. There is no fat to trim at the moment. When you get players like Iconic going +20, DP Fire going +14, great ratings by these players on entry. There really isn't a huge hole in Astralis' game plan. The only thing that doesn't immediately jump to mind about a team like Astralis is their objective play does not stand out the same way that other teams in North America do. But guess what? Doesn't matter how many diffusers you're getting down if you're killing everybody in the process.
I think it's worth noting that Iconic, Gen.I.Know, and DP Fire are all like 19 years old and they've never played internationally before.
Correct.
So they've never played like quote-unquote a real LAN, because like yeah, NAL is of course a LAN event. They play Zero Ping at a location in Las Vegas. But this is a different kind of situation, especially once you get to playoffs, you got a crowd and stuff as well, which is very exciting. But 19, first international event, great season in the NAL where they're comfortable, but this is a new kind of turf for him. So I'm curious to see how comfortable they'll be looking in the server. They're quite right now in the player camps, but that's not the entire story. Normally you got your out of game character and you got your in-game character as well.
I mean, Mowgli just played his very first international major LAN, and guess what? He dropped 19 damn kills.
Played with confidence, took gunfights, etc.
If there's a team that has confidence, that has swagger, that has, dare I say, the fabled 3 letters, EGO, it's going to be Astralis. They play extremely confident. All you need to do is watch the North American League for a single Astralis matchup, and Iconic never stops talking. He's chewing words at his opponents. He's playing well in the server, and he backs it up. For a team like Wolves, the one good thing that they have at their disposal right now,
they won.
They won, and they're warmed up. Yeah. Wolves don't have the best record domestically, and I know that you might think that this is us being biased, but it's just simply based on what we've seen of the first stage. Wolves did not beat any of the top teams in Europe, not a single one. The only victory over a top team that they won was they beat G2 in overtime, and G2 finished 4th in the region. The other 4 victories for Wolves came for the bottom 4 teams in the region. So just showing that you're good enough to be a middle of the pack team. Third, fourth is pretty close to middle of the pack.
Yep.
And this team, Wolves, known as LFO at the time, finished 3rd. But Astralis' only loss came to OXG, who finished 2nd in North America, and for a period of time looked like the best team in NA. Yeah, Astralis went to overtime against both Dark Zero and XSET, who are the other 2 teams from North America who are here. But guess what Astralis did? They beat them.
Yep, they did. Not just that, but they beat everyone else too besides that.
That is correct. And some of them were
season.
absolute stomps. 7-1s, 7-2s. Astralis didn't really keep it all that close with some of these teams, especially the teams that were towards the bottom of the North American League standings. They made very quick work of them.
Yeah.
Astralis came in, they clobbered them, they left.
Yeah, Astralis had the first NAL 7-0 against Sonics and Skyscraper. It was like one of the early games. They got Skyscraper, new map. We're thinking, okay, Astralis, they've been practicing their stuff, their map, their map pool in the off season. Makes sense. And they had 7-0 Sonics on it. So that's like, okay, Astralis are here to play. They're showing a really good gameplay so far. But then you think, but what more can they do? How long can they keep up the fire for? But Astralis, they only kept firing up. They never slowed down. So Wolves, with the momentum of the game they just played, they're warmed up. They're happy. They're confident. They have a very nice little brawl get together. Not sure what they were saying, but they're like screaming some stuff. They seem like they're in it. It's game time.
It's very similar to another team who is currently in action on the A stream. For those of you that aren't necessarily tuning into that one, W7M from Brazil has kind of mirrored Astralis' success. I would argue that W7M did it before them.
Yeah.
In that this is a relatively brand new team that comes through Latin America, comes through Brazil, and just crushes all domestic competition. FaZe, no problem. NiP, no problem. Team 1, Ints, whatever team you throw at them, the only team that W7M had some troubles with was Liquid.
Yeah.
But Liquid has a long list of casualties that lay in their wake over multiple international events. So it's not a bad thing to lose to Liquid, just like Astralis losing to OXG is not necessarily a bad thing either.
It's a great way to lose.
And it's a good comparison between them. DZ is currently playing W7M right now on the other broadcast. We can't really keep you updated the same way that we do usually. We just...
Nope, can't see it.
We can see it, but we can't, see it.
I can't even see the map. I can guess it's Cafe or Chalet, but I can't actually... Or it's Skyscraper. I can't confirm, though.
I can't tell.
I can't tell either.
The map is somewhat brown and beige.
It's Villa. It's Villa.
Brown and beige.
Spell alert.
There you go. He knows.
Yeah.
That's why you have the glasses on.
No, it's because I know the map, because I played many hours in it.
Really?
Yeah. Many hours.
You ever win a championship on it?
As a final map? I actually don't think so. We beat TSM Raleigh, quarterfinals, played Blitz. Yes, we beat them on that.
Okay, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
In this state.
Yeah, yes, Raleigh Major.
And if TSM were better, they would have been here, so.
They would have to be very much better to be here.
Much better.
They'll come back.
Much better.
I'm sure of it.
Will they?
Yeah, they'll come back.
Astralis is the standard bearer for North America here. I think that's safe to say. But all of the NA teams come in pretty good shape. And I mean, I know that a lot of you North American fans, you've been huffing on some copium, some hopium, whatever you want. But XSET as a team look mighty fine.
Yes.
You got 3 players with international experience, and you got Diaz and Gomez, both of whom are newer players, but he's going to be guided by the other 3 who've all competed at major international events before. Yaga and Kino obviously doing it on OXG, Spirit's doing it on Parabellum at SI in 2021. You've obviously got Dark Zero, known quantity. They've all been here before. And then OXG has both Dream and Newers making their international LAN debut as well. And I know, like I said, these NA fans are super copium and hopium, which is actually very odd because it's usually the EU fans who are like, our region's great. We're going to do super well. And you know what? Historically, EU has been a pretty...
We've been disappointed
EU has been a pretty strong region historically. You know, probably stronger than North America.
But lately?
But lately, who's the standard bearer for EU? A lot of teams, or a lot of players saying heroic, but they are untested.
Yeah.
Online, same as Astralis, same as W7M, so it's interesting to see that the tops of these regions don't have a ton of experience. But then you look at Wolves. Wolves obviously performing very well against Chiefs. I think this is going to be the very first test for Wolves.
Absolutely.
Mowgli seems like he's dialed in. P4 looks like he's dialed in. The rest of the supporting cast had big moments. And on a map like Cafe, it's going to be fascinating to see the way that these two teams beat the living hell out of each other. Because I think you can argue that Clubhouse is a little bit more formulaic than a map like Cafe.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be... I actually think if Wolves can keep up the momentum on Mowgli and P4 on the entries and getting stuff done, I think that's going to be their way into success on the attacking side. For Astralis, I'm actually not concerned for them because I feel like Cafe plays quite well into them, how they play the map, how they play the 1v1s, and also their strategical approach. I would not be surprised if Thatcher is banned, that they play Kaid and do some tricks upstairs. I wouldn't be surprised. But for Wolves, I'm not entirely sure I can say with confidence that I expect them to understand the map at 110%. So, aggression from Wolves, please. I think it's what you have to do. Astralis, I think you can play some mind games.
Like I said, the Wolves played this map in EUL, and they went 0-2.
Yeah.
0-2. So they will need to win on this map for the first time in the last 4-ish months of competition.
Yeah.
I mean, not that it's going to be necessarily a huge challenge for them with the way that a couple of these superstars played previously. Like you said, if they carry that over, Mowgli on so many rounds just worked his own magic. Time and time again on attack, we saw Mowgli not get droned in. Mowgli would just enter, being very aggressive those few times on the stairs, and then again into the middle of the bomb site, in CCTV, inside a church, almost in the bedroom as he ascends up those main stairs. Mowgli's there.
He is, always.
And in a 1v1 gunfight on land, when you got a player feeling as good as Mowgli was, it's very hard to shut that down, especially when the rest of the team enables you through their gadgetry, not necessarily through their drone work.
But then again, Astralis haven't played Cafe in the NL, so it's like they're also going into this like Wolves that they're going in blind, right? They have no idea what to expect from this side of Astralis. So there's always gonna be that kind of like comfortability where if Astralis has started seeing stuff that they've seen in the VODs that they've been reviewing, they go, that's what they're gonna do. Well, Wolves don't have that, so I fully agree with you. I think it's gonna have to be send Mowgli in somewhere, Mowgli go shoot, Mowgli go kill.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but Wolves actually don't have thumbs to play video games.
Yet they're so good at it.
You ever see a wolf gaming?
I've never seen any animal except for like a monkey or, yeah, that's it, maybe a dog on occasion. I don't know, play video games.
I was going to say I've seen wolves in the wild, but never actually gaming. We're just waiting for the teams to get into the server, by the way, so we're going to hurry them up. Believe you me, if I had the means to yell at the players...
You could, actually.
Start the game!
Start the game! Get in the lobby!
We are victims just like you are. We know that you want to get to the goods. Trust me.
Where's the caster start the game button again? I'm looking for it.
Veli took it when he left.
He took it?
Veli took it. So,
there's no way.
So Veli, who works in another esport now, he actually fully controls when we start the game.
We should message him. If you guys know Veli. No?
No call to action. No spam
I'm
Veli.
sorry. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, tell him to start the game.
Leave the man be.
Do it anyway.
He can do whatever he likes.
It's not harassment if it's meant with good intention, right? that's... No? Okay, I'm sorry.
I wish we knew, by the way, what was going on in the other stream. W7M playing for Mexico right now, as there were some challenges with three of the Brazilian teams to get visas for America. Unfortunate circumstances all around. It would have been delightful to have them here. Elevate falling victim to very similar circumstances. We actually do have an update for you, by the way, and since we are still awaiting the players to get into the lobby, plug your ears for the next 10 seconds. If you don't want a spoiler, it's currently 3-3. So close, very close.
They're surprisingly close, actually.
Surprisingly close is a great way of putting it.
So, yeah.
What do you want to comment on?
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm just very surprised about the game matchup it being so close. The way that it works with ping is essentially that they're playing pretty high ping, but they're doing really good work with it.
There's a way to play on ping, though.
There is a way to play on ping.
It is not as optimal as playing on no ping.
No, it's not.
It is still a disadvantage, but there is a way to play around it. Would you like to go in depth? Would you like to extol the virtues
Typically,
of
the simple explanation is that don't stand still and always be the one swinging if possible. But of course, when you play at this high level, you can't just be running on like it's a ranked game because normally that will not work in your favor. But typically, yeah, stay on your feet, be proactive, and you just gotta have a little bit of faith because the game gets a little bit like funky sometimes. Like you die behind the wall or get a kill behind the wall because there's a latency issue with the servers. So, yeah, don't stand still. Be the one to take the gunfight.
Hey, thanks, Pengu. Thanks for the advice. We're getting the Astralis players in the server right now, so we'll be ready to go in just a moment or so. Once again, please do not scold or shame the players. Please do not DM or at anybody.
None of that.
Any former casters, any current casters, any former hosts, any current hosts, any former players, any current players. None of that nonsense.
No.
None of that nonsense. Is DP Fire's name DP Tello?
It is. Is it like Donatello from Ninja Turtles, or is it something else? Because that's the only name I can think of. I don't know either. Could be a reference.
Got Ninja Turtles on the brain there?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm not against it. DP Tello is like kind of flows. Maybe he should just rename, rebrand, change it up.
Well, it seems like they're ready to go. We have all 10 players in the server.
Phenomenal.
Callout stands behind Astralis. Lilun stands behind Wolves, as you can see. She and Helby have been working magic for the team.
Long time.
A long time. Both of them have been involved for so long. Lilun in particular has been affiliated with that French roster for, God.
Since?
I feel like before I
Yeah,
casted.
it's been so long, actually.
A consistent force, and it's nice to see her again. It's nice to see the whole team again. Like I said back at the start when we were casting Chiefs versus Wolves, I do miss casting European teams.
I actually missed, because we've been casting European teams other events, but this time, first time, we can actually interact with the players more. We are getting to, like, we have a crowd as well for this event playoffs. Someone... Is there someone singing?
Red Cube is over by the Astralis bench, banging something, making noise, and we wish that he would not. So, anyway, we are ready to get into the matchup. Your eyes do not deceive you. We have Cafe on the screen. It is finally time for our second match of the day to begin. Thank you so much again for your enduring patience. Astralis will be starting on defense on Cafe. Wolves on attack, which means that the Wolves will get bans 2 and 3. This first ban that you see going out, it'll be Astralis, and, well, would you look at that? The crutchiest of the crutch operators, Finka. No more.
The irony here is that for the side of Wolves, it's not even Mowgli who plays it as P4, so while the Finka target ban itself is effective, you're not actually target banning the carry, so
You would ban the Zofia.
You probably would.
You'd ban the Zofia if you wanted. Was Mowgli was playing Zofia?
Unless they've changed it for Cafe because Clubhouse requires 2 Heart Breachers, so Mowgli got the A so he can play aggressive. I don't know if that's going to be the same case for Wolves on Cafe, so maybe that's the exception.
Could be.
But either way, it's gone. That's your mirror, followed up, pretty basic stuff, and so is Valkyrie. This, of course, is a very crucial operator for Wolves on Clubhouse, and they'll be in the game no more on Cafe.
Unsurprising, as the bans are far less exciting, far less saucy. As we saw back on Clubhouse, we had 2 defenders banned out that were a little bit out of place in comparison to the usual bans, but Valkyrie and Mira are exceptionally standard. Valkyrie on a map like Cafe, because there are so many nooks and crannies that you can hide those cameras. It's a big map, and a camera on that top floor can look at 2 separate floors, for example. So lots of room for opportunity with that operator. It would also necessitate an IQ through at least 1 or 2 rounds. You don't necessarily want to box yourself in, even if Wolves did bring an IQ before. Very first defense for Astralis. It's going to be in reading and in dining. They will let you extend upstairs. You see they are doing just that. Verticality is the name of the play on this.
Yes. Whenever you're playing reading, whenever you're playing fireplace, whenever you're playing top floor, you want to try to extend as much as possible. If you're playing top floor bombs, you're going to go into like cigar piano or maybe low in C4s. If you're playing reading down as we are right now, you're going to go and floor up into cocktail. The reasoning for this is because you want to hold on to as much of the map as possible so that you can give it up and leverage it for time. So say you start top floor, you start droning it in, you kill a few drones, fall back 1 room, right? Then they gotta drone that room, you kill 1 more drone, you fall back that further room. So eventually, you're killing drones, you're buying time as a defender, and slowly giving up map control instead of allowing the attackers just run in through and get too much value in too short of time span. Astralis, nothing quite out of the ordinary. P4 is forced onto the Twitch. The finger is banned. Shuttle on the mute. Forest and Melusi. Iconic on the Aruni, Smoke, and Jaeger. So nothing quite out of the ordinary.
Thank you, Nick, for reading out every single one of the operators. And again, the Wolves, they were not particularly sharp on these opening picks against the Chiefs, and history will repeat itself. Bibu the first to die for Wolves, and now Rise at 50 HP as well. Excellent start from Astralis. Mowgli is down. Look at this full court press from Astralis.
Yep, pretty easy making some fire, but Shinga does get a kill trade, but that's not really gonna give you everything you need. Now, catch Jan over here up into the tarp area. That's gonna even back the score 3 for 3. You have verticality on the sledge, but if Jan gets out, which he does, that's gonna mean Astralis are now in the driver's seat still. Wolves, they should know this happening because that sound drop on the right side is quite loud. Shinga has full control, but he doesn't see the shoulder of the smoke at all. He's alive. Critical damage. Setting up the bomb site here, trying to eliminate as much of the bomb site itself as possible so that we can start planting later on in the round.
It's halfway through that round, as you talked about. Diffuser remains a Shinka, which means that if push comes to shove with objective play, P4 and Rise will have to cover. There's a touch of canister left for J9O. There's no nitro cells remaining. So you don't have a ton of post-plant pressure or plant denial as well from Astralis. Both of those avenues very much favor Wolves, but the man count P4 with the F2 in hand. Easy out to Iconic, but look at that, J9O picking off Shinka. That's Diffuser down. The last two players from Wolves, both low, very low HP. Iconic teams up with one other player from Astralis to take out P4. And Rise survives his demise. Down he goes. Very first round goes to Astralis.
Oh my.
What is happening?
What is happening? That's the first round Astralis winning tiers, if you guys can hear that in the back, by the way. And you said it yourself, Parker, the EGO, or the confidence, if you will, that Astralis plays with, is really hard to fight back against, because they swing you, and they swing you with two people at once, non-stop.
I mean, the confidence there. Just on the entry alone, they read the Wolves like a book with how they were going to get into the map. Keep in mind that in the very first matchup, the Chiefs were bullying Wolves in terms of those opening picks. All but one came off attack. It was on defense that Chiefs struggled. And on attack, Wolves got the opening pick in every single round. They ran into a brick wall this time, and the script has been flipped. On defense, Astralis roaming aggressively, holding that upstairs, and catching Wolves as they enter the map, doing tons of damage to Rise, and killing off Bibu. That's about as good as you can hope for at that point, because the rest of Wolves couldn't even translate that entry towards the bomb site. It was not a top floor bomb site. It was not a top floor execute. They couldn't make it towards reading. So with a bomb site like this though, Nick, here on Kitchen for the second defense for Astralis, we see teams pull off very linear executes without taking control of that second floor. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It really depends on the way that the teams, and most importantly the defenders, decide to play it.
And that's kind of what the Maverick plays into from the side of Bibu. And we do see Astralis with both the Mute and the Kaid, so it does look operator lineup-wise that it's going to be very passive first floor horizontal hold, but we can see the operator outlines rather at the floors above. So there is a Roman presence from Astralis. It's not going to be as straightforward as just walking on in. And J9O under fire. The artillery, 3 grenades and tossed in his direction.
Goodness.
Eventually he gets found, and so does the shield. That is a crucial position in VIP that the Wolves have dealt with successfully, and it's smoke off the board. They just bought themselves 30 seconds extra because those toxic babes are now gone.
I'll spectate and ride along again. As you said, the smokes being gone, particularly crucial, Nick. That's a good 25 to 40 seconds, depending on how you space them out, of time that you just can wait and buy your team so much. Nitro Cell goes off, drone work coming in, and Iconic moved off of his position. Second body from Astralis hits the floor. It's DP fire. Down he goes, but a fight back. Iconic decides to get quite aggressive at a numbers disadvantage. This is not necessarily a bad thing, but a second opportunity does not work out in his favor. Bibu outduels him. P4 goes down to Shuttle. Both teams taking advantages. We still have well over a minute to go, and it's just Forest for Astralis. Wolves taking map control very quickly. Shinka answers back. And a down for Forest, but that's all she wrote. Exceptionally well played by Wolves. Tons of confidence. And it's one round apiece for these two teams.
Also an extremely odd round, because normally when we see this, the attackers will pick one side to attack from, either Bakery or backside VIP where the Wolves started. Or, of course, go for the roam clear, take the entirety of top floor, second floor, do vertical play, etc. and execute. But they went backside onto VIP, spent all their flashbangs and or most of their flashbangs and almost all their grenades to get the kill into smoke, then 180-degree turn around and run to Bakery to then attack from their front. So they basically isolated a member of Astralis. They got the quote-unquote freebie, made that a 5 versus 4, and then worked in their favor and took really good advantage of the fact that there was an isolated member. So good read from Wolves. And again, Astralis, normally, they don't play that far apart, but this is Cafe after all. There will be positions on every single bomb site. For example, now we're on Cocktail. People will often be in Piano with a single player behind the shield at 90, and that's where the Jaegers put down his ADSs right now. That's, again, one of those isolated members that you can find on the attacking side if you are successful. So, see if Wolves can do it again. Bomb site rotation, reading, basement, and now top floor into Cocktail. We are not sticking around on the bomb side if it does not work out the first time. Then we'll go back to it later.
I will be very, very keenly watching this entry from Wolves, as that was a major difference maker in both rounds. An unsuccessful first entry as they get clobbered by Astralis, but then they pounce on it. They pick off J90, snowball the rest of the round, and, well, they didn't need to even come close to pulling off an execute because they killed every player from Astralis who decided to go for some of those hero peaks to narrow the numbers down. Cocktail will play out a little bit differently. As you see the first Flores drone, the Rotero drone, go in, take out the Malusi Banshee, and still more utility being blown up. If you look at the lineup for Astralis, there are tons of targets for these Rotero drones. You can take out ADSs to allow your grenades clear sailing or the smokes that you have in the hands of the Gridlock.
Said it, Gridlock, the key operator here, because normally we don't see this operator being played almost at all. But Rise has chosen to bring it. You get the smoke grenades, you get the... I'm not sure what the gadget is called officially, but... basically, they can slow down the attack, or the defenders rather. They can cut off a flank or a rotation, and you also get a great weapon in hand to go along with it. Mowgli aggressively into inside of his cigar. He's getting shot from multiple angles here because Bathroom and Cotta's on a fire. He walks into Piano, which meets his demise. The Claymore of Bibu trades it back. Good window repel from Rise, also gets one, and Bibu finds another. It's a massacre.
What is happening in this round? There are 4 players, all dead, 120 to go, almost identical to what we saw in the previous round, where it is just bloodshed and nothing else. By the way, Trax Stingers are what they're called.
Track Stingers?
Trax, T-R-A-X, Trax Stingers. That's why she said my tracks are going out.
Okay.
J90 will stand sentinel inside of the back bar. He and Forest will be the only 2 players to hold off this assault from Wolves. The toxic canister goes down as well. Obscures our vision, obscures their vision, and does some damage in the process. Utility for the Wolves, not really there. Just 2 smokes and a couple flashes. That's all they have as the last set of tracks goes out. And that audio cue can also cover up some of the sounds that the attackers need, such as a diffuser going down. J90 has some kind of sixth sense as to the location of these attackers in Piano. He's going to get caught in a cross as he gets flashed down and moved on over. Diffuser going down right now. Hibana in hand. Shinka very close to pulling it off. Can J90 stop it in its tracks through the soft wall? No, the numbers get worse for Astralis, leaving Forest to clutch. He gets one. How many can he drag down with him? This is a winnable situation, but he cannot outduel the recoil. That's his greater nemesis. Back up he goes, and he's lost the plot. As the players from Wolves will sit and wait. They know exactly where he is, and through the soft wall he goes. Wolves have their first lead of the game as they're up 2-1.
That is also one of the very, not like, one of the very first plans we've seen from Wolves, right? I don't remember if they actually got one down on Clubhouse, but almost every single round on Club came down to basically gunfights. This time around, they got the numbers advantage. Then they slowed it down. They droned out the final 2 members of Astralis, knew exactly where they were. Then they kept waiting, and then at the very last moment, the XU came through. They located the safe plant spot. They got into the position. You see the skylight position at the very end of this kill cam. You can see the post plant from there, meaning even if every single member of Wolves fell on the side itself, the skylight player is in a really easy position to clutch out a 1v1 or that be a 1v2. Wolves also making great work of the attacker repick. They've gone around the Maverick. They had the Florist last round. Bibu now showed the Ying. Now onto Sophia instead. So this is something that we gotta keep our eyes on, because a map like Cafe has so many different approaches, but they're all dependent on different operators. So we see it here, 3 different operators changing. From Gridlock, well, back to Gridlock, from Ibana onto Ace, and from Ying onto Nomad. So the Nomad gives you flashbangs that you lose from going away from the Hibana, but the Ace Selma gadget arguably is favored by some Pro League players, but you don't have the flashbangs. So it's a nice little trade-off between operators to get back the same resources, but in a different manner.
This diversity in the
sorry, real quick, Parker.
Oh,
I'm talking about your favorite team here, Astralis. They're like one of the only teams that play Thorn, by the way.
Yes.
And they actually play it quite frequently, and now we see it on the round 4 as well.
Fascinating to watch how this Irish operator gets used. 3 Razor Blooms come with a very good gun that has next to no recoil and hits like a truck. Also a very satisfying sound, if I do say so myself.
Yes.
Those Razor Blooms, while taking quite a while to activate, when paired with a Banshee or barbed wire or something as simple as a Yokai drone or a Guzman mine, if Ella happens to be in play, those Razor Blooms can kill you in a single shot, and they will insta-gib you, as a term that I've used before that I hope you're old enough to understand what that is. Mowgli trades out almost all of his HP for DP Fire, and look at that! Rises in! He's just sprinting upstairs. The bomb site might not be on the top floor, but Wolves are. Nitro Cell from Shuttle connects as the F2 just tears right through Shuttle. Forest answers back onto P4. Still some control for Astralis close to the bomb site. That's every single bomb site that's now been played by Astralis, as it's this engine/mining dining bomb site that we see being held. Wolves emerge at the halfway point of the round in a 3v2, an advantageous spot to be. That brief bit of action follows what we saw in both rounds 2 and 3.
It's almost like Astralis trying to be this very normal version of Siege, playing very much together and strategical, and then Wolves just running through, breaking apart the patterns and finding kill after kill after kill, leaving G2 in a 1 versus 3 with a minute and 10 to go, just like the previous rounds. And now look, Wolves, they're gonna slow down. They're gonna drone, figure it out, see a player upstairs, see the silhouette, they're droning and waiting around, not expose themselves, not taking gunfights, they are playing it slow. So they have to defuse it down on the ground, they get caught off guard. That's the one angle there was no eyes upon. There's still 2 members left.
They just know he's trapped at this point, though. There's only a single way out that doesn't immediately earn some suspicion, and that's the rotate inside of Laundry. Happens to be the path that J9O takes with the diffuser down and picked back up by Bibu.
It's a safe plant.
Is it a potential plant going down now as J9O makes some noise? Only 1 HP. Rise just needs to waste time as Bibu gets the diffuser down. Another bit of objective play for the Wolves. So good on as low HP as J9O is. This is going to be an almost impossible task. And there's still smokes to add insult to injury. Rise throws one out, expecting to by the window as J9O plods his advance back in, and there's just so many bullets in that LMG. 3 rounds in a row for Wolves. They're making quick work of this match after the hot start from Astralis in round 1.
I think this is a perfect sample of just simply a matchup where neither team knows how the other one plays by feeling, right? Astralis, they've played every team in the NAL so many times before. Now you're playing against Wolves, which you maybe studied their 2 previous Cafe games that they lost on the UL, but you have no idea how it feels to be against them in the server, and it looks like Astralis can't read them that well because they're getting ran over by Wolves on Cafe, which usually is a very defender-sided map. And we see now, gonna take a tactical timeout from Astralis to talk about what exactly is going wrong.
There have only been a couple matches in the entire NAL where Astralis has trailed, so to be down 3-1 so early on, especially on a map that I have no doubt a key part of why you come here is the 0-2 record of Wolves in the EUL. Well, you might be a little bit shaken to your core. Yeah, Astralis is a new team in terms of international experience. The only player on that bench that has played at an international competition is Shuttle. The other 4 players all making their debut. And I don't know if it's nerves, I don't know if it's a lack of preparedness or what, but they go to a map that on paper looks quite weak for Wolves. And you're down. And you're down when you're on defense. Cafe fluctuates between being friendly towards attackers and friendly towards the defenders, but at the rate that this match is going, Wolves are looking even more fierce than they did against the Chiefs, which is an astonishing thing to say given the result that we saw.
No, it is, and Cafe isn't like a clear-cut, oh, it's crazy good for defender situation. It very much is a back and forth. In some regions, it's defender favored, in some regions, it's attacker favored, but it's never favored by that much. We're talking, 45, 55, usually at the most, so it really comes down to execution and what your approach is to a given match. And I wouldn't say Astralis' approach has been bad by any means. They've been setting up problems that the Wolves have to solve. But Wolves, well, they don't even solve the problem. They just bulldozer it over with aggression and with confidence. And most importantly, they're playing very well together. Whereas in their game against Cheese that we just saw in Clubhouse, I was afraid that Wolves would be too reliant on the individual play of people like Mowgli just popping off. We actually see Bibu and Rise being the top gunners, leading the charge on the injuries as well. Complete opposite situation of the previous game we just saw. That's really surprising to me because it just means that Wolves have more layers than we initially thought. The slow round almost took the first minute to open the hatches, and to add insult to injury, Bibu used his soft utility on Sophia to open them up as well because, well, there is no Sledge and Shinka is playing Claymore, so he had to sacrifice very valuable utility to just get the hatches opened up. It's a rough start, but, well, Mowgli entry onto J9, onto Piano, smoke off the board once again. Huge kill for them.
It's 2 rounds in a row where J9O's presence will not be felt, and those are particularly bad blows to Astralis. No smoke to deny a plant, no smoke to provide cover, no smoke to do damage, and potentially force your opponents into a different part of the map. Slow is correct, though, by the way. Half the server should be dead by now if we go by previous rounds.
The change of pace here. I think one of the skills that is kind of underrated is that if you can play fast one route, slow the next, always keep your enemy guessing as to what your kind of pacing is. It's so hard to adapt to because it doesn't make any sense. So Wolves, they bulldoze you down the first 3 rounds. Following 2 is much slower. A little bit of damage there. Looked like it went through, but look at the health bars. Nothing, in fact, happened. But we're just waiting. Wolves again droning, taking control, getting down the air jabs, and all of a sudden, in 20-30 seconds or so, I bet you they're going to run in with aggression and with confidence, and Astralis not going to be ready for it.
But I want to see how Astralis responds to that, because Wolves have taken advantage of being quick to the punch. Astralis now playing the waiting game seems like it might benefit them as they lose out on DP Fire, but then immediately double up with Shuttle and Iconic getting active on the kill feed. Now it's Iconic to lose some more HP as Shuttle gets dropped, and that's it! Bibu picks up 2 huge kills, and the timeout from Astralis doesn't seem to matter. Wolves look formidable.
I think you said it best, Parker. What is Astralis going to do when the Wolves are giving them all this time? It seems like Astralis are waiting for what's to come, but they also aren't ready for it when it then finally arrives. Sure, they got 2 kills and they lost 2 players, but they're still in the disadvantage from that beginning opening kill, and then Wolves just runs away the round again because people finds 3 back-to-back-to-back. So Astralis, where is the adaptation? Where is the confidence we saw in round 1, where they were taking the fights to Wolves? The moment they got shut down in round 2 and round 3, it's like game over almost, it looks like. Astralis are always the better team when they're the proactive ones, looking for engagements, looking for openings, and kind of fighting their way into the round. Whereas right now, they're just waiting for something to happen, and then they lose. Roam game on basement. I like this situation. The castle here complements the strat very well. You can deny land of sight. You can kind of build the fortress. You can kind of shape the map the way you'd like to. And you can play with the mute jammers from forest around that as well. Deny certain walls. Then we see J9O on the Ella, DP Fire on the Thorn. You're getting all this information via gadgetry because barbed wire is not always as reliant on staircases. or away from staircases rather. So the Griswold mines and those razor blooms put in specific locations that you care about a lot, like for example the skylight. That means if anybody drops down, you will know that they did, because Wolves, they tend to sneak around a lot and just get those cheeky injuries.
Well, still setup being done by this Astralis team with 40 seconds, or 30 seconds rather, off of the clock again. Wolves in the previous round having taken that definitive advantage. Now we'll use this Twitch drone to great effect. P4 has been absolutely loving this. Not just the utility that Twitch brings, but also having the FAMAS on LAN. It just cuts right through you like a hot knife through butter. Even if P4 has not been the top kill, or rather the top fragger on the team. Believe it or not, it's Bibu and Rise leading the way. Rise heard us talking about his .81 rating, and he doesn't seem to care. What's happening, by the way? Wolves are in the middle of the bomb site. I would just like to let you know that Wolves are in the middle of the bomb site. Everybody is still alive, but they finally see it. And that's when the killing begins. Astralis coming out well ahead. A big gamble for the Wolves with 1 minute and 30 to go. It's going to be quite the recovery. Can they do so gracefully? Mowgli and P4 to find these players. DB Fire putting that Uzi to good work. Leaves P4 in a 1v4. It's the final round of Astralis' defensive stead. At most, they're going to walk away with 2 rounds. Wolves won it definitively in the previous round with their 4 rounds in a row. P4's got a tall task ahead of them. Seems unlikely. Diffuser nowhere nearby, so you just kind of have to kill time at this point. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and he discovers a bomb site that has nobody from Astralis in it. As he rotates towards Freezer, knowing that there's a smoke nearby, Iconic swings back out again and makes relatively easy work of the final player from Wolves. What was an incredible middle part of this first half. The timeout didn't work immediately, but the go for broke strategy from Wolves falls apart. Astralis recovers, and that's the first half in the books. Wolves emerging with a 4-2 victory, the same scoreline as they had over the Chiefs.
And it's surprising, to be honest, starting a tag on Cafe against Astralis with a 0-2 or a 2-loss record on it in the EUL. The thing is, that final round, round 6 that we just saw, looked phenomenal from Wolves. They saw the heavy roam game, they saw the lack of vertical holes, nothing stopping them from rushing in, no traps, the Twitch drone cleared out the bulletproof and the default camera, etc. They had no idea it was going to happen. But one tiny gap that was in their attack was simply that nobody was scoring that red wall, nobody used those smoke grenades to deny the line of sight effectively, so there was a very big opening for the defenders to get a line of sight onto the planter, and that changed the entire round. So very small things, but with a huge penalty.
I mean, the plant was almost down too,
it was
right?
So
it was on a hair.
It was so
How
close.
much does that round change if the diffuser goes down? Yeah, you still get the kill. Down goes Shinka.
Or it's a great post plant if you get that. You can open up the wall into Bakery, the single wall, and see it all the way from outside. It's almost a guaranteed win at that point. Post plants on Cafe are nasty in a lot of situations.
Cocktail defense, very first opportunity for Wolves on this map, and they'll go all the way to the top floor. Tale of the first half, in case you're wondering. Obviously, Wolves emerge in a 4-2 scoreline. Astralis picked up 2 of the opening picks. Wolves picked up 4. The teams that actually got the very first pick went on to win the round 100% of the time. So that's always a neat figure to refer back to. In terms of bomb site rotation, all 4 bomb sites, just as we saw when Wolves played on Clubhouse. Every single bomb site on Cafe played.
Oh, I love this.
I'm going to stop myself for a second because there's 2 Candelas tossed out by Shuttle, and I don't know if Astralis had other plans, but Mowgli gets the very first pick. It's answered back by J90, but that's 2 Candelas used. You picked off the former raid boss of Wolves, but is by no means the main target with the way that this team has been played, and you lost your single Heart Breacher from Astralis in the process. Is that worthwhile?
We'll find out. Normally when the Yin Candelas go, so does the team, but that was more like a bait of the execute, I suppose. Only 1 person acted. You still have 2 more Candelas. Ying did get that slight change where her Candelas, they flash for less of duration, but she gets 1 extra in her pocket. So 4 Candelas to go, 1 more smoke in the pocket, 2 left in her pocket as well. And that means that there's a second round of execution here for the side of Astralis for when they're ready.
Now, it looked like one of those Candelas was going to go down onto the new hatch, as we talked about before. You said it's a perfect execute strategy, but you can maybe bait out the players from Wolves into the waiting arms, and that's why I said maybe that's the play.
Yeah.
We didn't exactly see what the coverage for Astralis was. There's some maneuvering by Wolves as they head out of that top floor and instead go for a rotate on that first floor and could emerge through brown stairs, white stairs, wherever they choose to go. Grenade gets tossed out, doesn't have anybody found on the other side of it. It blows up over by Pixel. P4 being hunted relentlessly down below. He's got the attention of Astralis. It's Astralis on attack, so they are the ones who need to get that diffuser down. You cannot get bogged down hunting roamers or fighting shadows. You got to get in, and you got to hurry, as you've only got about 30 seconds left on the clock. Diffuser's in the hands of Shuttle. He's got 1 smoke and 2 candelas left, tons of utility. Great patience by Wolves as they're not taking any of these engagements. Why bother? Let them come to you. 1 candela goes, there goes a smoke. Both candelas now out, and it's a dead drop from Shuttle, answered immediately by Bibu, who picks up kills, 8, and it looks like a 9th as well. 10 for Bibu, as he's got a triple kill, and it's a duel versus J9O, and he wins it. Bibu coming in so clutch for Wolves. They take their very first defense. The lead grows again, and they're 2 rounds away from vanquishing Astralis.
We can talk about Mowgli and P4 all we want, but in that particular 1 versus 2, I think Bibu is the perfect choice of a player to be in that clutch position. The experience and being able to guide and lead your team from the trenches as well, having the experience to know when to make the right decision there, Bibu played the 1v2 beautifully. Used the cover to get the 1 versus 1, didn't sit around and wait. He used the live information with the red and yellow ping to aggressively seek the final 1v1 with 11 seconds left on the clock. Well done for them. And Astralis, it was so well read from Wolves. The second execution that they came with, the final Candela and the final smoke grenade, it was so easy to read everything that they were gonna do, and that's why Wolves, they came out on top. It was so predictable. When you go for these kind of crazy executes, it has to be chaotic. It has to feel like you're under pressure from so many different angles and positions. That wasn't the case. There were 2 players on window rappels from Astralis and 2 people on the skylight. There was no pressure being applied anywhere. The rappel animation makes sound, the skylight drop makes sound, and with only 1 smoke grenade and 1 candela for 1 area of the map, that's not going to blind anybody or smoke off enough lines of sight to actually get you to the bomb side. That's why they got punished.
Well, this is a far cry from the Astralis that we saw back in round number 1. All the moxie and swagger from NAL evaporated at the 6-minute mark, the end of round number 2. Since then, Wolves have been out for blood, and they have not been hunting alone. They've been working well as a team.
They have.
The depth on this team as well has been shown over the last 2 matchups. They have their static top performers. Mowgli and P4 are the 2 that you expect to be doing the best, but they are actually the bottom performers right now. It's Rise and Bibu carrying the load for their team. That's what you need at this level of competition.
It is. If anyone can step up at any given time, that is arguably the perfect situation, while also playing well together as a team. Coordination, communication, and playing off one another. Now, Astralis, they have all of those exact same traits as a team. Individual greatness, yes. Good team play, yes. Good strategy, yes. Good communication, most likely. We can't hear them, but I assume so. But the Wolves look better in this particular matchup so far. However, I would say this round in particular has to be Astralis's. They fully roam cleared a basement roam at 1 minute and 45.
Where?
This is the first floor roam. I'm very sorry, it's not the basement. They are way ahead of the curve. Normally, you would say at least half the round would be spent for the attackers to clear out the map. They did it in less than half. They already got the 0 cameras done, the Argus cams. They got almost all the vertical blade damage being done. They still got flashbangs, they still got nades. They actually have everything going for them.
Shuttle just baited out a Nitro Cell too, so even more for Astralis. That seems to be working in their favor as the Buck sets up Office upstairs. Scarily low on Skeleton key ammo. Astralis are in, Mowgli first to fall, trying to keep it close and deny match point. Look at that, all these bullets from J9O, never needs to reload. Astralis picks up those 2 kills and the diffuser goes down for them as well. Good objective play. They're clobbering Wolves. Nobody being able to hold a candle to the Astralis' entry, and then in the post plant so far, no real contest either. Wolves with just 2 players, Astralis, all 5, and that 5 will continue to ride along a flawless shaping up. It leaves just Shinka in a 1v5. That's it. 20 seconds left, diffuser dropping and continuing to go down. Iconic Falls, the only player from Astralis, but is this a lone sacrifice to give intel? Because you have 2 seconds to get to the diffuser. Shinka, you find a second kill. There you go. Round is over. Astralis wins it based on time, denying the Wolves match point. Well, there's still a timeout for Wolves. They've still got so much room on this runway, but Astralis get some confidence back from that one.
Who would have thought that when Wolves do nothing and let themselves just kind of get run over, that they would lose, right? Because that's all they did. Like, when they play reading, when they play top floor, etc., they can move around the map. But on a basement defense, for the most part, it comes down to that bomb site itself. That's arguably where Wolves are weak, and you saw it. It's a 5v5 executed around the 1 minute mark, and Wolves had no way to deny the entry point or the plant from Astralis. No C4, all they had was toxic babes, but with no information, they couldn't make the right decision as to when to smoke or where to smoke. So, Wolves, you need to get proactive, right? Challenge them on the roam, that's where you're strongest.
May I jump in for a second?
You may jump in for a second.
I am going to quote a great man named Jesse J. Chick, who is not presently here, but will be joining us for the playoffs on Friday.
Okay.
I assume he lands on Thursday.
Okay.
From Edmonton. His team make it to the second round of the NHL playoffs. I digress. He posted that in the pregame of Astralis and Wolves that he feels that the Wolves are off to a tough game and it's about to get tougher. Astralis only lost 1 match through all of Stage 1. Their individual gun skill is insane on all 5 players and they're not afraid to work together to make plays happen. They're going to have to fend off the spawn peak from P4 or find themselves down 1 body. P4 is not looking in the right place. Forrest is wise to it. I'll continue reading. Wolves will need to speed up their attacks if they want to win. At times, Astralis can find themselves a little too far from sight on their roams. Depending on the map, this needs to be something that Wolves can identify and abuse with fast pushes, or they're not going to do well. And guess what they did on attack?
Very accurate, I would say.
Wolves were incredibly brisk on their attacks, and Jesse posted that over an hour ago. So he did not see this and then make a post thinking that he was some genius in hindsight.
It's impressive. I mean, every single thing about that tweet was actually very accurate, and it's pretty much what played out as well. Now we're going to see the Wolves on the defense. Will they fall to the same issues as that of Astralis from the roaming around entries from the attackers? DP5 on the Nook, tries to get cheeky, tries to get the opening kill, but gets shut down. Not in the death, so to speak, but he gets found out. Now we know Nook is on the board. That means that you will always have your guns up on a staircase or a flank if you're the Wolves, because you know there's a chance that a sneaking Nook can be there. Twitch, actually, by the way, one of the best maps to play here is going to be on Cafe. You get an incredible amount of value because of the verticality. You can jump up the pillar area, make your way around the map, and just deny all that utility and all those dead zones that you find. Same kind of story for Flores, of course. Good value.
Gave a lot of credit to Astralis on how fast they were on the previous round. Well, look at the time.
Slowing down.
Much slower.
It's good value though. All you need here, if you're Astralis, is you need cocktail control if possible. Once you get cocktail control, you pretty much get the bomb site control. And with a minute left, it's still doable, but it might not be their choice. They might want to go for a horizontal take instead, and that's where P4, hiding in this corner of pillar, can be very, very lethal. They have time and drones to figure it out, and drone comes around the corner now, he gets spotted, and now he is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is a bad spot to be in. No real rotates available. You're going to have to go down swinging unless you somehow think that Brown Stairs is the place for you, and no way they let him get out of there for free. Mowgli above, likely coming for some covering fire. Astralis gets the very first pick. It happens very late, but now Astralis is finding the mark. P4 finished off. They won't let him escape that easily. Nitro Cell tossed out by Wolves. It connects on the shuttle. Numbers getting narrower. Still in favor of Astralis. Wolves can taste match point, but they are losing all of their forces. Another one goes down as Bibu cannot outduel Iconic, who picks up 2 huge kills to end the round. And Astralis are within striking distance.
It's almost like the game just got flipped on its head. Now we're seeing Wolves in the defense waiting almost for something. Like, sure, they were trying to be proactive. Mowgli flanked up above on the top red stairs, but other than that single person above on Mowgli, no one really followed up on the play. There wasn't a clear decisive moment of what they were going to do. It was P4 hiding pillar, Mowgli hiding top floor. They both got found out, and then we see Iconic just absolutely swinging on people near the bomb site itself. Wolves, they play the best in their proactive. Astralis, very same story for them. So the attackers arguably are in a favored position because of that, because they control the flow of the game for the most part. And that's going to bring us to the second tactical timeout in this matchup. It is now Wolves' time to talk about what they think is going wrong.
It allows both teams to talk, as we mentioned and will continue to mention, that just because Wolves take the timeout does not mean that if you're Astralis, you can't take advantage of it too. So callouts, Mike, will be down as well. This is looking like an attacker-sided cafe, and I don't know if the operator bans necessarily play into that one, as Valkyrie and Mira are relatively standard bans for this map. Maybe throw in a Wamai. You've got basically the 3 operators that tend to get banned unless you are going for a target ban on your opponent and the way that they play. Astralis on those 2 rounds. Very different ways of handling those rounds, but still success either way. Back in round number 8, it was a very quick entry. You complimented them for how quickly they took control of that middle floor and then immediately pressured Kitchen. But for that reading defense, it was much slower, almost lethargic at times. But what's the difference between being thorough and being lethargic? Because you can be both of those things. In the end, Astralis had lined up all of their dominoes, and then with just a flick of the finger, they had all of them falling at exactly the right time, even if it took maybe a little bit more of the clock than they wanted.
You know, the old school Vitality that played extremely slow back in the day.
Drink.
We used to say that they are silly for, you know, doing like the last 10-second executes. And I believe there was an interview with some of the players back then. They said they don't think they're silly for it. They just think they're efficient in the sense that they're taking every single second possible in the round and then they execute. Because we see this sometimes with teams, they'll have a minute left, they'll go for an execute, and there's a gap somewhere, they lose the round. So take as much time as you need.
And Bibu is a member of that old Vitality squad. And when I spoke with Meepy back when he was on Team Secret, he said, it's so strange. You'll get droned once, nothing happens. You'll get droned twice, nothing happens. You'll get droned a 3rd time, nothing happens. 20 seconds later, you get droned a 4th time, there's 20 seconds left on the clock, and then all of a sudden you're dead.
Yeah.
And there's really no way to describe it.
No team has ever played anything remote to that playstyle. And we see now teams learning to take their time, but well, Rise, he finds the kill. That is iconic off the board. He's a big member of Astralis.
That's 10 kills and an F2 in the hands of Iconic, no more. But I would argue more importantly, no Twitch drone to take out an Electroclaw. And that is just poor management from Forest on those X-Kairos, getting taken out by the electricity on the other side of the wall. Rise will sit on top of that Electroclaw, still inside of Cigar. Upside down repel can be particularly daunting, but Rise had no problem with it the first time. He's got backup in P4, watching the windows. Second time, not a charm. DP Fire dispatching Rise. Wolves might have gotten the upper hand early on, but there's still plenty of time left for these 2 teams to tussle and a 4v4.
That there is. Again, time is of the essence, and Astralis, much like the last time they attacked, taking it slow this time around. Remember, no Ying on the board. Can't just drop down like last time and go crazy daisy. Gotta find an opening somewhere on the map. It's not gonna be easy because, yes, there's a Flores on the board from Shuttle, but the mute jammers as well from Shinka is gonna make sure that most areas will be inaccessible for his drones to go. He still has 2 left in his pocket.
NA teams love this red drop. They love to go through Cafe. Astralis is not any exception to that. And well, Wolves made them work for it. It's a dangerous spot for Forest to be in if there's a Nitro Cell. That's a very common spot for a pre-placed. Shinka's got it in his pocket, so explosive demise still very possible. Wolves hugging this tight angle in back bar as there's 30 seconds left to go in the round. As you pointed out, no Ying to obscure a drop. So instead, P4 is just going to take matters into his own hands, but he's given his position away while he gets the diffuser down. That's another call! P4 cannot be shaken off of this spot. Astralis push in as best as they can, but it's P4 with a huge 4K, putting the 4 in P4. Wolves on match point.
What a way to finish off the round as well. That's one person in one corner with a bit of information distraction, a bit of help, managed to find 4 quick kills back to back to back to back, and Diffuser. That is again we say, each individual player in this entire lobby at any moment can pop off and carry a single round, as we saw right there. P4 doing just that, B did before him. Match point now for Wolves. Astralis can feel the pressure now more than ever because this means they gotta go the distance just to have the chance of a comeback. It's not gonna be easy. The one thing they got going for them, however, is that they are back. You guys can see, but you guys go through the replay. There it is. Going back to Kitchen. This is the one area where Astralis found the most success in this entire matchup so far, and the Wolves, they really struggled. Barely roamed, sitting tight on the bomb side. No way to have any information, no way to deny the planter, and the operator lineup doesn't really speak to a roam either this time. The one big change is that they have a Maestro, but a Maestro is not a roamer, and those evil eyes will get taken out swiftly by this operator lineup from the side of Astralis. The one interesting thing here is there's a Lion being attacked or reaped. In fact, the entire lineup, all 5 operators, has been changed to a Buck, Lion, Sledge, Sophia, 0, which really doesn't say what they're gonna do, but there's options for either outcome here, a rush or a clean take.
This is the second lineup that we've seen on Cafe that has not had a hard breacher be present, so again, we talked about attacker
well,
repick.
technically speaking,
we
0 does have the secondary hard breach guide.
Shut up.
My bad, my bad. You're correct, Parker.
Nothing else to say really there.
That's
just actually,
you're wrong.
No dedicated hard breacher.
Yes.
Ying can also bring it. Lion could also bring a dedicated hard breacher, the can opener as you call it, if they so choose. But you don't necessarily need 4 of those secondary hard breach gadgets, so the Lion will bring the flashes instead. And they'll be able to eat through any of those ADSs before they recover 10 seconds after being popped. You're going to want those 6 flashbangs in the hands of both the Buck and the Lion to clear the way for the grenades tossed out by the Sledge.
There's no roamers. I just saw all the 5 outlines. I believe all 5 members of Wolves are literally in the first floor of the map, or on the first floor of the map. That means, once again, look at the timer, 1:45. In just in any second now, we can jump on in, take control. And why is this so lethal? Well, the time favors the attackers heavily, and you got Buck, and you got Sledge, and you got Sophia breaching charges. This floor is literally going to be gone in 20 seconds time. That gives you over a minute for Astralis to execute with, and then go to the backside or front side. I would assume it's going to be a similar fashion, dining hatch drop. The Lion is so good for that. You pop the charge, drop the hatch, defenders cannot move, you got flashbangs, and you got grenades, and you don't have to do anything about bakery or VIP.
Astralis did favor the freezer last time around, Nick, so you might be on to something here. Will they
it's just
have it going
straightforward.
It is. It's. I don't want to use the term linear, but it is very common, and it is quite easy to pull off. There goes a grenade from Iconic, taking out P4. Again, the team that gets the first pick goes on to win the round 100% of the time in this match so far. Is that going to continue again? If you're a fan of Astralis or North America, you hope that's the case. As if Wolves win this, that's it. That's the ball game, the proverbial ball game. Of course, the drop comes in. J90, the first one to go down. And it's Bibu to die. Iconic picks up kill number 2. J90 for some covering fire. A 3rd kill from Iconic, but Mowgli flies under the radar. J90 and show the last 2 kills. Astralis stay alive with a flawless round. And it's round 12 to settle this between these 2 teams, or overtime.
The Wolves try the same thing again. A very passive basic defense. It does not work. There's just no way that that's ever going to work because the vertical play doesn't favor the defenders. The evil eyes are not going to matter. You can't deny the plant. No C4s. Toxic babes are in such a hard position to be used, and there's multiple plant options for the attackers if they choose so. I really feel like you gotta get aggressive and make that roam work harder for you, or at least more in your favor, either wasting more time or getting at least a pick or 2. We don't have to worry about it though, because we don't have to ever go back there if we do not want to, and that's why Wolves are taking us to mining, dining instead. I'm gonna change things up. Basement doesn't work. Tried it twice, failed it twice. Castle instead will help us shape the map. Mowgli on Nagoyo is gonna help us deny lines of sight, or rather areas of deny, to try to plan and get into a quick bomb site. The pulse is going to tell us that some verticality will be used, either going to the first floor and you know, scan up, or be on that second floor scanning top floor. That way you have a C4, you also have a second one on Mowgli. That means if you pair these two people together, you have 2 C4s and information. You can play all 3 floors and really access the entire map control.
Mowgli's been having a very bad
He's
game
having a rough
so
game
far.
so
He's been
far.
losing his ones. I think that's the bigger issue here. The depth from Astralis, as we discussed before we got into this match, all 5 players with a 1.05 rating or better in the NA League. Not a single underperformer. And I mean, if you look at the stats here, the only player who's not doing great is Shuttle. That's about it. Everybody else is doing okay, good, or even. And that's really all you can ask for.
Shuttle also play. Oh, that's 2 go canisters and 1 grenade. That's some value.
That's
if you
huge
will.
value.
Huge value.
2 X-Kairos and a single grenade just took out a castle barricade, and the 2 post-plant / plant denial Goyo canisters.
Yep. Once again, it's gonna favor Astralis because if you play it slow, you want those Goyo canisters to be gone as soon as possible. So when you get to the bomb side, those won't be a problem. And that's something that we see teams get better and better at. Instead of just going for the first step of like going top floor like we see now, they will take the final step first. That when they get there, it's not going to be a problem with 20 seconds left remaining, and that's going to benefit them so much more in the long run.
Almost like we're back in the 20-second meta
Almost
here.
if.
Iconic being droned in. There's one playing at a rat angle around the corner. Does he know? He's wary of one being pushed onto white stairs. That's Bibu called to the rescue. That F2 is a great gun, but it can't do it all, and you want Iconic to stay alive for when the push inevitably happens. Just a little over a minute to go now. Match still on the line for Astralis as Wolves are on match point. If Astralis do not prevail here, that's 2 huge victories in regulation for Wolves. And while it doesn't secure their passage to the playoffs, it will give them a massive leg up over their opponents.
It's a great start. We saw the duo of Mowgli and P-Fall with that combination of 2 C4s on the first floor. They can do a lot of damage here because the time is ticking down. So if Astralis take too long to execute, that's when the C4s goes out.
Once again, the team that gets the first pick goes on to win the round 100% of the time in this matchup, and that will benefit none other than Wolves. But the diffuser's being planted, and there's no denial. J9O will get it down. Mowgli taking damage, and we're in a post plant with 9 players alive. J9O's been dropped. He cannot get out of dodge in time, but do they secure? That's the real question. DP fire guns down Bibu. It's to a 4v4, and J9O will need to be recovered. Shuttle is upstairs on the top floor. He can sit over top of the diffuser. That's a huge place for him to be. Down goes Rise. Mowgli follows, and it's DP fire gone. On the diffuser, none other than Wolves. You have to shut them down. Shuttle, there you are, coming in clutch. The streak breaks in round 12, and we will need overtime.
We knew this game was going to be a banger of a match, and we see it right here. Overtime activated. We're gonna go the distance. Astralis has another chance to show that they are the better team.
I mean, this still works well for Wolves. They're still going to pick up some points, assuming that the group stage works the same way that it did for SI, where if you make it to the, you know, what?
Regulation? Overtime?
No, I was... Forest.
What?
He was spanking the air.
He was spanking the air.
He was spanking the air. It made my brain stop working for a second there. A thrilling end, and Wolves let that lead slip through their fingers. They were in firm control. Round number 7, Wolves are up 5-2. All they need is 2 rounds. Of the remaining 5 rounds, they just need to win 2 of them. That's it. They can't do it. They can't get it done. It's 4-2 in favor of the attackers on both sides. If we see overtime follow the same pattern that we saw regulation, that it benefits Astralis, as Astralis gets to go on to attack twice.
Not just that, but also Astralis is on their successful side, and they get to stay there. Instead of going defense and change up your entire playstyle, then go back to attack, you get to stay on the side you're successful on, whereas Wolves, they haven't been doing great in the defenses, and now they gotta stay there again before they get their own shot at to attack against them. So, yeah. You do get to attack inside your Astralis if you win this first one. You're guaranteed a second.
Confirmation as well from our production staff in our ears that you do gain a point for making it to overtime. So while Wolves don't get the desired result, which is a win in regulation, worst case scenario, they still get a consolation prize of sorts by having such a close match. And not to spoil it, but every single match except for one so far today has actually gone to overtime. So we'll see what happens later on down the line, but of course these two teams are so close. Mowgli, who's been having a pretty terrible game by his own standards, especially after that 19-kill performance against the Chiefs, well, he's under fire by Pixel. Grenade tosses out, he loses his mobile cover in the deployable shield. Can't really retreat towards Bathroom and has to be wary of a push from White Stairs. But on this cocktail defense for Wolves, he can just sit and wait. There will need to be more utility to dispose of him in that spot.
I'm surprised he has the confidence to stick around with no magnets. Now he finally got one recharged, so he is now safe from a single grenade. That's the case. Mowgli's sticking to his guns, saying, you know what, if you want this corner, you gotta fight me forward. Shuttle getting droned in down below could mean some vertical damage from the Buck. It's a very flexible operator to bring. So many options, so many decisions you can make, so much damage that can be done. And Iconic holding down the basement of all things right now, expecting someone on the White Stairs. And he'll be correct to guess that because P4 is lingering.
He sees the skeleton key tear through the wall, and the sound of the storm as he walks back up White Stairs will give his position away. Astralis will be on the hunt. That's a nice nade that'll go on down, and it connects onto Rise. Astralis start off the killing. That is exceptional for their fans. Again, you have an almost 100% chance of winning if you get the very first pick. And there's another for Iconic at close range. Continuing to add to the tally, 16 kills for Iconic on his international land debut. Astralis are not out of the woods just yet. While they do hold a 5v3 advantage, Wolves are on defense, and they still have some tricks up their sleeves. They've got the ADSs and magnets to eat away at, but oh my goodness, Forrest picks up a collateral, and it's up to Bibu. But how about another flawless round for Astralis? They did it 2 rounds ago, and damn it, they do it again. Match point, Astralis.
This looks so much more like the NAL Astralis. The confidence, taking the gunfights, playing so good together on that second floor. You had Iconic on basement White Stairs. Then you had Shuttle on the Buck doing open up the wall. They catch the player White Stairs, force him up into the bomb site. The nade kill comes out from Iconic as well. He wins in the second gunfights on White Stairs 2, which he should never be allowed.
No world.
No world.
But it's okay, because Astralis is playing in the stars.
Okay. Galaxy gameplay. All right. Forest collateral, also very nice for him. Second flawless round.
I love the cutoff. Right as Forrest goes to make that. It's like perfectly cut screams. Just, and then that's it. That's all you get.
Ending to a great video is what that is.
On defense now, Astralis goes. Wolves have somewhat fallen asleep since round 7. They've only mustered 2 rounds, and they were both on the exact same bomb site. It was when they were defending Cocktail. So if you go back to attack, Wolves on attack won 4 rounds, and they did it on every single bomb site. They won on Kitchen in round 2, they won on Cocktail in round 3, they won Mining in round 4, and they won Reading in round 5. So they've got that versatility. They can apply their tricks and their traits wherever they go. For this bomb site, it's a reading defense. This bomb site so far has been played a grand total of 3 times. 3 times. That's it. Wolves did not like defending this bomb site. They defended it in round number 9. They lost it and immediately called a timeout. Astralis, though, defended it twice. They won it once. They lost it that last time. So it's a coin toss to see how Wolves end up stacking up. And again, the key is going to be how quick can Wolves execute.
It is. And dare I say that Wolves almost looked like scared or shocked about halfway through this matchup. You said round 7. Last time they really had stuff going for them, sure. But it's like they were playing so aggressive before with so much confidence, taking fights and really engaging. That was on their attacking side. The defense was a bit of a sleeper. Now Wolves are back on attack. First minute is over. They haven't really achieved a lot of map control, haven't gone many places, and Iconic looking to get aggressive into their face instead. So Wolves, it looks like something has changed. Astralis show up with the server, maybe shocking them a bit, terrifying them if you will. Entries being rather slow. Half hour's almost over, time is ticking down. Mowgli getting the injury, not getting shut down this time around, but remember, it is a reading bomb site. You gotta get all of top floor just to go downstairs and then approach the bomb site itself. This top floor area has to be cleared out soon, otherwise it's gonna be really difficult to have time.
Swiss cheese walls that lay out in front of Wolves. As if you're Mowgli, you've got a lot of different places to look at. Rise being very patient as well, but when does patience become a bad thing? Ultimately, that's not a clone, by the way. That's the real deal. Mowgli stunning Forest and getting the very first pick for Wolves, setting us up for a potential 15th and fateful round.
They want to go there. Mowgli not slowing down either, clearing out all of train and a bit of dining as well. People upstairs holding on the fort that is Piano. Wants to make sure that no hatch flank occurs. But that means the rest of his teammates has to find an opening, but it's DP5 that shuts it down instead.
He loses his teammate a shuttle, so the advantage goes back in favor of Wolves, but they don't have a ton of time to work with, and they still need to get to that second floor. Jane, I know the smoke upstairs. Shut down by Rise, he can't get more than that. DP Fire still in this position, still by Cocktail, mixing it up. At some point, the Jaeger will have to drop. There are 29 kills between the last two players of Astralis right now, and the plant is going down. Can Astralis find where the plant is? The answer, no. Shinka manages to pull it off, and it's DP Fire to die. Iconic in a 1v2, and he drops on the head of P4. He sees the opening onto the diffuser, but Shinka outduels him, and we will go the distance. 15 rounds as Wolves make it work in round 14.
Oh boy. You know, the thing is, Parker, Wolves are going to swap sides again. They're going to go in defense. Astralis, they thrive on their attack so far. The Wolves, same story. Neither team is finding consistent comfort on the defensive side. And this is the final round. That's the end. It doesn't go any further. It's the final defensive round for Wolves, final attacking round for Astralis. Someone has to now say, we wanted more.
No timeouts available. Burned much earlier on, so this is just going to be a one-round shootout. It all comes down to this. Timeout burned in round number 4 by Astralis, round number 9 by Wolves, and there's no way that either of those times you plan for a match to go this deep. No. This is where experience really does start to play a big role in these matchups. Now, this is not a best of 3, and there is no unlimited overtime, so as you said, this is it. This is one and done. But for a team, in terms of confidence and in terms of nerves, you have to give the tip of the hat to Wolves just because they do have that more veteran leadership. As for Astralis, they're playing just like they have through the NAL. They're scrappy. They stick with their games. Even if they make it to overtime, they are never out of every single round. This is something that the top teams in North America can all say. What I will touch on is that win or lose in this round, Wolves have had trouble against top-tier opponents in Europe. Right now, against the #1 team in North America, they are at worst losing 7 to 8. I'd say that's a pretty big accomplishment for a team that really needs to show up at this international event.
I mean, no matter who, like, if a Wolves lose right now, it's still an accomplishment in itself to go this distance against Astralis in your first day of this tournament. It is, absolutely. If Astralis lose this, it's a little bit less forgivable, I guess, because we expect more from them, so to speak. But they also got the aggression now. Same story. One Cadella goes out, nothing happens, right? We're trying to bait out the positions. We see right now the lingering about, looking for openings. Iconic taking so much damage. Beeble under pressure from 2 different players, but they don't know his whereabouts. Beeble gets the opening. Mowgli follows up. 5v3.
And it's the bomb site, Nick, where the Wolves have not lost. They've defended it twice. They are a perfect 2-0, and what a start this is. In the first 40 seconds, you take out the 2 best players on Astralis in this match by a country mile. 30 kills between these 2 players, as we talked about in the previous round. No more. Astralis is a team with a lot of depth. We said it a couple times in the broadcast, how good all of the players were in the NAL. Does that matter here? In a 3v5, you've got lots of time to plot. 1 minute and 40 still on the clock. Diffuser in the hands of Forest, still utility as well. Full ammunition for the skeleton key, full for the hammer, and there goes your last EE1D.
They want Bibu.
What can they do, though? Bibu firing back. Finally a kill from Astralis as they narrow the numbers, but still have not evened it out just yet.
It's a sacrifice from Wolves. It's a sacrifice worth taking, right? You sacrifice 2 for 1, half the round. Utility, J9O very low on HP. Bomb site is upstairs. And sure, Bot can now do a bit of verticality, but there's nobody Skylight, nobody in the window repels just yet. That means you gotta spend so much time rotating your members outside the building if you wanna help the vertical play, or simply say, we don't have that time, don't have that luxury. You gotta walk up the staircases. It's highly favorable for the side of Wolves on the defense. The only way Astralis can win this, they gotta isolate members of Wolves. They've done it. 3v3, 45 seconds left. It's anyone's game still.
And nade doesn't go in the right direction, so J9O will now need to take his gun barrel to the operator sitting inside a bathroom and does it just like that. Rise sustaining a lot of damage, but still upright. His ankles might not be in the best shape, but that's okay. Nade tossed in from J9O, and it goes off onto Rise. He can't get out in time. Suddenly, Astralis has turned a bad situation into eminently winnable, and now it's up to the last player in Shinka, and he can't get it done. Wow, what a performance by Astralis. They make their international debut with a huge 8-7 victory over Wolves.
They make the Wolves bleed. A bit of a vulnerability, a weakness shown on the Animal. If you cannot close out that 5 versus 3, you gotta go back, look at that round and say, oh my, what can we learn from this team of Astralis, because they played that phenomenally. 4 players on Astralis breaking double digits. Iconic and J9O with 30 kills to their name, and then 10 kills on, I believe, both Shuttle and DP Fire. Wow, unbelievable from Astralis to be able to dig deep and stay in it. Going to a bomb site in round 15 that the Wolves are perfect on, 2-0, to sacrifice the first 2 picks and then still staying in it. Not breaking your mental, not breaking your strides, sticking to your game plan and making adaptations where need be. And suddenly, Astralis end up on top, where for that first minute and 30 seconds, it seemed like a certainty that Wolves were going to walk away with the dub. I got this card.
Okay.
I wrote a message on it before the game started.
What's the message say?
Banger.
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 Certified.
Certified banger.
Certified banger.
Damn. That was my prediction, anyway.
And you were correct.
I was correct.
When they say who's going to win, I always say the fans.
The fans.
You
Yeah.
at home. You win by watching an enjoyable matchup. Well, we'll dive into what happened between Wolves and Astralis to do some more of the more analytical work. But we got a break ready for you, so we'll be back in just a moment. Well, the first day of the Charlotte Major has not disappointed at all. We are 4 matches in, and 3 of them have gone to overtime, which just goes to show you that the competition between these regions continues to tighten. But the closest series that we've seen so far was the one that you and I just casted. Astralis versus Wolves. The North American team of Astralis comes out on top 8-7. What's the main takeaway after watching Wolves against the Chiefs and now against Astralis for you about this Wolves team?
The first game against Chiefs, Wolves didn't slow down. They showed aggression and confidence and didn't really change at any point in the game. Against Astralis, they started off that same way. Aggressive, confident, good entries, making quick work of the map. Second half, when they got on the defensive side, they didn't do anything. They were waiting for Astralis practically, and they never really got back into the game. Even when they got back onto their attack in OT, it wasn't the same kind of aggression, but they still managed to clutch it out and, you know, get to the overtime match point itself. But other than that, they couldn't close it out. And Astralis, it looked like it was their first LAN event. They started off slow, and then they figured things out, right? I think the early timeout from Callout, their coach, might have actually worked in their favor because they get time to settle into the game before it's all too late, before they're down too bad, because it was that 4-2 side swap, which honestly isn't too bad if you're Astralis, if you have the mental to fight it back. They did.
They absolutely did. I mean, if you just look at the basic numbers, after that timeout got taken, Wolves went on to win 4 rounds, one of which was immediately after that timeout, so the very next round. But Astralis won 7 rounds after that. And the side swap obviously came in huge because we have a very attacker-favored cafe. Both sides, 4-2. Overtime, every single attacking team won. There are the stats on your screen, by the way. Rise and Bibu are backwards. The stats are backwards for you, but that's okay. It was iconic, and it was, if I remember correctly, it was J90, was it? That were both 17 and 13, but then again, you see down below, Forest and Shuttle with 10 and 7. That's okay.
That's okay.
But either way, stats are stats. 30 kills between the top 2 players on Astralis is really an unfathomably high number. If you think about it, that averages out to, between the 2 of them, 15 kills apiece, which happens to be the number of rounds. And
quick math.
If you're not somebody who plays at a top level, which I never have, but I've been told by players time and time again, averaging a kill per round is really difficult in this game.
It is. I mean, just look at Shuttle's gameplay, for example, right? Because you said towards the tail end of the game, he didn't have the most phenomenal stat line. He was like 4 and 6 at that point, I believe. But he died to C4s twice, breaking down the floor sledge. That just happens in Siege. Then one round, people gets wallbanged through 2 walls. Like, that happens in Siege. So averaging a kill a round, staying alive, having a high survival rate, all difficult stats to keep track of. And it's why, if you care about a performance of a player, look at the cost, right? Kills, objective, survival, and trade, also known as consistency in a sense, because there's multiple factors into it. So instead of saying, oh, 5 kills or 10 kills, look at the cost. It's going to tell you a much broader picture, if you will. And Shuttle's cost, I'm sure, I didn't check it, I'm sure it was high, despite the fact he didn't get that many kills.
This is the Astralis team again. If you got a bingo card, drink some water, is that this was a team where every single player finished above a 1.05 in their rating. Did it go that way for this matchup? In an 8-7 victory, it seems unlikely because you do need those stomps to bring the numbers back up. But at the same time, there once again weren't really any players that dragged down Astralis. Sadly, the same can't be said for Wolves, the standout performer in the very first matchup against Chiefs. He dropped 19 kills. Mowgli basically disappeared in that match against Astralis. You can't be having that happen. Yes, Bibu's a great player. Yes, Rise a good player. You've got Shinka and P4 to also be there. But Mowgli was brought in to be your star player. He was brought in to get the most kills. If that doesn't happen, and the rest of the team is not able to recover, that spells disaster for Wolves. And if Mowgli had shown up even a tiny bit more with how close it was, that very likely goes in favor of Wolves. It's an absolutely different story.
You're correct.
Thank you very much. We have another matchup for you in just a moment. Cyclops versus XSET is up next, but we have a break because go stretch your legs, go grab some water, go outside, touch some grass, do whatever you want to do.
But come back.
Don't touch that browser. That's the most important part. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Charlotte Major here during May, here in Charlotte and here for the first time with me, Fluke, and Hap.
I was going to say, do I have to say my own name? Do
You
I
have
not?
to have a name.
I'm
I
Hap.
said your name.
I'm Hap.
Yeah, tell me more.
I went to a coffee shop, you know, went to try to order a coffee, set my name, and they didn't even bother.
Yeah,
Like, we're not going to be able to get that.
You're called Shane.
Out of the way.
In America,
Shane now.
you need an American name.
No Stein, it's Shane now.
Emily kind of works, so it's fine. Hi, welcome back to the Bravo stream. We find ourselves here, finally, after a couple of games. Sorry for the delays, but to be fair, out of the 4 games that we've had over the 2 different streams, 3 of them have been OTs so far.
Yeah, for sure, and we're working with that same system we used during the NAL, the European League, every national, international league we have, where you get 2 points for a win in overtime, 1 for a loss in overtime. So the standings, they stay nice and tidy as a result, which means that at the end of the day, no one is even close to being locked in yet if we continue this way.
Anyway, the game that we have up here next is Cyclops versus XSET. And obviously for XSET, you know, some of the players, their first sort of appearance on the LAN, and the ones that have an appearance, it's only really their second. They are a team that doesn't have a huge amount of history on the grandest of stage, but a lot of talent. And they're up against a team that, well, they've got a little bit more. Cyclops, their faces that people are familiar with on most of the majors. A bit of a slow year last year, but they were fighting before that, and they definitely put up a fight the times they did show up.
I was going to say, like, the last time they made an actual roster change dates back to December 2019. This team has been together for a very long time, Cyclops, and they play their own kind of style of Siege, and that is what makes them such an enjoyable team to watch play Siege or just to be around, because they always have a good time, right? They always have a good time, and that is what just at least gave them a place in my heart for Siege.
I mean, they have a place in a lot of people's hearts. That's the thing about Cyclops. If you're new to watching this team, their style of Siege is very different to pretty much every other style of Siege. If people thought APAC went through an aggressive period, which they did, they've obviously grown a lot since then. This is a team that knows how to play that aggressive game. This is a team that sort of demonstrates on a 5-faced front what good and great gun skill is. And this is a team that is fearless. And I think when you're up against a team like this, it's quoted by a lot of other sort of top contenders, a lot of sort of top players. They're a terrifying team to up against because you never know what is going to happen next.
I mean, we can only bring up the example, for example, a couple of SIs ago when it came up against Empire and BDS, just not letting anybody in the building really being a trademark of them. And as we mentioned before, they play against XSET, and that was a team that when they just formed might have had a lot of question marks around, like, is this going to be working out? A lot of people actually dubbed them as the Brazilian team in the North American League.
I mean,
and it's not wrong.
It's not wrong. It's that sort of explanation, but that was always that sort of contention, was that Latin American playstyle, that Brazilian playstyle, that sort of aggression, that fury, that pace, which is that main thing, is something that can go very, very well toe-to-toe. So although we're saying that Cyclops are a very tricky team to play against, if there is a team from that group that they might find themselves a little bit more butting heads with, this is a very good contender. This is a very good opportunity for them to sort of prove to themselves that this is their time.
Yeah, definitely so. And we just take a quick look at the history of XSET as well. Like we said, okay, we said it before, right? Last change, Cyclops. December 2019, that is when the last roster move came in. XSET has formed for 2022. That is when they got together. Bodega decided to create a new team, managed to get Kino and Yoga from Oxygen, managed to get Spirits from Parabellum, that is for the pro tier 1 teams, and then they also managed to get GMZ and Diaz Lucas in the lineup. And instantly reaching that 4th place inside of the NAL was a massive performance from them, achievement that many might have not expected.
Wow. The question that may remain is, where are we going to be playing? Hey, if you're new to this sort of year's worth of Siege, there's more maps this time.
There is.
In total. Hey, here's a fun fact for you. Not many teams have this, but Cyclops have played every single map in the 9-map pool over the first split, the opener across the sort of domestic league and APAC North. They've made sure to tread the boards on pretty much all of them. Mixed results, but still, that's that sort of confidence. So, XSET, they have a little bit of a question now because they've only played 5. Their map pool for a younger team is a lot more limited than what Cyclops can stretch to.
For sure, and Cyclops, I mean, we've said it before, they have no fear. They gladly go to whatever map you bring them to because it doesn't really change their playstyle. And a Skyscraper gets banned out first. That's one of those new maps that is in the current map pool. So
they're 5 for 5 on Skyscraper Cyclops.
We'll get to see that.
Yeah, it's a smart removal.
It's a good choice. Oregon being removed as well right now, followed up by Theme Park. That's another one of these semi-new maps. I mean, Theme Park has been in the map pool before, so it's not really a completely new entry, but it's still one of the less comfortable maps for many of the teams.
Wow, I was about to say Chalet is probably where XSET want to go. We're likely to end up on Oregon or Club, or even Club has sort of been that back and forth. Obviously Oregon's gone, and they've both put some sort of precedents down there. We've got to remember this is 2 teams of teams that love to take ones. They love to take fights. They love to sort of stretch themselves anywhere. A map like Border could show up, but it would be so aggressive. Bank as well, it's got big play spaces. I don't think it really suits the way they want to go to. Whereas Club brings some structure. Club has those defaults. Club is going to force them to at least go through some of the motions, so it would make sense for them to sort of want to angle there.
It would make sense indeed. And as Cafe and Villa both get removed, you get it. It is going to be Clubhouse.
Come on.
We get a little bit of structure in a match that could otherwise be filled with tons of excitement and aggression from both these teams, of course, to come in. Cyclops, I mean, they're basically used to any map at this point. You mentioned it before, right? They really don't care where they go.
They're 4 for 4 on Club over the past 3 months. They've gone there 4 times. They've won it 4 times. XSET, they've gone there twice. They've only been able to pull it once out of those 2 showings. Again, it's a much more limited pool. XSET haven't been playing as sort of long. The depth is there. And also, XSET play 1 league. What we have from Cyclops is National League as well as APAC North. They've got themselves more of a sort of statistical ground to play around with.
That's it. Japan League, APAC North, APAC Playoffs. It's 3 tournaments, whereas XSET has only played 9 games. Probably in that same time, Cyclops has been playing 27, something like that. You know, it's like it's 3 times more siege that came from them here, which gives them these statistics. Of course, those might be a bit inflated. They might have played some of those wins against Japanese national teams that could be at the bottom of the board rather than in APAC North, which gives them a bit of an easier time. But it doesn't matter that they still are confident on the map. They know the map. They can almost sleepwalk through it. But then again, which Siege player cannot go blindly through Clubhouse at this point? I mean, it's such a stable map for the game.
It helps. But the thing is, what I think really helps here right now is for XSET. Because on their side, if you're this team coming in and you're made up of very talented but young players, players that don't have a huge amount of experience on this sort of stage. Sure, they've played the national LAN. They've been able to have that as a sort of chance and a place to grow. It's such a different environment. Flying somewhere where you're surrounded by the best of the world and you've got to sort of put your foot down here. Playing against a team, if you're looking for a perfect first team to go up against, nobody puts Cyclops down. Nobody goes, who do I want to face as my first, sort of international? Oh, Cyclops.
But, I mean, it's definitely a trial by fire. Very hot fire.
But that's the thing. If they can get over that hurdle on a map like Club, as I said before when we were going through the bans, that it offers stability, because if you don't know Club, well, you'll learn it very quickly because it's step by step. There's just stuff that you gotta do. I'm sorry. If you want to pass and grade, you have to complete the schoolwork here on Clubhouse. You cannot just breeze your way through it, study, learn, and put it to the boards. And you know what? XSET behind them have a very talented mind that paces and makes sure they can sort of drive that game.
Yeah, for sure. And then on the other side, though, you have Cyclops. They're not known, actually, to follow the default step-by-step plan. That might actually make it more dangerous, because if you are very used to or very set into the fact that, let's talk CCTV. Wall opens up, garage gets taken under control, the construction gets opened up, and a plant starts happening. It might be like, all right, we can play into that. We can lean into that to some extent. But then you have Cyclops. And for all we know, they could just all 5 hop through the window. I mean, it's not something too uncommon, something that they would never try to attempt, because we've seen them do this crazy stuff time and time again. I mean, I still remember when they were clearly on top of the board of APAC North. They just dropped the diffuser in the Swan and they decided to just go for kills, and it worked out for them in the end as well. So you never know it with Cyclops, and maybe that's actually the danger on a map like Club, which is so methodical, so step by step. Possibly Cyclops is going to be able to completely disrupt whatever XSET know about this map.
Well, there's Kino flying the flag and wearing it in as many different possible ways as possible. And it's a very strange thing to sort of talk about the idea that he's one of the most experienced players on the team, because when he was obviously with OXG not too long ago, alongside, you know, obviously it was SI, it was a sort of recent sort of swing. They had a little bit of a play before as well.
Yep.
But he's still so young. He's still such a fresh face to the game, and that's one of those things that I'm really curious to see how he, alongside obviously Spirits, are gonna sort of step into the role where they've, you know, what have they sort of brought here, and what have they sort of driven onto the lessons learned from that sort of stage and that sort of setting. And, you know, obviously when you're also looking at Yoga, you're looking at the sort of pace that he applies. He was always fantastic in the sort of gunfight game, but you're still in that position of learning. You're still in that position of driving it, and it's down to those three to sort of take those lessons learned and sort of apply it towards GMZ and DS.
Yeah, for sure, and it's interesting to note as well, like Kino and Yoga, of course, both made it to a massive tournament, but with 2 different teams.
Exactly.
Which shows that they have the experience, they have the capabilities of doing it, and are looking to make it further than they have before under their new team XSET.
It's like, what did Fox and Laxing teach you? What about teach you?
Yeah,
what are these lessons? Because they're going to 100% be watching you.
I mean, they're here now as well, right?
Yeah.
It's like you might be facing each other later on. That is when the true test comes in. Like, does the student become the master of some sort?
In NAL? I think that's one of the things about XS journey as well, is all of their wins were continual as a sandwich in the middle of the season. It was 5 wins in a row, I believe, off the top of my head, and then it was the losses at the top and the losses at the bottom of the split. How that sort of works into this environment where it's very fast best of ones. I mean, we've seen OXG have a bad day, and you know, and it cost them, and it cost them having to bite back on the other days. And unfortunately, it's going to cost us now. Apologies, everybody. We're going to throw to a very quick break. We're just having a couple of technical issues, but we will be back with you as soon as we can. So hold on, get a drink, and get ready for 10 very aggressive players, probably going quite aggro.
catastrophe.
Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand. And what happens when the one that you love is the main cause of your suffering?
I need you like I need air to breathe. I need you to save me from me. I'm caught in your wave, I'm drifting away. I need you to save me. Please don't let me drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. You need me like you need air to breathe. You want me to save you from me. I know that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. It's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I can't breathe. I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for that temporary delay, but the problem has been smoothed out, and we will be finding ourselves in-game in just a moment. If you missed it, XSET versus Cyclops.
It is indeed, and it is going to be an explosive matchup here at Clubhouse. A more structured map, a step-by-step kind of map, as we have said before. For those of you that are new to Siege, it basically just means every single side you have like 1 or 2 approaches you could go for, but every approach is basically coming down to the same basics. For example, the top floor, which we call CCTV, you open up the balcony outside, you take garage control. You could already go for a plan at that moment, but if you really want to be a show-off, you can also take the construction under control to stop rotates even further. And that is just one of these examples that we, of course, have for this map. And we'll be explaining them to you as we go on, as we see the different sides coming through, and we see the operator lineups being chosen. But soon, we get into that game.
That's it, in just a moment. But as you said, it's Club, it's XSET, who are generally, as an entity, having their first LAN performance. Obviously, they have 3 players that have been on the board before, blah, blah, blah. There's still stuff that we said before the game. Blah, blah, you're up against Cyclops. Blah, blah, they're really scary. To anybody, every single team who has to play them or plays them says they're a terrifying team. So this, for XSET, is going to be a test. This is going to be the biggest shake of the timbers of the boat as possible. I'm not going to say to ease them in, but it's sure going to wake them up if they're not already.
It's definitely going to be waking them up. And again, I'm going to be pulling it back to past events we've had where during the 6th Invitational, was that 2020, I think, in Paris? Yes, it's all so long ago already. Where Cyclops went up against BDS and Empire, 2 of the best teams Europe had to offer.
2 of the best.
And they played on Cafe and like, you know what? If we just wait for them to get into the building, then they're going to be strategically beating us. But what if we just do not let them get into the building? What? It's insane. They spawned everything and it worked out.
It's a play, it's a strat, it's a game, it's a way of finding a solution. But is it the one that will come together? Is it the one that will make things happen? As hopefully we happen sooner rather than later. We're teetering on the edge.
Luckily, we have the ever so amusing text chats from the
We
players.
do.
We do. You guys will not see that.
You guys will never see how fun and funny the Cyclops players are in all chat.
Definitely not, but they're always fun to go along. They miss medics, by the way, and of course, medics. If you're watching at home, we gotta say it. Get better soon.
Get better soon. Everybody wish our boy medics.
Yeah.
Fortunately,
the most unluckiest of timings.
Unluckiest time, the day before.
Yeah.
So all of our love. This is the first international thing that we haven't seen medics at since like SI 2017 or something like that. Like, he has been such a mainstay and he is dearly missed and he knows this. But get well soon.
Definitely get well soon. Clubhouse. Let's just start, shall we? We're headed towards it.
We've filled enough.
We've filled enough.
We've done enough.
It's time to let the players do the talking. Actually, we'll still be talking.
We'll still be talking.
We'll have something to talk about.
They'll do the talking with their gun skill. They're doing the shouting on the other side of the room. Ladies, gents, and non-binary friends, welcome to Clubhouse. Cyclops versus XSET. Cyclops are starting themselves on the defense. Huge energy, huge passion, and huge guns, and that is it. That is what I want from this game. I don't want an easy game for either team. I want to see both of them stretched and stressed because I think both of those teams, regardless of whether they win or lose, if it's a long game that pushes them to the brink, that will fire them both up so much for what comes next.
Like, I really want every map this major to go at least in between those 10 to 15 round margins there. You don't want to see 7-0, 7-1s, or even the 7-2s. And as the bands come through, they continue to be as loud as ever. The Hibana one is going to be changing up, especially the bottom floor a little bit here, Emmy, as hatches become a bit more difficult to open. However, with the Cade ban and the additions of the Heart Breach gadgets, and those making more appearances here and there as well, that negative effect might be mitigated there. And some of you might be wondering, Montaigne, that operator gets banned? Monty gets banned?
Cyclops?
Well, for the people that are new, there is that one player on Cyclops that seems to be very, very proficient with it. Anaton is the name, and he managed to get 7 clutches in the APAC North playoffs, North themselves, and of course the Japanese league in the last 3 months, for example, whilst playing a lot of Monty. So definitely an operator you want to take out of their hands if you can. However, we also know from the past 3 years we've been casting them, that doesn't really stop him. That just puts a more powerful gun in his hands than that P9.
We are opening up on Bar Stage, a site that obviously had a little bit of a facelift not too long ago and found itself becoming a little bit more of an entrant into the beauty pageants of how to put a hold together on Club. People drifted away from CC because although we talk about how this map is formulaic to a T, everybody knows the questions that are going to be broached and approached. This is the site that started to post some new ones. You started to get a better idea of how you could stretch the game, and with attacker repick at this point, when you're going to have to try and not just outsmart, but double down on that so they can sort of get a peek at your homework and then try and change things on the fly. The option hasn't come through here, so it's down to Cyclops to see if this hold comes together. Gator waits, he waits, and he runs.
Just at the wrong timing there. Someone's about to come around the corner, quickly puts a pass into position though, but it's not the only one that is currently attempting a bit of a peek towards the outside. We have Black Gray sitting here ready in the garage storage as well, hoping to find one off guard. There is of course that small opening in a window. Gator takes a lot of damage, not quite sure from where that must be. The CC wall from the outside, just a wall being attempted, and Dusty will decide to drop down just slightly, but still lives.
Yeah, they've got themselves a bit of a surrounding sort of path around the backside of Lounge. They're making sure that nobody got an easy entrance into Garage, but you can see the way XSET's going for the clip. They had the body on the far side of the quad wall. They have somebody going to the construction wall, I think was what was just popped. Yoga, he's making sure that they can force them out of CC, because if you are taking this site, if you are trying to put some pressure onto the stage and the bar, well, it's the stage. Usually you don't see too many strip takes. Often there's a single player there acting as an anvil to the back of the hammer that's trying to cash and cascade all the way across the cash room on the second story, and that's why Black Gray is here, top of red. It's the only bit of a bunker, but he needs that stretch. Gator is trying to offer everything he can, bouncing up and down towards Adam in the top of blue, but there's a free catch, a cold kit, and the man is out of there. Black Gray gets a very cheeky pick there, and XSET suddenly is going to have to try and rebuild.
Weird position to start droning there, but he goes to the second. Unfortunately for him, gets traded out though. It is Gomez that will be able to find the kill there with the FAMAS. C4 gets tossed out, might find another one. Yes, it does. Anaton able to find one, and it's a very explosive first 90 seconds here in Cyclops versus XSET, and it's only a little bit of taste what we get to see throughout the rest of this map.
I think that's it. If we're going to sort of phrase this as you're learning lessons, this is one that Cyclops teaches, well, pretty much everybody. Nothing is ever safe. If there's a little sniff of territory, as we see Anaton trying to take round the back, well, they're going to see if they can take it. Goes for the second over the back, but the gym equipment keeps him a bit safe. Will he take the drop on the hatch? He has the option and the choice, but with 50 seconds, the XSET are sort of running out of their own. They're going to see if they can still try and apply some pressure here on the far side, pre-firing towards the back of red, but there's a bit of isolation between the two new pickups. The recent additions to the squad up from tier 2 to the tier 1 to the top of the boards, but they're quickly meeting some of the mainstays. There is Anaton trying to drop shot with a D ground on the far side, but 30 seconds, hopping down the main stairs. They've seen the eyes on the site and seen a single player behind the chassis. They're just going to keep pre-firing, and it is Cyclops that open up the first round.
Anaton with the quad kill there, no fear, just jumping down with that deagle, able to shut him down in the end there. That is 1-0 for the team from Japan, for the team from APAC North, and they're continuing on here. This is what we want to see from them, of course, that pure aggression and the surprises they keep on tossing up, because Anaton, he just snuck by time and time again.
This is that thing that we talked about. This is that elephant in the room, which actually isn't that much of an elephant, because everybody talks about it with Cyclops, is, oh no, it's Cyclops. You never know what they're going to do. You can never predict the way that they play the game, because the way they play the game is so sort of cemented in their own turf and territory. And that's always that concern with any fresh team coming up to a tier 1 scene for the first time as a set of 5, especially with players that haven't done it before, is you're always going to have a bit of caution. You're always going to have a little bit of concern in your opening game. Club was a smart pick because that map takes away a lot of that just from its own existence. But Cyclops do not have that fear. They've never had that fear. You could put them against a super team of the best at their best, and they would play the game exactly the same. And that is the tough thing for XSET to try and break past. But if they do,
yeah, if they do, it could be a problem. That's definitely it. And that is what some people say about Cyclops as well. As soon as you do figure out how they play, there is an opportunity to try and counter into that here. Blacklight just sneaking around in the garage here. He's looking, he's hoping to find an early entrance, and as the door gets opened up, that's just an invite for him to be looking through. Spots the head, finds the entry, kills Cyclops again, and he goes even more aggressive, but gets punished for it this time.
That's it. That's exactly the sort of play now, and you can see XSET is starting to learn a couple of lessons there. Kino suffers in a back and forth with Gatorada on the top floor. He's just going to pull himself out and get out of there and see if he can survive for as long as possible. It's worth remembering. Hey, where's the sight? All the way down below. And that is probably the first time well, not even the first time XSET's seen somebody use a run out like that, and that's the thing. It's so uncomfortable to play against.
You're not safe anywhere. You're thinking you're going on a drone, you're thinking you're holding something off. No. They're just going to be running after you. They have a feeling, they have an idea where you are, and they will be hunting you down. You need to be ready to reply at any given moment, any given time. And Aegator in the strip club now is playing a bit of a lurk role, and as this site is on that bottom floor, these hatches need to be opened up. They need to set themselves up for a push. But as soon as they do that, Emmy, that is exactly when he will strike in the back of them.
So Spirits, he was sort of highlighted after the first game of XSET's recent run in NAL of being the voice that brought a lot of them together. He has great IGL experience, and that was what they were initially missing. So this is going to be a bit of a test. Once again, another mark for them to try and bring that together here. The burn over the top, but it's Aegator hanging around in Strip, gets an easy pickup because, well, as you said, he was hanging around in Strip, the far side of the map where nobody else is home. It's tricky when you're already in a deficit from 2 peaks outside the building. They swing back. They find a bit of revenge here, but less than a minute, and they've still got pretty much all the structural work to do.
Maverick gone. No way to open up these hatches. I mean, they need to be moving down these main stairs here now. And of course, there's an opportunity. You can slide yourself a way in. But as CZ that is just taking a fight with a CZ right here. Might be using... Oh, the Nitro comes in. It's a double from Gatorada. Look at the tiny hole on top of that. Just enough to get it through. And that is another round for Cyclops. And they're happy about it.
That's it!
I mean... if you can't hear them, I'm sure the other stream can. With the way we got it set up, 2 in a row here for Cyclops, and it's a bit of a false start for XSET. They haven't really been able to get into the building. You can see the start of a setup, but Cyclops strike during that window. They've... okay, in the first round, they got the perfect trap on somebody that was on drone. That's a very tough thing to predict because, well, you're just in a bad position. The second time there, he pushed into the doorway. He knew that the pressure was coming and he bit back. And at this point from the side of XSET, you have to start sort of seeing what you can thread together, what you can try and build here on your attacks, because it's always going to be tricky against defense like this. They can get one here, they can double it down and find themselves on a 4-2. That could be something that they build through on their defense off.
For sure, but the whole thing is, Cyclops is just picking them up everywhere, right? So you need to be a bit safer maybe when you're on that drone. Make sure you're in a corner where they really have to commit hard to get you, not just one where they can just look through the breach you've just made and they will find a kill here. It's a late shield that gets put up, but of course no one on the elevation yet where they could challenge Gatorada out there. So the shield gets deployed on that hatch and will definitely be a play spot later.
Now it is also worth mentioning XSET are generally better on their defense. They were a little bit shaky getting good, well put together attacks together. Obviously you can only really compare them into the play into their inter-region, but at the same time, Cyclops, they'll usually lead with a Monty, but they struggle more on their attacks as well. So, as I said, a 4-2 isn't the most unexpected play. It's just been a false start. They haven't really been able to get a true bite out of the first 2 rounds. The C4's prepped and ready to try and do some damage here onto that Maverick, see if they can get a bit of a catch. The mirror window and the setup's pretty standard. There's the hold there behind the bomb chassis. It's a risky place to play in, but it offers you at least some safety. There's a C4. Doesn't quite get the catch, but Spirits does. There is an opener. There's a quick bite back down in the bar underneath. Finds themselves a route out of there. Nobody's holding onto the metal stairs down the corridor. And with that first C4 baited out, Diaz isn't going to overextend. He gets that line open and he gets himself out of there to support the players. It's XSET. They're growing, they're learning. They know how important this round is.
Yeah, they actually deployed that C4, but didn't quite blow it up yet at the start of it. So Anaton unable to eventually get a kill with that. It is another kill that comes in though. XSET. Diaz will be able to find one more, leaves it in a 4v3. Cyclops here in a disadvantage, just a slight one though, a player. But look at how many people are up on the jacuzzi balcony there, with the mirror window still being in position. They need to get these grenades in to dislocate Anaton.
He was concerned he was being droned there. He obviously got rid of the Gemini replicator, but they've set themselves up. And this is what I said. XSET, they went for a little bit more of a let's get in as a block. Let's get in as a unit. Let's make sure that we can trade off these fights because Cyclops are going to try and throw themselves at us from any which way. But if we can be set up in a position to respond to that, well, we're in this position now. We have this man advantage. Let's try and make it count. The pressure's coming down to Anaton, and he wants to peek back. They're looking to see if they can get rid of either that jammer or that. The mirror window gets popped open. He now can't play this. He was on a drone as well, and this is what we want to see from XSET, this growth, the importance of this round, the drop onto logistics. They have a player now playing on that side, but they're able to swing around, get the cutoff. They just couldn't save the man on the stairs, 30 seconds, and it's the 3 versus 2.
There is a rotation. Oh, actually, no, it has been barricaded off, so they cannot quite get back in. Need to create a new one now with the M870, not the M870, the English shotgun to come through. It's going to be giving away a lot of information right here. And as they start pushing through, they take care of some more drones. 20 seconds left on the clock. They should know exactly where they're coming from here. And the first one gets picked up. Kino tries to go for the defuse, but it doesn't even last to the end. Yoga is going to be able to lock off the first round for XSET here.
There it is. There's that energy, and there is that response. I love the way XSET played that because, well, they didn't overextend their hand. They knew that they had to slow themselves down, play a little bit more insular, bring yourself a little bit more into yourself, and let Cyclops try and batter down onto your hatches. You can get a response in that manner. You can get at least a bit of a control, and you have the early warning symbol of, well, they're just going to take a fight with you. So be ready to take a fight back, which is the change from the earlier 2 rounds. Cyclops, they drop 1, but there's still a couple more on the board for them to see if they can cement themselves through here. CC, they're doing the 4-site rotation. Can they make some success? And to be fair, a lot of modern teams can't.
No, a lot of modern teams are unable to do so at the last couple of months, maybe even year, because we said about it before. It is such a default setup normally on the defense. This is something we do not very often see. And there might be a reason for that. Either way, it is a step-by-step plan. You go for the breach outside. You go and take the garage control at that point. That moment, you have an opportunity to go for a plant. So you need to deny either. Now, we all know that with all the gadgets available nowadays, it is almost impossible to keep that garage, not the garage, the balcony wall shut. There's grenades coming from underneath. There is RC Roteros coming around the corner. Twitch drones that suddenly can jump. There's so much going on, and it's just difficult to keep it shut.
Just a very quick technical pause.
Yeah, just a very quick
technical pause. I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't want
No,
to
it's
interrupt
totally fine. I mean, it's nothing happening now anyway.
No,
it's
there's nothing
technical,
happening. It's time to talk, and you guys and gals and pals at home can see it says technical pause
Yes.
on my screen. We are just rehosting the lobby.
Is that a shattered mouse, or is it a rock that we're...
I don't know. I can't see from the
my
distance
glasses.
to my casting. Maybe it works. Maybe it's like XR Tracker, Ollie SI, where he tried to
exactly.
And went, is this how people are supposed to see?
Yeah.
Now wears glasses, and Milos.
I'm very happy I enlightened his life of what
did.
true vision could be.
Okay, so 2-1. XSET have just been able to find a round back. As I said, 2 over this half isn't the end of the world. It's a pretty standard position for how these two teams approach this map and how this map likes to sort of play itself. Okay, sure, you might see in a more attacker sort of driven game that attackers will have that 4-2 split into their half, but it's still that sort of build around. It doesn't have that even balance that a lot of other maps and a lot of other players and places do. XSET, they have a great chance here to see if they can try it, and they're going to have the tactical to talk about it.
Very smart. I mean, you get the technical first, and then you decide to, you know what? We're going back to some sites now that we have seen before, at least they think, because we haven't seen the CCTV cache room yet. So let's just talk about what went wrong. What can we do better? We want to get more sites. We want to be locking this one off with a 3-3 split, or even a 2-4 in favor of XSET. So there's no better time to talk than now, because you said it before, the defenses are quite strong. So if they manage to take the initiative here, then they might be able to lock it off quite quickly.
Now, obviously, it was a second floor site that went away from them. They're going to see if they can try and make the other one work. They did have the option of going back to bar, or obviously gym if they wanted to try and double down, and they opted not to. They didn't want to see if they can try and stretch their legs, which, to be fair, regardless of how this goes, that still keeps a lot of options open for them. That means they'll still have 3 sites that they could choose from on the next, including Church, where it was probably one of their I'm going to say sturdiest because it's always tough to compare Bar with how aggressive they hold it.
There was a lot of aggression in those first 2 rounds, and it got punished a little bit more in that third. Funny so far, though, every single entry kill has led to the round win.
There's only been 3.
There's only been 3,
It's an
but I
early
mean,
stat.
for now, it's still 100%.
It's, you know,
They all got traded, though, most of them, very quickly, except for that second round. It just leaves you to wonder, how effective will this be throughout the rest of the match? Are we going to continue that 100% conversion? Probably not. At least most of the time we won't. That's why the percentage is about 70 to 80% conversion overall. But yeah, it shows that Cyclops bring that early aggression, able to play with these spawn peaks and able to find results out of it, really puts them on the forefront.
All right, Cyclops, you've also had a moment. It's always worth remembering the tac timeout works 2 ways. You get yourself your own chance to talk amongst your team as well to see if what you think is the disconnect, what you think is the drive here. But it's always tougher. It's something that we get the pleasure, now we have Fabian in amongst our desk to talk about this stuff from his perspective, sort of saying, well, it's the big brain of Siege, and he thinks that it generally works better for attackers because there is more that they can adapt, more that they can change in that very short window. Whereas defenders, you've run your defense, you know the routes that you got to take to put up those hards. You don't really have much other time to try and build anything else there. Very quick approach onto the mirror window, got punched, got broken open, and that's dangerous. Kids, don't approach that because, well, there's C4s on the board.
That's exactly it, right? That's why it gets to open up. They want to be able to play with the C4 there, and now you have Diaz, you have him on that Maverick, and at some point they would like to open it up. They will do so instead with one of those Selmas, so not really going to be able to do much about it. However, not completely open up. I believe you might have just been able to see that there, which will definitely provide some issues later on.
Gatarada through that C4, and I think he thought his number was caught there. It could have been. The drone game has started to grow here a bit from XSET. They're still keeping themselves cautious. I think this is one of the longest that we've had all 10 players still on the board, and whether it's because Cyclops aren't trying to get too aggressive as they were before, they think that XSET started to work things out, and they're going to try and slow their own pace a little bit and sort of put the pressure on at that minute mark because, well, you can. It's that now caution that might be a little bit of a danger here. A great take from XSET, the grenade up with the combined pressure and push. There is still, obviously, Suzuki here with those ADSs to try and catch anything else. And there's Gatarada able to find Spirits on the far side and get rid of the Finker.
These are still trying to continue on with the man advantage or trading here. A very aggressive Anaton right here will be taking out a drone. He might not have a clue, but the garage has fallen. And as he just retakes it, he jumps over the window there, drops the diffuser, spots 2 more, but he's unable to connect any of his shots. And it is going to be XSET. That isn't a man advantage then, as Gatarada just runs out.
Gatarada thought he might be a bit smart there, but he's sort of given the game away as to where he is. One player on side site. That gives XSET a little bit of time to reconvene. Yoga, he's going to try and push up the bottom of red. They just spray and hit that a bit early. They're going to see if they can try and get a bit of backline pressure here. A good idea. Pop that open. You can now pop up if they try and zoom their way through there. Looking behind the server stack, the ping and the player, but the most important one is the one on the far side of the site you got to watch. They're going for a retake. They get taken back. It's a triple there for Diaz now, and they lock it out. A huge round from one of the new upstarts.
The garage control, definitely important there. They were able to find 2 kills in that position. One by a nade and one, actually 3 kills, because Anaton jumped in right afterwards as well. So the majority of Cyclops fell apart in that garage because they wanted to hold on to it so badly. And I said it before, you kind of have to. They tried to keep the wall shut. They weren't able to do so. They played with a mirror window, but that one was opened up quite quickly as well with a Selma right afterwards. So then they tried to continue retaking that garage. Anaton, the last man to try and attempt to do so, found a kill, but nothing more than that.
Back down to Church and Cyclops. They've now dropped 2 in a row, and as I said, it's an important figure for XSET to hit. If they can push beyond it, oh, that could look very good for them. They've started to come a little bit alive here. They've had their timeouts. There's no other conversations they can have with Bodega. He's just got to sit and watch and hope the many lessons he's seeded into this team grow into beautiful plants of destruction, which might find them some more points here. Cyclops, they at least still have theirs as time to talk, but as I said, they're generally better on their defense on club. They've got to see if they can try and secure a little bit more control because, well, as you've said before, if your game gets guessed as Cyclops, sometimes it starts to become a little bit quick against you.
Now quickly look up to the right top there. 4 drones have been lost. Easy just quickly pointed it out to me, of course. Gomez still has to, with the Twitch, they work as information gathering as well, but they are a bit more important, as you can take out utility with those as well. And Anderson is just waiting. He has that Nitro in hand. He's waiting for someone to start punching up, and as Blackray gets an entry, yet again, it took them a while before they were able to find one again. It is Cyclops that now have some good papers. And why are the drones just sitting there?
I mean, that drone had all the intel, unless it was on the dead player of Spirits. It's otherwise dead now and joined them. They've gone a bit wider. Yoga's able to find one. And there's Blackray getting out of there. Gator gone. That's 2 rounds in a row. He hasn't really been able to have a connection here with the onslaught that's coming against them. And, you know, he's been not as hot as he often is, but one of the big stats that he could sort of play around was how often he had some success in the entry. He was generally positive. And sure, you've got Anaton and Blackray that usually lead that stats with much bigger numbers, but it's still a good body to have, and for them to start to fall apart isn't boding well. He's now touching the corner. Anaton, he's hoping he gets some cover from the other man I just mentioned before. That pairing is one that can work wonders and well, but XSET's working better right now.
One of the Twitch drones quickly gets taken out, so a Black Eye gets put in his replacement there, but Gomez is able to find that quite quickly. Dispatches of it as well. Still has a second Twitch drone in that same hallway, waiting for Anaton to expose himself a little bit too much there, so the rest of XSET can start to collapse on either that side of the map or others, as we have 2 currently creeping through the dirt tunnel there. There is a smoke canister that got tossed in prematurely, though, so they are aware. They seem to be stalling them down right here, but Diaz coming in from the steps right here could be absolutely great.
It's a very different take here. I think they realized just how loose and aggressive the play was. They don't have to watch as much here, and now they can just watch the site. Popped over the top of a wall, is able to find a kill over a player. They're going to go for a close swing. They can't get the connection. Blackray with a double. The 2 remaining are locked down on the far side behind a hefty smoke. They got to wait. 50 seconds now, and the kid is in a bit of an awkward place here. They might have a cross angle, they might have an idea, but they don't have much time. So rotations in the lineup here is going to be that dangerous play. An early C4 doesn't quite get the full connection. As I said, the rotations come through. Yoga's now going to see if he can try and draw some attention, some focus, and some fire here towards the main stairs. It's a pre-fire that gets the connection there. Kino gets one, can't quite find the lock on the second. It's a quick pick back up, and Cyclops stop the bleeding. But there's still one more round. XSET can lock this even here as Cyclops go 3-2 up.
They could definitely indeed, and I understood the rotation there. You wanted to shut down the rotation opportunities for Cyclops there in case the diffuser didn't manage to come in quite far. There was no way for them to get back in because you were holding from that main stairs. Unfortunately, though, they were unable to lock out Blue, and it's unable to just pop up, get one, and then Blackray supporting him getting the injury in the end there onto the Maverick that put up quite closely to themselves as well. At least Cyclops in this 3-2 lead right now.
Cyclops, you've been able to get yourself one back up there, and it was a much more sort of courteous defense. They didn't overextend too much. They got that early bite, sure, and you had that single player. I'm not entirely sure how Gator was removed from the board. That was elsewhere, and whether they were trying to offer some semblance of support to that player, or it was just XSET lent in. Got a bit of aggro, got a bit of blood on the other side of their guns. Either way, it was something where Cyclops are very different, those early 2 rounds, and they found success with it. But now we're back at the opener, how it opens so far. Are they going to see if they can lean back into that aggression? Are XSET a little bit more attuned and aware of it? And where are they going to structure themselves and take? Because we've just seen for the first time 2 of the same site, and we've seen 2 different takes from XSET.
I need to press that again, sorry. We definitely have
that bit.
Yeah, it's fine. It's another entry kill that we have. It's Gator. That will find Kino. And that is yet another entry kill, the 4th of this half here for the side of Cyclops. But they don't stop with that. They know that they can get more aggressive. And they try to do so as well. They want to be doubling down on the advantage they've just gotten.
Well, this is the thing that we sort of said about them. They know how important these defense rounds are because they're more likely to struggle on their attack. There's another run out, another spray, pray and a hope. Garada, unfortunately, doesn't quite have a connection. Blackray's on the other side of a prepped window. He wants to see if he can do some damage as well. And XSET, they've lost Kino. They've lost that ace and a bit of hard destruction. They still have the Maverick. They still have some options. And it's not the most sort of driven by it, but you're still trying to get some control above. Spirits, he's been able to sneak his way closer and closer, but it's softed off, so he's not going to go any further. He was hoping a player would be in a tricky position. He's just going to smash it open as the pressure comes across the top. They're pushing the Cyclops players out of position.
Yeah, but for now, the construction is still under control of Cyclops, and as long as no one is on that highway, as long as logistics is still under control of Cyclops as well, they're just going to be able to hold this off, Emmy. That hatch is so crucial for a plant inside of the stage area, and as long as this is under control of Cyclops, there's no way that XSET is going to be able to go for a plant around that side. You see, I believe Yokai Drone just hopping back and down as well, trying to get some information. 2 stories indeed. Doesn't see anything for now. It is quite easy here down on that top floor. No real pressure coming through yet. Grenades are being tossed in, but don't deal too much damage.
So Iagate is in a power position here. He's watching towards the default plant spot as the pressure comes from stock, from underneath and from the double of the side of the lounge. Gatarada gets Yoga, is able to take care of the buck. That puts them in a tricky situation. Swings in, Black-Gray. Tries to find more and more and more and more and more and finds a little bit too much. Overfilled, and suddenly XSET's been able to bite back a second on the second story as well. Now they're still in a position, but there's still the man on the hatch. And that's the big danger, because he has the watch to all the defaults. As soon as it tries to slip in, well, they don't have that control. So they've rotated. They now have the players in the kit around on the kitchen side. They've seen a bit of an entrance here, and, well, now they've seen a bit of an entrance there. Iagator is still in this position. Iagator is the man that might be able to do the bits in the business right now. If he goes unchecked, that's the big ask. And that's where XSET need to try and structure themselves here.
Really depends on where they want to go for the plan, though. If it is where the ping is currently located, they will be picked up. The diffuser will be dropped by Aagator. They need to go for a different site here. No, they won't. The diffuser is down. 24 seconds. Scissor on those main stairs is going to be able to provide some support as well. And Spirits now comes in. He's going to try and recover it there. There's no one on the hatch anymore. At least they think so.
15 seconds, Suzuki's going for the rotate, has the pings, is just going to see if he can wait and get the catch. The Aruni's opening holes, and they're going to move their way over to Billiards behind the bar. No, it's a triple kill for Iagator. The player's going to see if he can stick it. He has to pick up sticks. 4-2 to Cyclops.
And I believe that was an Aagator quad kill to be coming in. He played it from the hatch, got that first kill, knew he was going to be watched, and decided to just rotate off, head towards CCTV, down the red stairs, strike them right in their backs as they try and go for an additional plant attempt there. And Cyclops, they lead 4-2. A little bit of a dip in the middle of this game with Bathroom and Garage not really going their way. CCTV, that is. And with that, eventually, we'll be able to find themselves back. They stemmed the bleeding and now leading 4-2.
One man, one hatch, and unfortunately one bit of data that slipped through their fingers. Their XSET punished by a single player in a single power position. It shows just how patience is a virtue and is something that can be rewarded heavily. Now they have an opportunity to try and bite their way back into this game. As I said, they're generally been better on their defense. They can bring some good structure and good sort of ideas together. Obviously, we talked about it before, Cyclops off the board. It's a ban that only really goes against one team in the world, and that team is Cyclops. They're going to have to act without it now. They know this, and they've obviously got prepped because, well, XSET aren't the first team to ban Monty against them.
No. And I said it before as well, it's not like it hurts them that much. I mean, it's a very annoying operator to play against if Anton is currently playing it. I mean, there's a handful of players you can name that are just insane with those shields. But that doesn't mean he's completely useless after you ban it out. He's still going to be able to, well, sufficiently be able to have an impact on the game here. And as he's playing onto the Maverick right now, it seems like XSET wants to bring a bit of aggression towards them as well with some C4s and a P10 Roni.
I mean, you kind of want to meet them at their own game, don't you? You kind of want to put that pressure back against them. You want to be making trouble for Cyclops because you know they're going to be making trouble for you. Here, a bit of a spread. Suzuki's going to see if he can try and get some control. It's one thing sort of noting. I know that we have a bigger pool of data for them, but they are very good at getting the kit down usually. They have a huge number of plants as a team, and it's something where a lot of them have actually contributed to it. It's not quite as sort of driven as the ideas of XSET. Cyclops are more, well, whoever's got it in the pocket, see if you can make it work.
Yeah, Anderson, for example, 15 plans last 3 months, Suzuki 13 plans. So it really shows that 2 of these players are consistently getting these kits down here, and that is what they will be aiming to do now. 2 minutes left on that clock for that first action phase. Cyclops is hunting down the roamers that XSET are currently fielding, and it seems like everybody has been falling back towards the site, and that also gives the opportunity to Cyclops now to start hammering open the ceiling, to start opening up these hatches, and to start putting pressure onto the direct site.
It is that sort of standard hold. The game you play is wasting time on the top floor. Okay, Cyclops, they might have decided they wanted to find a fight, but this is why we talk about them being a different entity to a lot of other teams. The way that we've just seen it done by XSET is the more standard and additional extended hold. You waste time, you waste utility. They've now taken 2 minutes and a fair bit out of the pockets of Cyclops, and only now can Cyclops start really trying to do some damage onto the site. Spirit slips away as the roof starts to cave underneath him. They didn't quite get the full catch on the read, and as Gataradak goes to work and does some business, it's the start of this grenade, but they think that they've left at this point.
Now, the Church and Arsenal is a very difficult site to attack. You have some hatches to drop from, but that is not ideal. None of the Siege players want to be dropping into an active gunfight there, so you avoid it if you can, and that means blue control. That means main stairs control, but those are also held off by long lines of sight, by choke points, as you may. They're currently being choked off by smoke canisters.
Wow, they're going to see if they can put the pressure onto the wall itself, but it's currently locked in, so they use that as a moment to slip their way on by. If they can get some destruction over the top, well, they might have just taken out some of those Selmas, but they've also given Irrigator a bit of movement. They'll think that that wall is safe. The drop on the hatch gives a bit of the game away. Yoga gets caught on the far side by Black Gray. The man on the table does a huge amount of damage back. There it is. They've been able to get rid of the jammer. The wall starts to pop, as does. And it's on the far side. It's now suddenly starting to light up all blue. Cyclops, huge pressure onto the church wall, but power positions. And there is one. They get the diffuser cold. A quick pick back up. It's a 2 versus 1 on the far side. They've got to see if they can stick it. Hold F. He's to the right-hand side, and he doesn't quite see him. Cyclops find the opener.
Triple wall take, working out there, and I mean, it was a valiant effort, right? He managed to get the thermite, he managed to get a second kill, but there was people coming in from blue. They flood the church, they get the trade, they struggled getting the diffuser back in their pockets, but as soon as they did, that instantly went onto the ground, and with one still being left at the main stairs, he knew exactly where the last one was going to be coming from. Rotations covered off. Cyclops 2 rounds away from 3 points.
It's that tricky moment there for XSET. As we said, the highlight on those power positions was so close to being able to pull that out. You're in what is a 1 versus 1 at that point, and sure, by the time you get to the planter, then maybe you're on a different story. It's the idea of one rotate being the kind of breaker there. He took a gamble. He hoped that they were watching down onto blue, because that is where most did. It wasn't the wrong thing for the player on XSET there to do, because you expect that pressure now to come from the side of blue so you can have an angle onto the planter and get rid of them without even needing to have the 1 versus 1. He didn't check the double door because, well, you're not expecting it, and unfortunately paid a bit of a price for it. Can they have a little bit of adaptation, a bit of a change here? We've seen some on one side, but also on the other. There is the attacker repick coming through. Cyclops are a team that does love to use it.
They definitely do. A lot of changes normally coming through. It looks like a pretty default lineup here, actually, and then you see Fuse. And some of you might be thinking, Fuse?
G2 like to play a Fuse on this map as well.
Yes, but Fuse is really good on this site, because normally a lot of utility gets placed down near the Arsenal room, and you can just place it down in early entry, actually. Spirit's just finding Galarada. That is going to be a trait coming out. However, potentially a second to come through as the confirm comes in.
That was it. They just droned him. They tried to lead him in through there on the hot drone, and you could see they were sort of holding off the angle there. Spirits was in a great position to bite back there on Adam on the top of the stairs itself, and well, the upside down rappel had arrived just in time if you're a Cyclops fan, and unfortunately just out of time if you're an XSET one here. It's still a back and forth. They've got rid of the sledge, and you've got to realize how much of the time was taken by the sledge on the previous approach onto this site. It was the start and the lead-in for Cyclops, so their previous approach isn't one that they're going to be able to replicate. They're not going to be able to double it down and put the pressure onto those main stairs. They've got to come up with a different idea. Hey, remember when you were like, nobody likes a hatch drop? We might start seeing some of those.
Yes, and this is where the Fuse comes back into play, believe it or not, because they're going to be able to use that to get rid of every utility, everybody that is playing inside their area of the Arsenal, which that means you only have to watch one direction. You watch towards the deep side of the A case, towards where this mirror is currently sitting. And with these Fuse charges going off, they now know no one's inside blue. We do not have to worry about that. There's no utility left there, so we can start putting the pressure down.
They're trying to eye up here, and they're going to utilize the breaching charges and what else they can do to try and replicate the work of the sledge before. Put some pressure onto the conjoinment there, where a shield often lays, and gives them a little bit more of a swing option if they want to take that as the staircase. But at this point, they're still trying to work out what to do, how they can get the approach here. We hear the pop of gun 6, I believe, on somewhere else as the hatch itself gets cracked open. They're angling themselves, but look at the hold that XSET's got. It's that dangerous banana all the way around. A safe backline from the Pop Hockey Bucks.
But that also leaves a bit of a weakness inside the church itself. Just a singular player, Yoga, being inside there. And as these fuse charges continue to pop, Cyclops need to make a decision here. 40 seconds left. They know someone is inside the dirt. They're trying to hold it off, but they're not quite going to be able to, well, bait them out of their safe positions. So Cyclops really need to force themselves through. And as soon as they do find out exactly where these players are located, that's when they can start to push.
Wow, there is one, whether that was the dirt player or not. No, they're still isolated, but there they are over the top of the shield. Bite back, XSET. They find one, almost get a second, and it's locked off on the far side. Cyclops, they're absolutely overwhelming the site itself. It is now just Yoga left, but not for very long. Cyclops, they are sitting on map point. One more for the full 3.
And that is the first round in 8 where the entry kill does not lead to a transition.
Now you can do the stats.
So that's the first one. After 8 rounds, the entry kill does not translate into a round win. And Cyclops is the one to take that one into their pockets, put themselves up onto 6, and now have 4 rounds available to themselves to put 3 points on that scoreboard in their group.
It's a tricky one for
Team
XSET.
Brazil.
I mean, it's a very, very tricky one here for XSET. We always said how this was probably going to be one of the toughest maps, if not the toughest matchup in their group. And obviously they get a second swing at them later. If you're unaware, it's a double round robin, and it's not over yet, but it's still worth highlighting just how this was going to be the toughest showdown for them, because it's not just the experience of the team, it's not just the caliber and the history, but you've also got to look at the composition and the way they play, where this is probably one of the most mirror matchups that XSET will come across. The reason for a lot of people, obviously talking to our NA colleagues, that they've been able to do so well in their sort of inaugural new Fresh 5 season is, well, their game's a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more peppery and spicy than what people are ready for in that league. It's a lot of people that sure as heck can win their ones, but so is Cyclops. That is the brand that Cyclops has built. So they're meeting their mirror matchup, and they're unfortunately doing it as their first sort of swing, which means that you might have more of a struggle, and it's unfortunately been the story for them so far. They still have a chance. They still have 4 rounds to get themselves to OT, and we've seen 3 of 4 OTs from the opening 2 pairs of games. I'm not sure how the matchup that we had at the same time went.
I'm not quite sure either. Don't have that information. I just actually wanted to highlight Anaton. He was on Sledge, and then he was like, you know what, I want to go Kali. Actually, Ying maybe, and now he's settled on Glass.
Yeah.
So he's been going over a lot there. And Exothermic comes off, and the EMP will follow, and the smoke canister most likely to pop in as well. And it's a bit misthrown, but at least he's going to be able to look through with that thermal vision, get some yellow outlines if someone is not paying enough attention right here, and get an entry kill for the side of Cyclops.
Oh, it's dangerous. It's so dangerous, and Anaton is just kind of hoping that he can get a bit of a catch. The smoke as the response play is the idea of, well, they're not going to sort of be able to find a route through, and that's always the changing face of Cyclops. You never know what that big beaming eye of the Cyclops monster is going to be staring down at you with, and well, they're actually going for a bit of a change of pace here. They have that open. They have that standard start. Whether they think that they can go super wide, it seems like there's a big stretch going towards maybe the bottom of Oil Pit. They're going to see if they can try and get these frag grenades up underneath and under the feet with the information of that secret sneaky drone.
Exactly, and that is going to be a prime target for one of those grenades to come through. He stays in the position, and that is the entry kill. Cyclops only needing 4 more to pick up 3 points on the scoreboard.
Oh, it is just that uncomfortable part of this era of game. A great bite back there. Yoga, he's inside the bedroom, strikes on 1 more. They're going to see if they can get the second grenade, but the first most likely destroyed the drone, so that one was blind. Yoga, he's trying to find a bit of space. Unfortunately, gets caught. There wasn't really a route out in that situation. Iagator an important take, but we passed the minute mark. 50 seconds left now, and you can see they're doing a little bit more prep. XSET, they have those goo mines stacked up potentially to go over the top of the hard wall. They are looking at maybe biting back on these downward angles, but the longer that they're keeping Cyclops at bay here, the more that they can do. No, the drone survived, but he doesn't have any more grenades. He has a lot of bullets, though.
It's definitely going to be doing a lot of damage to Gomez there. He's about 60 HP, still hanging on. 25 seconds, Emmy. They need to force themselves in. And they know someone is on the top of the red stairs here. Failed to actually take care of the shield, but it doesn't matter because XSET is starting to fight back.
Anaton, he's trying to swing around with the glass. Spirits is dancing between two dangerous spots and finds one. Swung round and popped on the window. Black Ray is all that's left, but he doesn't get up the stairs. XSET, it's a journey of 4, but they start with 1.
The shield on top of red there, really important. It tried to clear with the gun 6. They failed to do so, and it allows more kills to start flowing in towards the XSET side, and it allows them to start fighting back. CCTV just won. They've lost Church twice, so XSET decides to go towards the gym bedroom now.
Gym bedroom, and that's it. This is the site that they were able to take as their first attack as well, obviously, once upon a time, and see if they can try and use it to stretch out their defense here. Obviously, they are still just one mistake, one slip up and one round away from this being over. And that's that sort of precipice, and that's that weird moment of pressure where for some people it is the make or break pressure. Well, for everybody, technically. It is that moment where it might push them over the edge, or it might sort of loop back round and take you back round to 0 of pressure and sort of go, well, maybe it's over. So let's play like it is and just see what happens.
Now, on the other side, I've also heard that the 7th winning round is one of the most difficult ones to get in Siege.
Yeah.
Closing it out is just such a mental thing, especially if it's 6-2. It's like,
I mean, how many?
We're going so well.
Yeah, how many X to 6 comebacks have we seen?
I was going to say, how many of those comebacks have you seen where it's a 6-1, a 6-2, you think, oh, surely this game is over.
Surely it's over.
And it's not. And
it's not.
They start losing. And I'm not saying Cyclops will now, by the way. I mean, I mentioned I want to see at least 10 rounds out of every single map during this major.
You want to get a good taste.
We got, this is the 10th round, so at least we're there. So they're just giving it to us like they're giving the Kali here. Not an operator you very often see. However, one-shot injure is still a very powerful mechanic to go for here. And Anaton might be wanting to practice a little bit on his flick shots here.
So what he was doing there was he was listening for any utility that might be on the other side that he might be able to get. Nothing was there, so instead he's going to do some work here. No, he's not, because it's already done. They have somebody who can do that job very well, and his name is Fuse.
Yeah, that's going to be popping some grenades in, but they're waiting just ever so slightly. They want to be baiting someone into that hallway before they start popping it. It's just a pre-place now, like you pre-place nitro cells. However, this one pops out. A couple of more explosions spread out across the room there. One of the lances goes off. That's got a Rada's Q to start jumping in, but that's the entry kill. And they do start to come in from either side.
Spirit's in a bit of a power position here. They got to try and root him out, but they are holding on to construction, and that is the most important part of this. Usually, teams won't just throw themselves into the site. They'll see if they can root out the hold on the far side and at least give themselves some width. But here, the way that they were able to bite back, the pace of the response there of XSET was what they needed. If, again, one more slip up, one more mistake, and this game is over. They know that pressure, and they know that they can bite back. Black Ray is looking for a take with a grenade underneath, does some damage to Kino, but he's still Kino, ready to go into a little bit more of a follow-up fight. The smoke stops them. And just over a minute left now. They have some time. They still have 3 bodies and 3 guns, but they've lost, obviously, the entrance there, and the Lion, too, which didn't even get a single pop of the gadget off.
I think one at the moment he jumped in there possibly, but I'm not quite sure indeed whether or not he actually did. And it's now holding a tight angle with the SPSMG9, not actually with the big sniper rifle that is being brought, of course, by the Kali. He's trying to find something here. All he needs is just one connecting shot, and suddenly it is back into a 3-on-3 situation here. And with 40 seconds left on the clock, there is definitely some time to look for it, but not too much anymore. Finds the kill onto the bathroom player. That's absolutely huge. Holds the rotation now. You got to be very careful here, XSET. You cannot overextend.
Well, there's pings on a player, and Black Ray's moved his way into the top of the stairs. He's on a bulletproof that he takes his life for, but it's a trade back and forth. Another 2 versus 1 here. Suzu C is inside the site itself, but he doesn't quite know the true location of both. They know where he is, though, so they're going to make sure that they keep themselves stretched at arm's length. It's 10 seconds. He's still got to get the kit down, but he's not going to see the floor. XSET, they take another 2 more, and we head to OT.
2 more indeed. 2 more opportunities for Cyclops to close this out. And they went a bit quick there, we have to say. It might have been something new that they wanted to try, because as soon as that lance went off, the line just jumps in. And yes, they traded, but eventually not in their favor. And XSET had that man advantage for the remainder of the 2 minutes left on that clock. Cyclops needs to potentially slow it down. I know we do say that quite often. When they are in this position, when it's 6 to X, we're like, slow down a little bit now. Stop being so aggressive. Sometimes it's allowed, but they don't want to stop. But if they win, it feels very satisfying, but often it can also be frustrating as you see them make these small mistakes by just jumping into sight, for example, with 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. There was no need to do that. Either way, 6-on-4. Cyclops still 2 opportunities to lock it off, and they have been dominant throughout the majority of the match.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing here, is XSET are biting back, but they're still in a position where they're growing. They're still in a position where they're able to find more and more behind them. There's more in those canisters. And as I said, at the very start of this, that's why I wanted a game with pressure, because you gotta sort of have that as your shake-up. We've seen teams have a bad, rough first day, and we've seen it rock them for the rest of the tournament, where they've suffered on the bad end of a 7-0 and a 7-1. Here, XSET being able to keep biting back regardless of the result for both these teams, but most importantly, XSET, as we said, the sort of fresh young upstarts to the scene in comparison to Cyclops. It's lessons that are so important to learn, but only really taught in one manner, and that is going blow for blow in a game with a team that is cool, calm, and confident on the biggest stage.
At the same time, Cyclops, if you looked at all the predictions that were made by the fans, no one really put them out of their groups. A lot of people are still sleeping on them. And that's even though they have been to so many majors, to so many LAN events, just never really been able to surprise as Yoga misses the opportunity there, tries to go for a repeat, and that is a big mistake. Gator was ready, will shut you down for it, and the Spirits is now thinking, should I go instead? It's a little bit of a phone goal that goes off that might push him off of it.
Yeah, surely they have an awareness. Well, they almost didn't there. Spirits is plucky and lucky. He escapes with his life, the most important part, 1 HP, but it only takes a bullet to get a connection to kill. So, him still being in the fight is the most important part of this. He's still a problem that Cyclops has to deal with. It's a big danger now for any of the remaining frags. It just takes a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of shrapnel in the ankle.
Just a twitch step, you know, even that would have been potentially enough here for Spirits, but no twitch in the board, so they won't be able to just drone him literally out of existence here, and he's staying up there where the rest of XSET is currently down on the side. So now Cyclops also have a different choice to make. There's 3 people on the side, there's 1 upstairs. We could theoretically go for a side push. We do outnumber them by 2. And of course, someone will be coming back as soon as we do that, but if we're quick enough, which they have shown they are capable to do so, they're going to be able to completely take this site before Spirits has an opportunity to rotate back.
But they're being slow about it. And that's that sort of moment right now for Cyclops that's buying them some time here. The quick attempt at the explosion. There's the pressure in the breach. It's sort of a bit of a signal flare to Spirits to say, well, they're signaling their way onto the site itself. He's got to choose his battle perfectly. That's why he's sat above the hatch. He knows that he can get a drop, hopefully when they're trying to open up the Moto side itself. He is just playing himself cautious. And a double kill with a nade is going to be something that waves that danger flag. The pressure is coming through onto the back. There is the catch on the loose player. There is Cyclops finally cementing it. XSET bit back just a bit, but unfortunately for them, it is a Cyclops game as the opener.
They tried to fight back, unfortunately not able to make it back to OT. As Gator is just quickly showing off his new Instagram reel here, for example, quickly recording his MVP status there. Well deserved. I mean, we saw multiple quad kills coming through. We saw Cyclops just being able to decisively strike after they opened up what they needed to open up. No fear in their eyes. And a victory that is well deserved.
I think that was it. It was a bit of a test, a bit of a sort of maker here. And as I said, it was never going to be an easy opener. No game is, technically, but it's not many harder than your opener against Cyclops. And that is where XSET found themselves here. A bit of a blow, but there's so much more siege to go. We will be on a short break with some sponsors before we're back to have a more in-depth look at that game.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
And welcome back here to the breakdown of the game that we just had. XSET versus Cyclops, with Cyclops taking a 7-4. It was a bit of a fight back from XSET, but unfortunately the 6-2 difference was a little bit too much on Club.
They did the best, you know, they tried coming back. They, you know, shut down some of the aggressive plays that Cyclops was able to bring. However, it's Cyclops. That doesn't stop. They realize, hey, we have an advantage. We can play 5v4 on the side on that final round. They get a double kill with that grenade. And then there's truly no stopping them anymore. Just ran through, was able to shut it out in the end there. On Church, yet again, one of the most difficult sites to attack, in my opinion, managed to win it 3 times from XSET.
I think that's it. And, you know, not quite having the lock in there on that very first attack around. We heard a lot of cheering during the game from the booths behind us, but that was probably one of the rounds that had the biggest, because Cyclops knew that was the big hurdle to overcome. Putting themselves into the 5-2 instead of the 4-3,
yeah.
Well, it is that story that has sometimes haunted them, is that second half, especially without the Monty on the board. Big plays, big motions, big movements, and almost 2 huge power plays back to back, but the difference is Cyclops's.
The difference is indeed, and they find themselves with those 3 points. Again, I'm going to mention it. Many of the people at home, many of the fans, the viewers of the majors would have not have put them in any position near making it out of groups. Yet they're the first one in their groups here to pick up these points, to pick up 3 points, which for now, of course, puts them on the top. But there's still 5 more games to go, so nothing is locked in yet. But they've definitely sent a message to the rest of the world saying, please do not underestimate us, or actually, rather, please do underestimate us, because we are just going to be walking around with these rounds and these points.
Wonderful stats, and we have here a breakdown of generally how it went, and Anderton, he flew a bit of a flag, he let in, but that's sort of been the story with Cyclops. It has been the story for a very, very long time. He came into this with a plus 45. Black Gray, a little bit quieter than usual. He's one to sort of look back on, and
yeah,
you know, because he can have a bigger impact, and the other side, obviously, it's a little bit more back.
I was going to say, on the other side, it seems like there's way more kills than there is on the Cyclops side. Now, I don't know if my maths check out, but that is 37 kills, I believe, on the side of XSET, and I can only count
maybe this
24. I think it's backwards. 24 on the side of Cyclops. Yeah, it might be the other way. I don't know. It doesn't really matter because
I didn't want to say anything.
I was just checking.
You're
It's
the
like,
stats guy.
is this? Yes, it was. But either way, well played by Cyclops.
Well played.
And they've just warmed up for another game that is going to be coming very soon for them.
No, that's the thing, is obviously a lot of these teams are doing their back-to-backs, and here's the first one up to see if they can put a little bit more of a difference in. But before we get to there, obviously, it's always worth highlighting how XSET did have a bit of a fight back. They had some energy. It was the first game. It was that start here for them in the Charlotte Major, and it didn't exactly go the way that they wanted to, but you got to start somewhere. And a loss is one of those places, they'll know this more than anyone, where it can go from here.
And if you say NAL was anything to go by to 5-2, well, let's just say 1-4-1 in that case.
It's just as good.
It was just as good. They will still make it through. It is far from over yet, this group. We've only got into match 1 and soon match 2 to be underway.
See you after the break.
I can't breathe, I need to get some
catastrophe.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Charlotte Major. Here we just saw Cyclops take 3 points away from XSET. Now, can they do that again, as they will be facing off against Team Liquid in just a couple of moments?
It's not going to be easy. I think that's the fairest thing of putting it. Obviously, a lot of Latin American teams couldn't make it. Liquid, they're on the boards. They're here. They're ready to fight with the caliber of a team that, for a lot of people, they're numero uno.
Yeah, for sure. And Palu is all one of those great stars. Nesk on the lineup. There's just so many people to talk about them there. And they basically carry all that Brazilian land energy inside of their backpacks right now. So is it going to be a hell of a fusion that makes them even more deadly? Or is Cyclops going to be able to continue playing with the pace that they've just been able to bring?
I think that's the thing here. Cyclops are warmed up. They've obviously just come off the back of a game, which we cast here on the stream versus XSET, and it was a 7-4 on club, and it was a fairly standard put together there from them. They were aggressive from the moment the gates opened. And for everything that we sort of said might shake XSET, you cannot say the same about Liquid. You cannot.
No, that's the difficult thing, right? Because Cyclops, the team we just saw, was able to bring these spawn peaks to a new level. They basically found out they could smell where someone was on their drone, and they were chasing them down, hunting them down, picking up these kills time and time again, and were able to find themselves in a good position there. Whereas
I'm glad they told me once they put the cameras on that. I was looking up data. I wasn't just texting. I promise.
Oh,
I'm fired. Okay, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Take
It's
over.
going to be a solo cast like the good old days, I
I'm
guess.
gonna stand here,
That's fine. Just stand there, be pretty, then I'll do all the work.
My makeup artist is the same one who's Danica Patrick's makeup artist. I feel so American. But not American, Latin American. Let's have a quick look at Team Liquid and what they're going to bring to the fight. And it's a roster that, you know, obviously they had a couple of changes last year towards the sort of tail end. They brought themselves in for the start of this year in terms of Siege is what I'm talking about. It is that sort of idea of trying to find something fresh in a roster that for a lot of people could be and should be world beaters, haven't ever lifted the hammer, but have lifted trophies.
Yeah.
And they're going to see if they can try and make this one another.
That's that thing, right? I mean, they got so close during SI in Paris it was back then, just unable to lift the hammer. It was a very emotional, heavy tournament for them as well. Just came in second. Then next SI, everybody is expecting them to finally do it, yet just not yet. And now a major comes around. Is this going to be their opportunity? I mean, a lot of the LATAM hopes will be resting upon them, as they will be the only team from LATAM currently present. The rest, of course, playing inside of the Mexico City studio. Will unfortunately not be playing on the stage. Would they be able to make it out here in the end? And luckily for LATAM, it is a team full of experience. It's a team that has gone to many different tournaments, knows exactly the pressure that they will face, and knows exactly the playstyle that Cyclops is going to be bringing to them as well. As a quickly look over to the left, everybody quickly giving some fist bumps to one another. That means that all the sportsmanship kind of ordeals have been dealt with here at the start of the game. And soon we will be getting into, of course, a map. I don't know which one it will be yet. We have to wait until the map video will be coming up for that one.
We will get into a map.
We will get into a map, 1 out of 9. Many different options.
Do you know what the one map it's not going to be? I can tell you.
Okay, yes.
The one map it's not going to be is theme park, because that is going to be the first ban of Liquid.
How certain are you?
It is.
Are you going to say 100%?
It is, yeah, 100%. Because it's the one map out of 8 they've not, out of 9 they've not played over the past 3 months.
Okay, yeah.
And they're pretty good on every other map. They really have the stats in their favor. The stats I was looking up. Thank you very much. Here, though. I mean, maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Up here in the top corner.
I'm going to see it. Go get the first ban. See. Oh, okay. I mean, this is the first Cyclops. This is Villa.
Get it out of here.
Can we get the Skyscraper?
I actually
not
really
the first
wanted the Skyscraper.
ban,
No, both of them have played Skyscraper. Both of them are 100% on Skyscraper. I was kind of hoping for a Skyscraper. Shall I? What should now be it? After
I was going to say, how certain are you? You said 100%.
Maybe I am worth being fired. There we go.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I was going to say, if this would be to go to Theme Park, we would not be the first time a team hides the map, the entire stage, and then brings it out.
It doesn't want to go to club because, well, if you're
there it is.
There it is. I was going to say, if you're Cyclops, you don't want it to go to club. If you're Liquid, you don't want it to go to cafe. probably is the next one to take out, because that's been a little bit back and forth. Bank actually instead, which to be fair, okay, that is something that works well for them.
Still not a ban on the board for either
still
team.
another ban on the board.
So with border gone, I mean, we could still see the Cafe ban coming in. Or maybe Liquid wants to risk it all. Risk the biscuit.
Risk the biscuit.
See if there's going to be any... oh, it is
Okay.
going to be Cafe.
I mean, the thing is, it just becomes one where I guess what I'm looking at here is two teams with big map pools, two teams with strong map pools, and out of all of the ones that were sort of left, this one was one where, you know, they themselves haven't been as strong. I mean, there's always tricks, there's always time to learn. I'm not saying it's a good Cyclops map, but it was out of those, I guess, one where they think they can beat Cyclops.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see who will be able to pick up the points here in this matchup, because it is not going to be just 3 points straight. Like, if you win within regulation, you'll have those 3 points, but if you win in overtime, it is only going to be 2, and the 1 remaining point will go to your opponent there. So, I mean, that would be enough for Cyclops to be at top for now at least, but they want more. They want to look at that day with 6 points. No one has been able to do that as far yet. No one has been able to get 2 straight wins, let alone 2 wins, actually, I think.
No, I think we've really had...
Because Darksaber lost from W7M.
Yeah.
We saw Wolves lose as well against Astralis.
They did.
So we haven't quite been able to see the second win coming out yet from any of these teams. And Cyclops will be the very next one that has the opportunity to deliver that. Big question here then will be, are they going to be delivering that?
Yeah, it's always that sort of setup as well, because obviously Liquid, they have another game on the A stream. The very last game of the day on the A stream is in the pockets of Liquid, and it's versus Fury. It's the same region matchup, and one of the teams that obviously unfortunately couldn't be here. So that's a game that, you know, if Liquid can put the pressure on here, they may be, even though it's them setting themselves up and stacking for a final playday and a final showday in the final game, one of the ones that are prepped and ready for the 2 wins. It's said, if, you know, one of the things that we're going to highlight when we're talking about Cyclops in the previous game is the experience, is the history. Liquid have more. Liquid, as some of their structure and some of their players, are the most historic players of the game. And that's that sort of thing, is they're ready for any challenge that comes in front of them.
Yeah, where you, for example, have Shanko drop 100 kills every stage for 5 stages straight. You have a player like Palu. That is, no matter what tournament you take, I would say in the top 10 kind of players in terms of his performance there. You have Nesk, who's also just a legend on his own, able to hit the craziest of shots onto any opponent that he will find. And with that, Liquid always carries that very dangerous duo that has been playing together for so long already, but now, like, add a young blood to it as well.
I just want to say one more thing as well.
What is it?
When you have history between teams, you have history between teams. You have statistics between teams. Hey, last time these 2 teams meet, when was it? 6th Invitational 2022.
There we go.
What was the first map they played that was Liquid's choice?
For some reason, I have a feeling it's Cafe.
It was Cafe. And it was an 8-7 towards Cyclops. It was an 8-7. And sure, Liquid then went on to win the whole series with Bank and with Villa. 2 of the last maps that I was talking about, they're in the bad thing that they're better on. And they didn't want to go there. They want to go back to Cafe. They think that they can take the game onto Cafe.
You know what's funny, Emmy?
Oh, tell me.
We're only playing best of 1s in groups
I
here. So
know.
that means if it will be going that way again, Cyclops might be the first team to get those 2 straight wins on the board. And they will be doing some really good business for themselves, trying to get out of groups as one of the, well, the only APAC North hope to say, but for the rest of APAC as well. Of course, they want their teams to go through. And as Damwon Kia, a team that came up out of nowhere, was able to go to the majors on 1-1v1, was unable to best the record of APAC of making it to a grand final, weren't able to make it. They got eliminated, and now Cyclops may be one of those best hopes for APAC.
Dostoevsky, here we go. Load up the map and give me 10 players. I want a showdown. I want to see what can be brought here. As I said, Liquid, you're now proving a point, a lesson. One's learnt when you were last beat on this map a couple of months ago. Same rosters, same showdown, and to be fair, it was a close game, 8-7. went pretty much all the distance. So if they can try and put a little bit of distance in here, maybe they can try and put the pressure onto Cyclops, or Cyclops, who are coming off the back of a win. They're heated up, ready to rock and roll, and they're going to see if they can try and play a little bit of sweet rock music.
You just changed so many accents in between.
I'm practicing my American. That's a really bad American. I don't know what
I'm not even going to try because I'm not going to be able to get as close.
Well, you barely speak English.
That's exactly what I was saying. It's like I barely speak English, let alone with accents. So I'll just keep it with what I'm currently going.
It's great.
With. Actually, makeup artist did say that I had a very great. She thought it was American. But
really?
All I said was yeah. That's it. So I didn't say anything, and then she found out that I was.
You were rumbled. Okay. CAG versus Liquid here in the band, slow and steady, but sort of familiar here, nothing too outrageous. The Nomad is a bit of a restriction. It's often played, so taking that out of the sort of position here, it kind of gives you a bit of an opening, gives you a bit of a route that you can run a bit hog wild with here, and you have some chance of growth. They have themselves a bit of a stretch, and as we find ourselves on the other side of the bands, we are just going to have a very quick tech pause, I believe, just sorting out an issue before we get into the opening round, which is going to be on Fireplace, the second floor.
Yeah, it seems to be indeed the case. However, we're still in the pick phase. It could still be changed. I doubt it will be, because no one, of course, would be finding out. And Fireplace Mining, I mean, it's not the top floor, it's not the bottom floor, it is also not the reading room you often see. For some teams, this is the quaternary site. I'm so glad I get to use that word every now and then, because I found out back then. But you know exactly how Cyclops started off just last map? They started off on Bar Stage, which was also a map they only went back to once more after they were unable to find a win elsewhere.
Now, although statistically, as I said before, Cyclops, sure, they beat Liquid on this map and they've taken some other teams to task on it. It's not one of their best maps of their map pool, which is awkwardly the whole 9 maps, theoretically, because they play all of them, they don't really care. It's one where they haven't really been able to fork out a win as much as they have on other maps, on other play spaces and other sites. So it's still an opportunity here for Liquid. They've learnt lessons, and they're going to see if they can try and prove that. That's that important point I keep harping on and going back towards. They're starting here on the mid floor. Liquid have themselves a bit of control. The Lion, which is always that consistent, terrifying pulse. When a Nomad is gone, there has to be something to control Cyclops.
Yeah, and we saw some discussions around how Gridlock would be one of the best operators in the game if she was a 2-speed. Of course, not the case now. So you want to find something else. And, you know, that line is going to be either helping you on a push or if you try and hunt down one of these roamers. And I think that operator actually suits him quite well against Cyclops because they are a team that is constantly running. They're constantly everywhere. They're constantly on the move. They don't sit still. And that's exactly where the E1D comes in clutch.
Well, a bit of a loose control here over the top. They're trying to keep them guessing, and that was a mistake. I'm not sure if they truly expected them to be that close to the angle, but the pre-fire bullets came through, a bit of a rain of fire, and absolutely caught the head of them. PSK was sort of handed a bit of a freebie there. The mouse was sprinting around in the maze, and there was somebody with a gun hovering over the top of it. And it's in seeing if we can stop any of the onslaught of drones and data. Liquid, they know not to overextend. They know they've got that early bite, and they know Cyclops love to bite back. So they're making sure that everything is meted and a bit controlled here.
Accidentally walked into the pre-fire there, I think. Might have been zoned out. Maybe in a talk, I'm not quite sure. Possibly would have thought he might have been able to take the gunfight there, but not in the end, of course. And whereas Cyclops instantly went upstairs with 4 of their players, I believe there's only 2 left currently, with the rest hovering around that first floor. And the ground floor here as Resets is looking to find an entry here with the LMG.
Holding the angle and steadily making their way down. As if you heard that, I'm not sure. Some energy from the A stream. The players of that are behind us, just to make sure there's a lot of distance between us and the people we are talking about. And those are the overwhelming urge, that little moments, the hide and go seek of the players cornered and stuck on either side. They're a bit locked in behind the hefty machinery. They fire back, but Liquid know they don't need to overextend. There's still work to be done on the second story, and Nesk does some down towards Anaton. Takes the catch. The E1D stops any instant response again. the use of that utility to control what Cyclops love to do is so well put together here by Liquid.
Yeah, for sure. And Galarada, he's trying to actively challenge the red stairs there, but he knows there's more to worry about. Spots 2 players now, continues to pre-fire with the 9x19, but he's unable to connect anything as of yet. The drone now posing some trouble as well as he deals a small bit of damage, but the E1D coming up. He finds the kill. I believe, no, it was actually Blackray that finds on. It looked like it was Galarada, but that means that the red stairs are still standing.
It did. It looked like there was a connection. They're doing everything to try and hold off, but you can see the verticality is gone. It's out of their hands. Blackray, in the meantime, finds Nesk on the bottom of the white stairs. The pings are starting to come through. The intel's working into the favor of Cyclops. There's still a bit of a backline and a huge take by Ask there over to the corner. They're trying to dig in on the far side. A pre-fire and a swing. Suzu C bites back. They're trying to go for the plant, but it's a resets with a gun that just keeps going.
A double entry eventually for the side of Liquid. They tried to continue going. If it wasn't for the alibi, going for a bit of a run out here and there, trying to find these kills. We're back to a 3-on-3. Cyclops, their aggression again coming out, but unfortunately a little too late. Unable to have the impact they wanted to early on in that round, and that leaves Team Liquid now in a round advantage. Bar will be coming up next. It seems like the Oryx will be brought, and you know, before you would say there is always that 6-pick, there is always the repick. Now repick is only for the attackers, and 6-pick is completely gone. That means the Oryx has been locked in. And there's multiple ways to use him here. For example, the long bar that we have can often be destroyed by just a single use of the Ramadash. It allows for extra visibility to whoever's in the freezer to take the gunfight towards the new drop balcony, for example. However, that one is being locked off. This is a rotation. That is a double rotation. All right, so from the freezer... Yeah. I don't see it. Oh, there we go. From the freezer into piano, from piano back into the bar, and a castle barricade to lock it all off. However, my worry here is if they're playing aggressively on those windows, Liquid that is, they might be able to shut out this complete hold in a matter of seconds.
Well, there's obviously lessons learned. It's a team that's gone up against each other before. They had the best masterclass of how a team likes to play in by being beat by them on it. Blackray suffers on the early spray here down, but he's going to see if he can lean back into the VIP dining window just underneath. There's a bit of a stretch, but look at this. Liquid aren't going to play your games, Cyclops. They know how you like to play them. And you're going to go for the hop out here, and he can't quite get the true shot through. They've already found themselves rounded onto the corner, tucked in on the side, and there's the E1D, but Blackray knows at this point he's got to get out of there. His goose is not cooked, but definitely at least a little bit plucked.
They knew where he was. He was being hunted down by the E1D. He ran out before, so he had no real other option there. And there's an attempt of a sledgehammer to go off, and eventually it does. Alligator just waiting underneath that hatch, hoping that Palu is overstaying his welcome a little bit, over-peaking there, so he can pick up that hatch shot that is so needed. And as the drone comes through, actually didn't drone him out for quite a while. Alligator is going to be having to drop off here.
He's holding on to just the hatch here. He's giving himself a bit of a stretch. They're making sure Liquid has to work for those early kills, not just sprinting into an open fire, but at least openly fired there onto it. Again, the combination, the Gon 6 and the cover there that came through really well put together. We can hear a little bit more breaching and breaking on the far side. They know roughly where the players are, and they're rooting them out one at a time. Liquid is making sure that they have the intel before they go for the act, and well, there's a little bit more that comes through the hold, the pause, the moment, and the drone that gets caught out, the Claymore as well. Galarada can use this later. It's a tool and a surprise that, again, Liquid aren't going to play into. They keep moving. They keep pushing and pressuring forward. They take that sort of secondary intel that we've lost something here, so let's assume that we have a moment to try and do something else here.
Grenades are being cooked in the meantime as well, but Palu unable to quite find the response yet. The door underneath him gets opened up and kind of spooks him out a little bit, so he decides to head back towards that roof to allow himself some extra safety, try and strike from a different position because there's 50 seconds left. The side is up on that top floor to have a man advantage. You do not want to throw away that advantage now, as it is for Suzu C and Blackray both to strike and bring it back in Cyclops' hand.
Swung round and pre-fired, 2 different angles, 2 different fights, and now 30 seconds. They're going to see if they can try and get a second on that connection. Over the top of the balconies, resets, connects with 1. And we have another moment, another break, and another loose player down in train. They still have some vertical control here and play, and you're looking at the danger of just an impact in the hands, but if they can find an angle, they can make it work. So Reset hops up on the bar and drives himself all the way through to Lumber. Doesn't see the connection as true as we did, but here we have the outlines, and he has himself just going for a swing and a fight. There it is. He can keep going and keep firing. They're just going to pull themselves out of there. PSK is going to see if he can stick it on the far side. They don't know about the secret player holding on. There's a fight onto the window. Can't get a second, and the diffuser is safe and secured and down on the ground. PSK gets that connection with the cool karma. Reset's offering all the cover that gun can on the far side. The drone gives the first game away. The LMG almost gives the second here, and Gatarada, I said he'd prepared himself some tools to use later, but Resets his other ideas.
For a second I was afraid there. None of them had jumped out yet. None of them were able to go for the rappel and try and cover some part of that run through there. But at the moment I realized he was on those white stairs, instantly we have one jumping out. And then we rewind a little bit because they went for that plan. They dug in deep. If only the angles watched a second earlier. That could have been a pickup. That could have been a diffuser called. Or at least the information, because the impact was tossed in from underneath as well, but not at the position where the planter was going on, but at the position where the Zofia was covering with the LMGE. And we have a tactical timeout straight away to come through from the side of Cyclops here, as it's 0-2 for Team Liquid. They feel like there's something not quite connecting, and they want to root that out very soon.
I mean, it was a great drive by obviously the Zofia. They made sure they needed to be where they had to be. PSK, again, if we're going to talk of experience, being able to trust the players around them and get themselves stuck in, the swing and the pickup on the player on window, if they hadn't have been able to respond to that so fast with the cover of Resets, then it's a different story. Then it's a different round, then it's a Cyclops round. And Cyclops are just as aware of this as anybody else is.
Yeah, for sure. And with 0-2 currently on that scoreboard, Cyclops, you know, they started off as strong as Liquid did in that previous game they just played against XSET. So it's definitely a bit of a hurt for them, right? When you're starting off the game and it's not going quite well like the previous one, and you don't really have time to reconvene because that tactical timeout they just used, that's all they're gonna get. Like, their resources are done now. There is no more prepping, no more changing. All they can do is between the 5 players on the Cyclops side themselves. They are the ones making the calls now. They are the ones that need to find whatever works against this Brazilian top team.
Well, Cyclops, will the conversation be one that brings you a little bit more hope into a game that's kind of slipped away from you the first 2 rounds? It's not entirely been as handed as how you opened your first game just before against XSET, but as we said, it's a very different showdown here against Liquid, and that's one of those stories. Is if we're going to say that game against XSET was a challenge for XSET because they're 2 very similar teams, this is going to be one here where Cyclops are being tested by a team that is, by and large, very different to them. There is this drive, there is this play around objective, there's this confident solidity and consistency that Liquid plays around.
And it's in hiding underneath the skylight there, hoping to not be spotted out by any of these drones. And of course, it's not really a position that you would often check. Not sure if he just took out a drone there. I believe he did as he moved under the new balcony out there. And there is some pressure up on the top floor. We have Black Ray sitting around a pixel here, just hoping that someone walks right into his 1.5 with the MX4 Storm. So he can pick up one of those early kills. That's what Cyclops needs to bank off, because the first 2 opening kills went Liquid's way, and we knew how important they were against XSET.
Black Ray is trying to just sneak his way past that opener and see if he can find himself in a new place. And, well, now he's sprinting because he realized the opener was steadily getting a little bit wider, a little bit more dangerous for him to spend too much time in the sprays. And a bit of pressure starts to come through either side. They're looking for the angles onto the windows themselves to see if they can try and get the catch. The second E1D goes off and nobody's struck from it. It covers a bit of movement. Make sure they don't bite back. They've still got a hop over here, but Cyclops have been much better this time at baiting out that intel without suffering the cost of it.
Someone right underneath that window. They might be aware that Black Ray is out there. PSK goes for the repel. That might be crucially dangerous here as a grenade pops in. Won't quite get him, but they do definitely know he's here. Full flesh, but so is PSK. And he's just stuck on here, but Resets comes around the corner. We'll be able to lock it in the end. There quite some utility and manpower used, but as Ask finds another kill, suddenly it is a 3v5.
I mean, they really just decided to go ham. They had an idea where a player was, and I think Liquid were a bit sick of putting pressure down and not getting anything for it. Nask suffers in the other side of the hot pocket. The Vulcan pops off that was on Lumber, burns him and forces him to hold stairs, but he wanted to do that anyway. The kit needs to find its way over. As it does, you can see Ask is setting himself up for the drop here, but Iagate is watching. The Christmas door was open, and opened even further. PSK with the swing round gets one more connection. The drones are whirring and working ahead of the players themselves, and Cyclops once again are finding themselves on the rotten side of well-used utility. A single player is all that's left for this round, but they don't get much further. Liquid respond to a timeout with a flawless.
Some good clears coming out here. Liquid really showing their professionalism right here. I mean, they know Cyclops. They've played against them so many times, and the fact is, the lineup hasn't changed ever since 2019 December, so they're still the same players, and they still play the same way. They try to deny the entry, they try and go aggressive, but there's a way to play against that, and that's exactly what Cyclops is currently doing, or Liquid is currently doing against Cyclops here. 0-3 current score, and it's showing for it in that matter, and it shows like, okay, they open up the window, they're trying to bait him out. Grenades come in, flashbangs come in. In the meantime, two Liquid players are pushing him from the pixel side of things, but there's nothing Cyclops can do to respond.
Nope. And that's it. Is the intel game from Liquid has been so good. They're not just using the drones as well. They're sort of building themselves a structure of, well, you tell me what's going on. We can pass this information down the wire and make sure that it gets to the ears and the guns that need it. As we saw in that play, the pressure, the timing, the hold on the window, it wasn't just the single player out on the window with the two that were coming from the opposite side on the second storage, but the pressure on them, because there was also a catch in case he jumped out. There was another player waiting on the bottom of garage, holding the window jump out as well. Liquid had fully cast a net around every possible exit and entirely Doctor Stranged that single play, but that is what they're doing so well here. They haven't just read the book on how to play against this Cyclops defense. By the looks of it, they wrote the thing.
Now there is quite some repicks that happen, and they led to a Capital, a Ying, and a Buck to be brought out already with the Finca and the line out here. And to me that just spells aggression, right? They try and find themselves an opening, they try and find themselves a gap in the defense of Cyclops, and in that moment every single piece of utility they own is going to be tossed at the faces of the Cyclops team. But for now, it seems like they want to take that top floor control. And that's basically how every cafe starts out. You go from top, you go to bottom, you make sure that everybody's back on the site for the defenders and see if you can catch anybody out on the process. So, an Agator sticking behind his pillar, he might find himself isolated very soon.
Anaton's doing a little bit of loose play around the side of Zulu. There's drones that are coming through again. The intel game's been very well read and almost read. That player there on the backside, the swing and the pre-fire down towards the bottom of Brown. Suzy suffers as well. Palu's taken a lot of blood out of two different players and only suffered a scrape on his own side that's very quickly patched. The Doctor is in. Nask gives him a little bit more back as Cyclops pulls themselves generally back. There's still Galarada playing a bit loose here on the second story. The drone goes by and the Vigil goes bye-bye. He had the idea of heading up there, but instead it's just going to sit here and hope they don't try and redrone the bottom of red. Instead swing round. Doesn't get the catch, pulls off at the worst possible time. The Buck opens up the end of the route in the run. He thought his number was called there, and it almost was, but still scrapes a survival by. Everything is seemingly watched by Liquid right now. Where do you go?
I'm not quite sure if they actually knew he was out there, but, you know, he could have had the opportunity to take down Palu. Unfortunately, rotated around at the wrong timing here. Now, Anaton trying to play some vertical game. Also, just the wrong timing coming through. Someone just peeked over there. So let's hope that that pre-play C4 we saw earlier is going to be able to find them some success, but the flashbangs are coming out. Smokes are being tossed in to try and counter that as well, but I don't think Liquid is too bothered about it.
The burn of the flash around the corner. They're hoping nobody's behind the shield. It's an absolute cacophony, an orchestra of pain, but it's actually the Ying that suffers as the first entrant. Drop down on the side. They don't have the swing over VIP. It's a shotgun locked in. Anderson gets a kill. There's a drone watching and a player to his left and to his right. So he's just sort of swinging and popping up every which way. Tries to get the take with the SMG, but it's the door that locks him in instead. A sudden moment, but 15 seconds. You can't take too long. It's back and forth inside Kochek. Galarada is making sure they don't have that clean entrance. They do still have a bit of space. They got to get the kit into the site itself. They're able to get an important take now. Top behind the chassis, it's just Black Ray. He's close on the corner, creeps, finds the diffuser, Cole tucks in, and Cyclops finally find a first round.
It was a scrappy round at that door, but it managed to take away a lot of time out of the Liquid hands there by taking these fights constantly, but in a preservative manner there. They did not want to commit to that fight. They peek, they go back. They just play peekaboo with them there. They just show themselves, they fire some bullets, but they back out instantly again as well. And of course you take some damage here and there. But eventually you waste a lot of time by playing it like this, and with the trades happening left, right, and center as well. And Black Ray eventually shutting down the diffuser planter. They find themselves around.
Okay, Cyclops, it's a time round, which to be fair, it's still a round win. It's a technical victory, your favorite kind of victory, a technical one, but it doesn't really dictate that it's a good one. Liquid still had a lot of control. They suffered, sure, and they lost the round, but time is something that on the other side isn't going to work in your favor, and time is something here where that game is only going to last so long unless you find big ways to step in on it, because Liquid has been very good, as we said, at sort of pinching the number, knowing where to be and when to be there, and even in amongst the chaos, that final 20 seconds where every player was still standing, they were still going for those sort of strikes onto singular players. They still looked to try and find the fight there onto the VIP side. They still looked to then try and find the lock-in on Coat and try and get the kid into the chassis. Although it's chaos, although it's panic, it's still Liquid. And Liquid know how to work themselves in that do-or-die moment.
Now you know how we noticed how the Nomad was banned and how a Gridlock would have been a very good replacement.
Yeah, you did.
If she was only a little bit faster.
Yeah, you said that.
PSK doesn't really seem to be worrying too much about it. We'll be bringing the Gridlock here, and I think it's a valid choice against Cyclops. Seeing how much they were running around in that previous round, they just managed to slip away time and time again. Now, you can try and locate them, lock them off with a track stinger, and then try and shut them down if they try and rotate out.
How preservative they are of their drones is so well played here from Liquid. They just know how valuable their utility is. It is one of the most important parts of anyone's arsenal and anyone's roster, and they treat it as such with the respect the drone deserves.
Yeah, XSET had a bit more trouble with that here and there, and now there is currently still 9 left in the hands of Liquid, of which 6 are currently in the field. So a lot of information to be gathered by the Brazilian team here, and they're doing just that, trying to find out how active currently that top 4 is for the side of Cyclops. Are they holding any angles? Are they trying to play aggressive left or right? Doesn't seem to be the case as of yet, as they're trying to force them out.
They're looking, they're eyeing up and trying to find a little bit of just something from the opposite side of it. Some damage, some destruction, some pop off there of gadgetry, but nothing that's made a connection with any of the players as of yet. It still pings. It's still this sort of arm's length utility game where nobody wants to be the first victim. As we said, if we're going to talk about how Cyclops were learning to keep themselves a bit cautious, Liquid, they're finding less and less there's the connection on the other side of their utility game, which was a big part of their early drives, factors, and force here. They're getting themselves prepped. Some angles down towards that tucked-in corner so nobody can be tucked in, which, to be fair, they often like to be. Galarada suffers. The spray from above, there's really nowhere he can go, and at this point, you're just sort of waiting for either that or a grenade. It was only really one way out of that door. Palu is the man that signs the ticket.
Started to go for a bit of a teabag there while scanning, seeing if there was anyone else up there. Wasn't quite able to find him. 30 seconds left on the clock, round 5. And this one is nearing its conclusion here. Liquid are trying to find themselves a way in here. They've locked out some of the rotates, but with 18 seconds left and a Yokai still on the board, Ask tries to go for the plant, but will it be successful?
Well, Yes. Is the answer at the end of that. There is a body that goes into the side. Black Ray fought his way up the top of the stairs, but he suffers on the opposite side. They had too much of a lockdown. There's PSK proving that over the top rope. He finds one more. Susie C fighting upside down. Repel nowhere safe. So he's just going to see if he can take the fight. Finds the cap and gets the lock in. Black Ray's down. It is a technical 2 versus 2, but they have a buck right above. And there it is. Sprayed across the top, the 2 players. There's one, we saw the other. The lock-in, it was rotten timing for Cyclops, but that was that control from Liquid.
I was going to say, that one is getting very close. He's being caught off there as he has the skeleton key out. He's opening up the wall, he's opening up the floor, and unable to directly take a fight, but he's Liquid struck well in some of these positions with Cyclops. They managed to fight back, and you saw there again, just barely winning that gunfight.
That's why people bring Buck.
That's why you bring Buck. It's a shotgun and an instant swap back to the C8.
Okay, Cyclops, 4-1 is the distance you're currently looking at, and that was one that you were never even close to on your previous game here. Liquid, as I said, they can operate in that narrow window, but just look at the structure that came through for that execute. They had the control in all the places they need to. They knew where that kick could go down. With the angle over pillars that was being held by PSK and the lockdown there with the gridlocks, with the drones that were giving Parlu the heads up to the play, he had the cross angle to make sure nobody could then put the pressure onto PSK. They had the drones watching those angles, sure. They lost because of Black Ray coming up to find the fight at the top of red, but that player positioning was one to make sure the kit was fine to go down. All of it was threaded. There wasn't a route through for Cyclops to find themselves clean, so they got scrappy, and scrappy they did. But when you find yourself on the wrong side of a scrappy fight and suddenly they still have that structure, well, what do you do?
That's it. Everything was set up for it. They realized there was an opportunity to go for a plant in that exact same spot that would unlikely to be contested by any players, more likely to be contested by yokai drones. Of course, we don't know, but it seems like they're eyeing up for a rush here, Emmy.
Oh, they are prepped, ready to rock and roll, and here we go. Knots on the first door, found themselves through into the second, and oh, nobody's home. Don't mind me, gonna take up myself a residency and plant on the close-in corner. They're stuck on the far side, whereas Cyclops, I don't know, but their phones are gonna be ringing in just a moment here as Ask connects it with the ground and gets themselves a plant. They pull themselves back in, tucked in the corner. They're ready to strike and find their own kills on the far side. 35 seconds, Addison at least gets one on the split of it, but in the meantime, it's the Ying off the board and a post plant. You're gonna try and bite your way through. Pre-fires and angles are only going to buy you so much time here. Locked in on the far side of Zulu. It's one more for the side of Ask here. Nesk has a lockdown. He is connecting everything. The kit to the floor and the bodies. There's a couple more here. The spray through the rotation. Liquid. My word.
Okay, I'm going to say it again. You know, last round they saw an opportunity to go for a plant, Emmy, and they went for it, and it worked out well. And you know what they did? They saw an opportunity here. They went for it, and it worked out well. They managed to just rush up to the site and get the plans there in the end. A tactical timeout to be called, and it is Liquid that calls it. They're 5-1 in front.
Take a moment.
Take a moment. Just quickly breathe. You do not want to bring yourself into too much trouble here. So at the site swap here, Cyclops is now on the attack. And you know, the coach quickly having a bit of a talk. All right, this is what they do. This is what we need to pay attention to. This is where I want you guys to play to shut them down early on. Those are just 3 examples. I have no clue if that's exactly what he's saying right now, but I'm just trying to paint a picture there of kind of last minute pointers he can give his team.
I said at the beginning, I said it's going to be a map for me to sort of get a proven lesson from Liquid here, because obviously this was the map that they lost against Cyclops at SI 2022. This would be that truest litmus test of just where change could have happened. And yeah, you always play how you play on the day. Oh, they're playing some pretty good Siege on this day here in Charlotte. They're doing pretty good things.
They're doing pretty good indeed, and there's definitely no questioning that. As we're soon to be getting back into the game here, it seems like it will be the top floor, so we're headed towards the bar. Free pick that we see from Aniton from the Monty to the floor, so even if the Monty is able to be played, it's not always the case.
I think one of the things to sort of look at with this game as well, from the side of Liquid, okay, apart from that one player.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Be back in a moment. It's happened during this moment. Is, well, the stats that we'll see, take them in, breathe them in, everybody, because
they're already gone for everybody else.
Oh, they're already gone for everybody else?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, they were good. Let me just sort of paint the picture for you. From Liquid, it was good for everybody. There wasn't a single player that's having an outstanding game. There wasn't a singular sort of force that was taking control of the game. On the side of Cyclops, there's players that haven't gotten a single kill yet. I believe only one. There's players with only one kill, and then you've got, I think it's Anaton, is it, up there on 6 at the most. Here on Liquid, nobody's above that, but all of them are around that. All of them are positive, and it shows the sort of meat of how they're taking these rounds is that connected play. That lockdown and control has just been exceptional. And that, I guess, is why they want to have the technical pause, the conversation. Oh, they don't want to have technical. They had their timeout pause. They called their tactical pause, I mean to say. And they utilized that to sort of go, well, let's keep this connection here onto our defense, because it's a little bit tougher to do that sort of pinpoint play of let's take things out when they're the ones that are bringing the pressure onto you.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's not a bad thing, right? And I mean, we've seen it go wrong here or there.
Yeah.
So it's not always the best thing to go for, but if you're playing against a team like Cyclops that is known for their aggression, that is known for their not standard siege-like plays, let's just put it up like that, it is not a bad idea to quickly have a talk before the site swap after you're 1-5 up to ensure that you hang on to the advantage you've just been able to get.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about it, is you control the pace. The pace is that massive sort of concept over any game, any round, any bit of siege. Pace is important. Pace is imperative to victory. And having a control of that and being the sort of mark of that, as I said, the only round that Cyclops won was of time. That's not true to them entirely controlling the pace, more than sort of offsetting it a little bit. They didn't stop the Liquid train, but they did enough to sort of cause the Tannoy to say we're going to be into the next station a little bit late.
And they slowed it down just
They
enough.
slowed it down just
it's
enough.
Like those 10, 20 seconds from some of these scrappy gunfights that happen, those are eventually what make the difference in such a position and situation. But the truth being is that Team Liquid is currently 2 rounds away from picking up 3 points as well. And it's currently 2 rounds away from making sure that, again, another team not being able to reach 2 wins here at the very first day of the Major. And of course, this is only Game 4 on both these streams. That is currently going.
It's been a very chaotic day.
It's been a very chaotic day. We've had some overtimes here and there.
Yeah.
We've had some small...
we haven't had, I mean, obviously, I don't know the result of, I think it was an OXG game that was on A stream just before when
yes,
that
I have no clue either.
To be quick, I'm not entirely sure. I can check, actually. I'm not going to check the score, but it was OXG versus Team 1. And that game, whoever it went to, was over quite quickly by the sounds of it.
I heard Oxygen behind me scream quite loudly, so
everybody does.
I know, but you know, it was like a it was like a victory scream of some sort.
There's the start. The Flores is trying to make their way up there, get some control over any of the barbs or anything that might be on the white stairs. Nesk prepped under the white window, hoping to get the catch, saw the rappel and the cable, but you can't shoot that out. That would be a terrifying operator here.
That would be very fun.
Imagine.
But yeah, it might be for the better because people would just be falling to their demise every single time someone gets too close. And a map like Cafe especially, let alone Tower or Skyscraper.
Someone
now,
with big scissors.
New operator ID being teased right here as we speak. And the Major, will it be the new one? We don't know, but Nesk is going for a jump out, finds one, but Gadarada is there for the trade.
Instantly bit back there. It's not the most uncommon jump out, but Nesk was able to at least pull something out. It's Ayagator. He hasn't had the strongest showing so far. I believe he was the player from Cyclops that didn't have a kill before the rehost, and that will continue as we keep pushing ourselves a little bit further away here. Nesk, in the meantime, he's been very even. That's the thing about the team. As I said, they've made sure that they were all in a good bit of body balance, but his was truest to the form. I think he'd got himself dead pretty much 5 of the 6 rounds up to this point, and he makes sure that he attacks on another, but he makes sure he keeps it at the 1 ratio here. Ask is under a little bit of pressure from either side. There is some C4 and some stretch. They're going to see if they can catch the cigar door, but Cyclops isn't pushing themselves either side too intently. They've made sure they've made their mark. Got the rotation open around Cocktail and prepping instead for a bit of an angle here in the second swing round. Doesn't quite get the full catch, though.
Grenades are being tossed in, or flashbangs rather, all the way towards the pixel. There's a player behind that shield, but followed up by a grenade of BlackRay will be able to find shortly an advantage for Cyclops, but quickly gets traded back out.
Well, it's back and forth all the way across the bar. Suddenly, Liquid's been able to put it into their favor, but now it's a 1 versus 1. It's going to be Anaton, that player who has been able to do the distance here, trying to get a bit of a catch. He has a lot of time. Palu waited for the moment and the call of the plant to come around the corner. They're going to stick it and get themselves down. The impact doesn't get the connection. The player doesn't find it either. Anaton somehow takes that into his hands, and that is energy Cyclops desperately needed.
A 1v2 clutch for him to come down there, and a bit of a misplay possibly. Waited a bit too long, throw the impact, well, at the right place, but unable to connect the shots eventually in the end, and Cyclops is going to be able to find their second on their attack, of course, right at the round of the swap of the half. But they played it quite well. They knew someone was a pixel, they threw in these flashbangs, they get the grenade, and suddenly a lot opened up. Of course, Liquid trade back a little bit, but it's not at the end. And, you know, at the end, Cyclops, a 1v2 clutch to lock it off is not something you often can rely on.
I mean, when he was fleeing through the impact hole, you were like, that's him caught.
Yeah.
Surely that's him caught. To lean back into the fight there, as he said, those moments happen sometimes. Palu couldn't quite get that full connection, and
I mean, Palu sees him run, he doesn't see him anymore, so he's like, all right, he's going freezer, so he wants to swing around, but at that moment, Anaton's like, I can repeat that. I can take that fight.
Fancy a fight.
He didn't kill me the first time. Why would he kill me the second time around? And is going to be able to eventually get the kill and the round under the Cyclops belt. But they need many more. Again, 2 rounds is all that Team Liquid needs for these for the 3 points here. Cyclops, they still need 5.
Ash, not an operator you see too much nowadays, obviously, in the current meta. She doesn't quite have the options that were once offered to her, and that there's just too much else to do, and you've got too many other good guns and gunners to be able to bring here. And whether it's just a thing here for Gatorada to try and find some comfort to lean into the firefight, if it's something that works, it might bring them a little bit more of a success story. With no meta off the board, it is going to sort of have a bit of a cost here in terms of the hold. Cyclops isn't quite going to be able to get that full confidence that they like, but they're instead going to sort of try and shepherd the players with the Jackal working their way across. You haven't seen him too much today, but he does still have a show of force on maps like Cafe.
They're very brave dropping through that hatch with the ITA-12S. Now, get some red pings, however, reinforcements on the other side, but it allows Gator to sneak up towards the actual side. He's just going to walk in. There's no one here. He finds one. There he goes. Oh, he doesn't land the kill. But I believe there's another player ready to follow up. BlackRay actually gets a trade in the side and the control of Cyclops now.
The site is locked. Obviously, they have the hatch to drop down. CCC is trying to move into the backside, but the kit isn't there. So at this point, BlackRay's just sort of sitting and waiting. There's nobody there, and he's cautious. He's trying to get rid of the Maestro cam. Can go get the connection. It's bringing the read of absolutely everything. At this point, Liquid is sort of restructuring. Gatorada's going to see if he can catch a free one here and hope they go for the rotate, but they do not. Nesk connects over the top of the hefty train machinery and gets rid of a little bit more of a loose connection. Again, the lack of the kit means it's a bit of a bite back in. Anaton makes sure the kit is cold, unfortunately, on the far side, and now it's down to BlackRay and Suzu C. The 3 versus 2 here. The player inside train. Suzu is trying to see if he can try and retake some of this verticality. Doesn't quite get the mark here. Liquid, they don't overstretch. They don't need to. They have all the lockdown. They have that player isolated inside the site itself. They know where Suzu C is based on the 2 fights he takes. The BlackRay has to just leave. And now he's definitely got it because, well, there's no way for him to go. That is that double-edged sword. If you go for the deep dive into the site and you find yourself there empty, well, if you've not got anything in your hands, that's all you can take from it.
I was going to say, they find themselves on the site so early, they have full control, they just didn't know if someone was around prep because, I mean, there might have been some verticalities that would have been hindering them there, but instead they took it to the long hallway. They allowed Nesk from the top floor to take out the cover, rotate back this side, shut them down in the hallway. Nesk saved that round for Team Liquid there due to the fact that Cyclops was unable to commit down towards the actual side of prep. And, you know, you find that early control. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to capitalize off it fully.
You just sort of think, I guess, what the conversation is there from Cyclops, because They were then trying to move the kit in with a little bit of body support and cover. They lost the firefight down the sort of long red corridor, as he said. With Nesk on the back line, he was able to do some work here. And again, that consistency of him. Okay, I said before, he was sort of even on the body count. Now he's a little bit further since the Rios, making sure that he keeps that. But it was one of the discussions that we had with Pengu before all of this, is one of the hardest things in Siege, statistically, is to have a 1 kill per round ratio. A 1 KPR is a pretty huge metric to have that consistency, and he is pretty much locked into every single round. He's found some work, he's found some business and some bodies to remove, which against a team like Cyclops, who thrives in that gameplay, it's so important.
They love chaos, Cyclops. They love to bring it, they love to play in it. It's often where they find some success as well. However, Team Liquid currently not having any of it. I mean, yes, Chaos still strikes here and there, but they find a way to balance it back out, to sort of bring back the pace towards themselves, and that is why they're currently leading here with 4 match points to go for them. Grenades are being attempted here. A-Gator, he might find someone, I believe that was actually an ADS that might have picked up one of them. Some stuff is being tossed in. That grenade will pop, but still no damage.
No, nothing. Nobody was home. They kept themselves a little bit wide. They're concerned about the pace that could be applied here, but there's nothing too immediate. No more charges. I think it was sort of a roll of the dice from Cyclops on the previous round, and it came up with a great result, but unfortunately Liquid were playing an entirely different game. Here, they're still setting themselves up for the structure around Piano, around that lockdown on Cigar. There is a loose player towards the bottom of White that they've got some caution on, but they're just heading up and down the stairs, so it's nothing you can sort of sit there and wait on, especially without the Nomad. They're rolling the grenades down towards that shower box, and nobody's home there either. Anaton suffers a little on the smoke. They buy themselves a second's of time here, but it's still this steady attempt that otherwise, again, Liquid, they're not playing into.
I mean, Nesk is such a smart player as well, right? The first flashbang rolls and he knows exactly what is about to be following up, and it will end with a grenade and it will end with an explosion. We'll now retake that ground, retake that bathroom with the mirror window he has, so he's going to be able to challenge Cyclops no matter where they go. And with a 2-6 and 1 minute 20 left on the clock, Cyclops, they want to go for a plant, but they still need to descend one of these floors. And they haven't been able to take the full top floor control as of yet.
I mean, that shield's still sitting there at the top of Lumber as well. The mirror windows all the way from deep, stretching themselves down that long fire line. Cyclops, they're sort of trying 3 different approaches here. None of them have come together.
The chase.
Husk is chasing with a shotgun trade out on the bottom. But in the meantime, on the top, there's another kill that goes into their favor. PSK suffered at the same time. It looked like it vaguely might have happened itself around Train, but I could be incorrect about that based on piecing together 2 different fights at the same time. But 30 seconds, they got to try and piece together at least 3 more. Liquid is still locked in power positions, and Cyclops is still trying to run the numbers and the math. Is it going to be a calculated risk here? There's a hold, there's a hole, there's an idea, there's a bit of caution because they're not entirely sure where it is, but it's such a bold attempt. 20 seconds now, and it's all they've got left as Nesk is starting to get a little bit like he wants to hunt if he can find a kill on the second story now. As they're trying to go for an execute. This could be over. Takes the hot hop, goes down the white corridor. They're slipping ahead. It's double kills inside the side. Either side, it's 2 versus 1. It's just Gator left, but he doesn't get in the door. Liquid find their opening win, and they did it with the style of a team that is, for a lot of people, tournament favorites.
Yeah, they are for sure some of the tournament favorites, but when are they not? Team Liquid is always in that top 5, maybe even top 4 in terms of the tier list at the end of it. But if you saw them play against Cyclops here, they were in control. They were able to slow down the aggression and the chaos that Cyclops wanted to throw at them. And they were able to make sure that they were victorious. They find those 3 points. And the dogs are coming out here. The congratulations to the rest of the team, but their day is not done yet.
No.
They still have another game at the end of the day where they will be trying to look for the 6 points.
I think that's it as well. Is obviously the 6 points is something that has escaped a lot of teams. A lot of teams that have been able to take the first win haven't been able to take the second. You kind of like that on an opening day. I think that's the fairest thing to say.
It keeps it interesting.
It keeps it interesting. It keeps you sort of guessing, and it keeps the groups close. And that's that important, terrifying sort of statistic that grows and grows as the game goes in. And well, as we said, their next is actually the last game of the day. On the A stream is when you'll be able to catch Liquid again versus their country folk Furia. I believe.
Yeah, Fury, of course, playing from Mexico City. So it's going to be interesting to see. We don't have them shouting against each other. Well, we will have them shouting. Just one in Mexico and one in South Charlotte. Maybe they shout loud enough they can hear each other. But I doubt even the Brazilians can shout as loud.
Guess we'll have to find out. But before then, a very quick break, and we'll break down that game that we just saw.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Charlotte Major. We just had Team Liquid basically sweep the floor with Cyclops, you can almost say. Cyclops, they gave it their all. They tried to bring the chaos that they so know and love, and that we know and love. But Team Liquid, an experienced team at that, tournament favorites at that, were able to deal with the situation there.
It was a team that knew the game. It was a team that sort of knew what they were doing, and as I said, that was the lesson that we wanted to learn from them, because last time they met on Cafe, it wasn't a Liquid map. It was a Liquid best of 3, but it wasn't the Liquid map. It was an 8-7 that went to Cyclops. This, you would be surprised if this Cyclops was able to get more than a sniff, and it wasn't because they were underperforming totally, but Liquid was so locked in. That was, of the games I've seen so far, maybe one of the strongest teams I've seen play.
I was going to say, Team Liquid really played that well. They were super coordinated. They knew exactly what needed to happen. They were basically just like a super well-oiled machine.
It was a great machine.
It was a great machine.
One
of the greatest machines we have seen so far.
And here, obviously, as we get the quick replays, just moments like that, the quick response to be able to take the kills, the intel game, how locked in they were. The only round that they lost on their attack was by a timeout from a couple of buffer plays, and then the only round they lost on their defense was the opener. But since then, they were able to take pretty much everything else. And as I said, Cyclops, it wasn't so much that they underperformed, it's just that they weren't ever given the option to perform.
I mean, they tried, right? But at the same time, Liquid is like,
you tried to swim up a river.
Yeah, exactly.
And liquid washes you away.
The stream was too strong, indeed. And with that, Team Liquid, 3 points on the board. Cyclops, currently 3 points on the board. So they are equal, head-to-head, then given over to Team Liquid. But they still have a game to play later tonight. We just alluded to it a little bit earlier as well, the last game. So they have a little bit to wait now, a little bit to chill down. Now, I wanted to ask you this beforehand. Cyclops, of course, coming back-to-back. Is that an advantage? I mean, we have never played at this level. We'd have to ask Pengu, for example.
We would only be able to ask Pengu.
But at the same time,
no other talent here has played at this level.
I think waiting for 5 hours is also not really the best thing after you just that you gained.
I mean, I think that's the thing, is they've got a long wait until their follow-up game. They came into this very cool and collected. I think one of the things is we hear a lot. It's a very vocal teams. It's a very vocal tournament so far, and it's only going to get more and more. And I am super excited to have an audience, because then it's going to be wow. But before we get to that, I think it's very wise to sort of say the teams that are coming in a little bit more collected, Liquid is definitely up there. They sort of sat down. I mean, they looked like they were cheering each other up. at the end of that. But we'll get to that story a little bit later. For now, there's another game on this stream, but we're going to take a break. So Pocky and Pengy, they're going to take over after this quick break.
to falling again. Scared to falling again. Closer than I've ever been. Trying ways to let you in, but I'm scared to falling again. Scared to falling again. Closer than I've ever been. Trying ways to let you in, but I'm scared to falling again. Scared to falling again.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again.
And we return for match number 5 here on our very first day of groups in beautiful, sunny, very hot Charlotte, North Carolina. But we are in an air-conditioned room.
I was going to say it's cold in here, or like nice in here, but definitely warm outside.
God bless.
God bless.
If you believe in that kind of thing, and if not, thank you for air conditioning. Hey, it's like 31 degrees outside right now.
In
Which
Fahrenheit,
I don't know what that is in
that would
Fahrenheit
be,
because
let's think. We're talking like
neither of us
mid 80s, maybe mid 80s. I think. I think it's like 85, 86. I think.
It's very warm.
Maybe 90.
But will it be as hot as our match? Because we have an all-EU Bash Fest. And yes, I'm calling it a Bash Fest. An extravaganza. Heroic, the #1 team out of Europe, going up against the #4 team of Gamers 2.
Oh, but you cannot. Carlos gonna. You're gonna get in trouble.
He's too busy watching other esports. That's fine. I don't know where Uno is, but he has been removed from the graphic.
That's
they
rough.
said no Uno. They don't want to show him with his former team, which is G2. They were known as Gamers 2 at one point. That's the joke.
Yeah.
Every now and
5
then
years ago.
you can meme on them. G2 was in action earlier today, and I will spoil the results for you. So plug your ears for 2 seconds. They lost to Dark Zero. It's Heroic's first match of the day. And for most of these players, their first international event. Though they came very close from making it to international events before, Nick.
Yep. They are 1 game off to qualify for Invitationals. They were basically 1 game off qualifying for the Sweden Major back when they were known as Kovana. That's before they were called Heroic, but same roster essentially, plus Uno, same coaching staff, etc. So they've been in a pretty good position for a rather long time, but they've always fallen just a little bit short. And then, you know, they picked up Benja before, then they picked up Uno recently, and now all of a sudden, all the puzzles or the pieces of the puzzle are now here, and so is Heroic.
And they come in as the #1 rated team in
1 loss.
all of Europe. One loss to their name.
Against Na'Vi on Bank, I believe. And that was it. It's literally all that happened. And of course, Heroic themselves also kind of got G2 here because they beat Rogue in the final game on the final playday.
That's true.
And because they beat Rogue, G2 then qualified instead of Rogue.
G2 lost their match in the most heartbreaking inducing nonsense that you could ever watch. Are you a G2 fan? Well, they got absolutely pummeled by BDS in their final match, and then they said, you know what? We're not going to earn it. We're going to let Rogue fumble the bag. And then Heroic trounced Rogue. So that's ultimately what happened. Their opponents, by the way, are G2, a known quantity, even if their roster changes as often as their jerseys do.
Yeah, I can't keep up. Who's there?
I think you used to play for them, actually.
Yeah, but there's a lot of roster changes to go.
G2 has, they have simply gone to the well in
there's
Europe.
Shaz.
They've gone to the well too much in Europe that they've had to start importing players. And the man right there, Carl. Ali Mao from Brazil, coming over to help the team. They also picked up Prano, who was on that old Rogue roster, and Doki, who was on Na'Vi.
That is odd to me still, that Doki's in G2 now. Like, we go way back, him and I, playing ranked together, Go Force, etc. And now this tiny man is in G2.
He catches strays all the time for his height.
Yes.
Or he doesn't actually catch them, they whiz over his head. But it doesn't matter either way. G2, of course, squeaking in on the very final play day and only making it in because Rogue lost. If Rogue had have not lost to BDS, then, well, or Rogue had, sorry, if Rogue had not lost to Heroic because G2 lost to BDS, if Rogue had not lost, then G2 wouldn't be here, Rogue would have been here, and there would have been a former G2 alumni as well, right here, right now, which would have been Kanto Riquet, former team.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we almost get the whole stack here, right? Because you have Uno, who's a former player, I was a former player, and then Kanto almost made it as well, so a lot of people.
Too.
Yeah. A lot of peeps,
G2 obviously will look to rebound after their matchup earlier today. For Heroic, this is like so many teams that are at this event. The maiden voyage for most of the players on that team.
Yes.
I don't know what happened to the meta. I don't know what happened, if it's attacker repick. I don't know if it's the 9-map map pool, Nick. But something changed because the old guard is gone. The king is dead. Long live the king. All of these new teams are here, which is why so many people are saying teams like Liquid, who tend to be the most experienced, well, they're obviously going to go deep in the major. I think you tweeted that.
I literally just tweeted that, yeah.
Exactly. A roster like G2, while they as a team might not be the most experienced, almost all of them have been around the block before. Citizen won a Pro League title all the way back in 2019 in Tokonami. Doki probably should have won it too, but
unlucky.
He wasn't playing at the time. Ali Mao, obviously a major champion, winning the Mexico major. Prano has the least experience on the entire team, I would say, from an international perspective.
Actually.
Virtue's been around the block since he joined Fnatic, and of course, Shas is the last remaining member of that Penta G2 core. He's a multiple-time world champion, multiple-time major and pro league champion, minor champion. What hasn't Shas won?
Shaz has been around the block. He can even add like Spanish national champion. He wasn't technically our coach, but he was like a part of the roster in a sense, I guess. So he's really been a part of like all of our success as players individually. So yeah, there is no coach like Shaz when it comes to like pure titles and trophies.
Well, we're going to come up onto your screen, and then just over my left shoulder, we're going to see a map veto, because this is where the magic happens. Right here. Where are we going to go? Now, Heroic have not played a lot of maps, whereas G2 have actually played quite a large number. Is there any potential weakness that you think either of these teams can exploit in their map pool, as the only map that's been banned out is Border?
I always think the big question is new maps, right? Border is one of those. So Border, Skyscraper, Theme Park. Typically, when a major comes around, the new maps are added in. They get banned first, as we see here as well, because you want to hide them for later on. If you show a Skyscraper day one and you lose to it massively against T2, no one's going to want to ban it against Heroic going forward. So it's kind of like a marathon. You got to start off explosive, but hide some stuff and some energy for later on. That's what both of these teams are doing. We see Border first, Skyscraper, Cafe second. We're probably going to go to a more default map. We're talking Chalet, Oregon, Bank. Those three maps probably.
Clubhouse.
They played. So the thing is, G2 and Heroic, when they last played, they were playing Clubhouse. It was a 7-5 victory in favor of Heroic, so it's not very likely we're going to see a rematch because it's quite rare in these instances.
What if I turn my back?
You're gonna.
What if I turn my back to the bans? I'm not looking.
You're not looking.
I'm not looking. I'm gonna guess.
All right, guess what the current ban just
I'm
came
gonna
up
guess.
is.
So it's okay. So it's Clubhouse, Clubhouse, Bank, Cafe, Skyscraper, and Border. Heroic gets next ban.
Okay. I'm gonna guess.
I'm gonna say Theme Park is banned next.
I was gonna say Theme Park is very, very realistic.
Theme Park
actually.
might be banned by Heroic.
No, Chalet.
So Theme
so
Park
then
is
Theme
gonna
Park is
go,
banned now by
G2. This will probably be Theme. No, I'm gonna say Villa. I'm gonna say G2 bans Villa here.
You think I'll hold
and
on?
then Heroic bans Theme Park.
Oh, okay, so it's Oregon.
And then we go to Oregon.
Okay, not bad. Not bad.
Boom!
Not bad. Not bad. Nice.
I'm more than just a semi-attractive face.
Yeah, you are a very attractive face.
I ate so much steak last night that I am horrendously bloated still.
Yeah, it was a
to
good
this day.
meal.
It was a very good meal. It was a phenomenal meal, but I woke up this morning and I just looked in the mirror and I was like, oh.
It's like, what have I done?
Like, it's going to be a bad day today. Oh, boy. I was like, I got so much protein.
I'll do it again, though.
Got a wonderful salad just to try and
or even it out.
And then I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wear a bunch of stripes that expand me vertically and horizontally, but mostly horizontally. We go to Oregon.
Yes.
This is a map that has not been played by Heroic.
Nope.
By the way.
But
G2 have played it 3 times. And
they've only won it once.
Tragic.
And not only have they lost it twice, but I saw, I believe, at least 2 of those Oregon games. It wasn't just like a loss. It was like there were some sketchy moments. It was like missing droning corners, Nave from, hiding in a corner from Navi gets like it, I don't know. It's really, really sloppy from G2. They have moments of success on Oregon. They have won it once before, but they have lost it twice. So more often than not, they are on the worst end of it. I do think it's a pretty even matchup. I typically follow the philosophy that the worst team should always want to play Oregon because it's a map that's very 50-50, like coin flip, where a better team won't be like significantly better because every team does the same attacks and executes and defenses anyway. It's much more about like the micro than the macro. So like 1v1 gunfights, slight small decision-making adaptations, where I think if you go to a map that's bigger, wider, where you get a lot more options, like let's say Bank, for example, Theme Park, a better team will look very dominant on those maps because there are so many areas they can do different things in. It's Oregon, potato.
I understand that Oregon is a map that you are a little bit restrained by the map itself, right? Especially that basement component where you've got the one corridor that's really integral for almost every single play, which leads down to the freezer doorway, or you got pillar control as well. And then you look upstairs and it's like you get boxed in quite heavily because half of the walls from games over to dorms to big wall or to big window is all, none of them you can shoot through except for the one wall into kids' dorms. That's about it. But as much as some players might derisively refer to it as Boregan, I do not think that will be the case at all with these two teams.
No.
Sparks will fly. The G2 that showed up against Dark Zero earlier today, in my opinion, was significantly improved over what we saw out of EUL. And Wolves did the same thing today. The Wolves that showed up against both Chiefs as well as Astralis were a much better team than the ones that we saw play domestically.
I agree.
When you get to international lands, when you get here, and G2's been here for a week or two now, boot camping.
I think they flew out like about a week and a half before. They started boot camping in North America to adjust to the jet lag, etc. They also could scrim more teams because all the teams in Europe, they've been scrimming for a long time, and of course, all the teams that are still scrimming are also going to the major. So they went over here. They can scrim Latin teams and NA teams and get more practice.
Heroic scrimmed, of course, and boot camped in EU.
Yep.
So both teams getting some scrim reps in. And I mean, whether G2 scrimming in North America will help them in any way, we don't know. It certainly looked like it did against Dark Zero. But I think a team like G2 needs a lot more than that in order to catch up to a team that has so utterly dominated in Europe. And honestly, I think that loss to Na'Vi is but a small blip. I think it's very easily that Heroic could have gone perfect for the whole season.
They weren't far from it.
How are they gonna do against this G2 squad? If the G2 squad that played against DZ shows up today, I think it'll be a much closer matchup than many people seem to think it might be.
There is one thing that I feel for Heroic, actually, and that is actually the fact that they have only lost one game. Because let's say they have a slow start to the major. Let's say they lose the first 2 games. They have now lost more games in one day than the entire EUL Stage 1. How do you as a team deal with the sudden realization that you're losing when you have not lost at all in the past like 2-3 months, right? So I fear a little bit for Heroic if they have a slow start, but I think if they have a good quick start, I also think they're just gonna stomp it.
I mean, the next matchup that Heroic is going to go into, win or lose against G2, is against W7M, who had no problem handling Dark Zero earlier today, given the circumstances that W7M are playing from Mexico. So how does a Heroic squad, many of these players have never played against a LATAM team ever, how are they going to do that, and what are the ping conditions going to be like for them to go up against them? Because as we talked about in one of our earlier matches, just because one team might be at a quote-unquote disadvantage because of ping, it doesn't necessarily always play more aggressively. And that's one of the LATAM teams, I believe it was Team 1 who said that too, is we just have to play more aggro. We have to take more gunfights and try to lower that advantage that comes from the lower ping from the teams who are currently here. They spoke about it in the interview. So Heroic, they have to immediately recover, win or lose. If they get humiliated by G2, then they have to fix their mental and go in against W7M. If they topple G2 in commanding fashion, then they go up against a team that has done to LATAM what Heroic did to EU, which is utterly dominate.
No, it's true. And that's again where like G2 has like a slight advantage because they have been able to scrim both LATAM and NA, given the opportunity that they've been here, whereas Heroic only been scrimming EU, haven't really been international before. Uno is the only player on this roster who can say with confidence that he knows what it's like to play at an international stage or on an international stage. So let's see if he can kind of carry his team or lead his team forward rather as the kind of captain or leader figure that he is.
And I mean, if you look at a player like Uno, he wore an awful lot of that G2 responsibility in Raleigh when the team didn't win and made it to the finals. And his stats in particular were not especially great, but he was a newer addition to the team. You were on the roster at the time. You lost to Team Empire. It was Empire finally getting their revenge on you.
That's weird.
How weird is it that you don't remember your losses, but you always talk about your victories?
That is
so peculiar.
peculiar.
But Uno obviously has been around a long time, and if there's anybody who has really helped shape up this roster, you have to put an awful lot of that praise towards Uno. But Benja has been equally impressive in my mind. Obviously a younger player. There were those rumors going around that G2 was actually going to acquire Benja before this season started.
Benja actually did like a not a leak, but like he was like cheesing it because he had like a folder on his desktop that was like G2 social media documents or whatever. It's like his Twitter banner and Twitch banner and stuff, and he was playing FPL on stream. He alt tabbed to change something, and then like people see the folder and like, oh my god, he's joining G2, we got him. And it's like, JK didn't. So we're playing a good meme game.
We are so starved in the off season.
We are so starved.
Just we want another crumb.
Another
please,
crumb,
sir, can I
please,
have
sir.
some? Please, sir, can I have some more?
Speaking of, Benja is plus 24 in kill death ratio, plus 11 on entry, and he's duo with Slav, who's plus 31, also plus 4 in the entry. And you spoke of Unu having a rather rough past in G2, he's actually doing rather well. All of Heroic really is. The worst performing player is Grizzly on 0.93 rating, only -4 on KD difference. It really means that every single player is stepping up, but the top end of Heroic, Sloth, Benja, are extremely far up the ladder. But the bottom part, not that far behind, honestly. They're like pretty average at the very bottom.
I'll let you read the stats out when we come back from a break, Nick, because there are some technical issues to be resolved. We appreciate your patience as ever. Sit tight. We'll be back in just a few.
You start the fire. I'm down to find what you like. Oh, you and I won't close our eyes till we cross that line. There's something about you, something about you. You know I crave your touch, but we don't need to rush. There's something about you, something about you, immersed inside my mind. Maybe it's a sign, 'cause it's already over. 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 Tell me what you desire. Let's get lost inside, lose track of time. Oh, and never shy. We got nothing to hide. Wanna see your skin on mine. There's something about you, something about you. You know I crave your touch, but we don't need to rush. There's something about you, something about you. I know it's hard to find. Listen, it's a sign, 'cause it's already over. 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 It's already over. 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 Over.
It's time for Heroic versus G2 as, well, we've got the Battle of EU in front of our very eyes. It's not the only Battle of EU that we're going to see in the groups. At one point, BDS and Wolves are going to square off against each other, and that will be exciting to watch. But we have G2 in maybe better form versus an untested but extremely excited and eager Heroic.
True.
True.
Untested on international grounds, very well tested domestically. This is a domestic matchup. quadruple true edge.
This is a domestic matchup on international grounds, Nicholas. We are in America. Home of the brave, land of the free.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to have a team assembled from all over the world, actually, because Mao is not from Europe. And they're going to go head-to-head with each other. G2 versus Heroic. Oregon, the scene of the crime. We'll get underway. G2 starting on defense. Heroic on attack. I'm excited for this one. I really am. This is our last match today.
Yep.
After this, we go for dinner.
Yes, true.
Maybe we go to another steakhouse. Maybe I get more uncomfortable.
Let's not.
Maybe I'm even more bloated tomorrow. And immediately we go to Oregon and it's a...
No. Don't do that, Parker. Wake up, wake up.
Sorry.
Exciting betting coming in 5 seconds. Okay, the Thatcher one, forgive it.
What do you think
it
this is
happens
gonna
every
be? What do you
time.
think this is gonna be?
It's gonna be... I actually have no idea. Ying. Flores. Oh. Next
Oh,
band.
what are they going to ban?
Next band's
Mira?
exciting.
Is it going to be Mira?
Valkyrie?
Mira or Valkyrie? Which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it?
I mean,
Taking their time.
I'm going to say Womai.
Heroic's
I'll
taking
say
their time.
Womai.
Womai?
Yep.
I'm going to say
Spice
Mira.
it up.
I'm going to say Mira.
One time. Boom.
Mira. Valkyrie. Sorry.
Oh, boy.
These bands are just not spicy enough for us. After all the delay in G2 bands? Ooh, okay, I'll take that one. I'll take it. We fight for every small victory we can get. Malusi is not a common ban across all the regions.
True.
Haha, Doki, have fun. Not.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's going to get fun.
Melusi. Yeah, so Melusi and Oregon, obviously a very stellar pick. On basement, you always have like 3 staircases. You have the blue situation. On top floor, same story. You have white stairs and you have armory stairs. It's just like, you can pick it up with Barboy, you're gonna get 2. Melusi, she gets 3 Banshees, that's her gadget that acts better than a Barboy, arguably. And she also gets the impacts that you want a secondary gadget as well. So just tons of value across the board. And it's G2 target banning their own player, arguably. Both Citizen and Doki play this operator, but instead Citizen is on Capcan, and Doki is on the Wamai. Now, Capcan is an operator that we see played on occasion. It's one of those operators that you can really play on any map, any bomb site in theory, but it's one of those, well, you can do a ton of damage if the enemy is too fast, not checking the doorways, or 0 damage if they do drone them out or check the doorways. So it's not guaranteed value.
The change to Capcan, though, has made him so much more versatile.
Annoying.
5 trap.
More annoying.
Versatile.
Versatile, okay. And frustrating to play
It'd be both
against.
the same thing.
Yes.
With Capcan, you get 5 traps now. They can go wherever, and you can put multiple on the same doorway. You can put all 5 Capcan traps on the same doorway. Why would you do that? 2 traps usually enough to kill people.
Yes.
Why would you do it? I don't know, but you can if you want to. The world is your oyster. Oh, I forgot. We had oysters last night.
We did. I didn't. You did, but yeah.
I did. That's correct. The world is your oyster. In this case, that oyster blows you up. I guess it's kind of the same thing as getting really bad food poisoning, except it leads to an untimely demise. The other thing about those Capcan traps is that even if they don't go off, they're going to get shot.
Yeah.
And guess what happens when you shoot them? Sound cue.
Sound
so you know that somebody's coming in
Almost
that
like
direction.
Claymore, same kind of style.
Just like as when you open up one of those Banshees and you shoot it, does it slow you down? Probably not, but at least lets them know that you're in the vicinity. There's one of the magnets that are used to take the grenade on those freezer stairs. You know the one operator I'm going to have my eye on?
Ella?
The Blitz.
Oh, I didn't even see the Blitz till now.
You didn't even see the Blitz?
I didn't even see the Blitz. I thought it was G2 playing the games right now, but it is going now. Oh, he's waiting. He's ADSing. I want to say no here. G2 normally roams on their basement defense. This time they're hardcore turtling 1 guy big tower stairs. So it's a different approach from what we saw from the regular EUL stage. So, you know, Heroic being from EUL as well, they're very familiar and used to what G2 is going to be doing, so I think it's smart for them to change things up. And normally with Blitz we see a blue rush. Benjamin's is in that blue double door area, now running into big tower, but Gargona, the Blitz, the rush operator, so to speak, isn't on that side of the map, but Blitz can push from any direction. The 2 smoke grenades he has in his pocket can really enable and deny that line of sight, and therefore he can, you know, smoke off one angle, push the other, and give Blitz that 1 versus 1 duel that he so desires.
Gargona was being escorted down those freezer stairs with Sloth, but as you talked about the blue push being the thing for Blitz to do, they've repositioned and all of the pieces on the chessboard starting to come in quite nicely. Benja could spearhead a push through this blue area. 1 grenade goes out, nothing really done. Grizzly at the back tower stairs, firing away to distract. No intel on whether there's one above them. There's a minute left to go in this round. There's a drop. It's a clone. Virtue's position on Harry Potter given away, so he ascends the stairs. A collision course with Grizzly in hand, and Prano decides to get quite aggressive. A double for Virtue. In comes the blitz. Prano just continuously backing away. Not blinded at all, and there he goes. Nicely done. Well handled, as it's a triple for Virtue, leaving Uno to go against his former team. He drops and takes out Doki, but for a second before Citizen finishes him off. Nearly a flawless round for G2 in round number 1.
That it was, and honestly, that entire round comes down to a very simple moment. It was Virtue getting drone dive by the Gemini clone. He shot it, then he snuck up the big tower stairs. Maverick rotated over, but started cooking a grenade. And the moment Virtue heard the sound of the cook, he pushed up the staircase and got a double kill. The round was pretty much over from that moment on forward, because losing big tower control on the attack inside means there's no crossfire from the attackers when the blue push comes through. So Blitz and Benjamas on the finger, they push in through blue, but they're faced by 3 different angles. It leaves Uno all alone at the freezer drop that we saw at the very end, and of course he cannot win a 1 versus 4 situation at all. It's just simply impossible. Therefore the round goes in favor of G2, who's now going to take us 1 floor up, or technically 2 floors up from basement, up towards this Kid Storm's defense instead. Let's see if they're going to do a similar fashion of like turtling on site, or if they'll actually extend this time around, because you can't really sit on the ground on this bomb site, or on the bomb site itself, because of those nades from below are so lethal. Gorgona as well, a tanker repeaking a buck. That's going to further solidify that downstairs is a priority for Heroic. Put up for free.
I like that they had 2 hard breachers coming in for Heroic. Originally the Maverick and Hibana combo, but realizing that they can get away with it if they bring a Ying with the secondary hard breach and a Thermite. So trying to meet this defensive setup of G2, as the issue for Heroic is tackling that top floor defense inside of dorms. And yes, obviously, if you're going to bring a buck, you can do so much more work from down below. A sledge cannot throw his hammer upwards. So if you want to tear away at the floor beneath the feet of the defenders, the buck is a way to go. Jackal also can be used in a pinch, as we said before, because that secondary shotgun, and any operator, in fact, with a shotgun. You could bring a sledge with the SAS shotgun if you really wanted to, but you're not going to do that because that's for lunatics.
And the SMG-11 is now removed, whereas before you probably could do it and get away with it, to be fair. But now you have a pistol and a shotgun, which really isn't ideal. Instead, right now, Heroic consisting on multiple areas of the map. You saw Buck entering garage, you saw Benjamin entering small tower, Soft now in shower hall in 90, and Uno challenging the kid's bedroom hatch from below. And of course, this lineup from Heroic is very flexible, as you mentioned. They can open on Ying, while also having Grizzly and Thermite means you can be breaching 2 different areas of the map simultaneously. And I believe there's 2 players in Big Tower, and all 3 people down in Dining Hallway, but it's Sloth with a nice one-tap onto Virtue, who now finds the opening kill for his team.
Sloth with one of the highest KDs in all of EUL, and in fact, all across Tier 1 Rainbow Six, and shots like that just go to show you why Virtue decides to peek after aiding the nade. No real damage done, but Sloth makes him pay and punishes it immediately. That puts G2 at a disadvantage, and the star player from the previous round will not be able to have any major effect, barring those 3 ADSs that are scattered throughout the map, unless Heroic finds them and destroys them.
It's true. Now we see this split pressure coming out from Heroic, right? They've gotten the big tower breach open. Now shut down there from Citizen. The one here who can do it all, if anything, from the side of G2 takes down Benja.
Gorgona takes down Ali Mao, so back again, an advantage favoring this Heroic roster, as now Sloth marches up white stairs. G2 well spread out. It's a play by Attic that we see from Prano as he's standing inside of Trophy. He's got the window in front of him, and there go the Ying Candelas. He might cost his teammate of Doki his life, but no, Prano the perfect read. G2's guns coming alive, both teams lose 2, and Doki retakes the bomb site, down goes Sloth. Shoulders of Ying as the diffuser goes down, and Uno tries to evade a nitro cell, but he can't evade the bullets from the DMR of Prano's gun. Huge play from Prano inside of Trophy. Heroic not flushing out that part of the map, and it costs them. G2 now up 2-0.
It did. It looked good for Heroic. They had the General Repel, they had 1 person inside Attic, and I believe 2 people on that big window, at least 1 big window, 1 white stairs. In short, they had a lot of angles covered. 1/2 of the map was completely theirs, but then those simple 1 versus 1 gunfights don't go in their favor. The moment they lose the single Attic player, 1/2 of the map gets opened up to the side of G2, allowing Prano and Citizen to push further into the bomb site. Then Sloth, he won his first initial confrontation, but then the Attic player of Doki pushed in through the Attic, through the Kid Storm rotation, rotation and took down Slough. He won that 1v1 himself, and that left Unu as a sole player left standing who had to plant, which means you can't do it all. You can't both kill people and plant at the same time. I kind of wish Heroic would use the Ying to then push deep and create chaos with someone else planting instead, because if you are the Ying, you can either only you cannot be blinded by your gadget, so if you're the one that's planting as well, you cannot really use it that aggressively because there is a chance you will blind your teammates, and that's not going to bode well for you. So the Ying, a little bit underutilized, not a huge loss in the end, but Heroic, it looked great, fell short.
This forces G2 to go to one of the tertiary bomb sites. Very similar to about half of the maps in the map pool, we will see almost certainly every single bomb site on Oregon get played. Yeah, of course, the basement bomb site of Laundry Supply Room and then the top floor bomb site of Dorms tend to be the two most commonly used. But you've got this adjoining part of the map, which that's an odd one. that's an odd one.
Looks like he's cheating.
Yeah, I don't know what LML is doing there, but that's one we haven't seen for a while. The adjoining bomb site, which is kitchen down below, connects to either meeting or to dining / mess hall / cafeteria, whatever you want to call it. That bomb site is where G2 chose to go, which is a stylistic choice. Some teams like defending small tower and extending out to showers. Citizen might like it, but it doesn't exactly prove to be so successful. Grenade from Sloth goes in, Adrenal Surge to follow up, and Sloth takes matters into his own hands, fishing for another kill. Benja not too far away, and down goes Prano. G2 will need to retake towards the bomb site as this move from Heroic nets 2 kills. Alimau swats away 1, but G2 still at a disadvantage. Alimau knows that there's multiple in there. Here's the rat-a-tat-tat, the LMG. He's nestled safely inside a dining hall. Gorgona taking damage to Virtue from above. Small tower never fully cleared out as Virtue allows them to pass under his very nose. A lot of action with still 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go on the clock. Uno picked apart by Doki, traded back by Grizzly. Benji in on the fun as well, and now it's Virtue to clutch. 3 huge kills in round number 1. That was a statement from Virtue, as he tends to have quieter stats on G2. But this is quite a lot of work to be done now.
They should know where he is because Virtue shot a player earlier on. Yeah, they know. Tank going down, 3rd player outside of the door. Should be okay.
It's a potential tough shot to make for the Sledge, but Gorgona doesn't do anything about it. Virtue trapped on these stairs, and there you go. The Sledge swings into action. Gorgona takes him down. Heroic find their very first round. It comes on the tertiary bomb site, and one that can often be tricky to defend. G2 fall apart as the first nade from Sloth heralds the coming of Heroic, and they sweep through the bomb site and never let up.
The tertiary bomb site really is where the attack are supposed to win almost every single time, and it was a really great beginning for Heroic. Then it kind of stalled out and it looked dire for a moment. Also worth noting, when we're spectating Alamau, he's not actually hip-firing people. He is in ADS. That's
no,
like
he is.
Okay, he is actually hip-firing.
He has broken the game.
He has broken the game on the land build. Just in case you guys are wondering, like, what was he doing runs a small tower, hip-firing people like halfway across the map? He was most likely, Parker, ADS in that situation. That's going to put us downstairs once again into the basement of things, where last time Heroic tried to go for that backstairs attack from Blue and Big Tower. Virtue swung at the right moment, caught 2 players as they were cooking grenades, so we didn't really see the full execute, we didn't see the full idea from the brains of Heroic. And this time, they're not going to give us the blitz, but they will show us the Ying for now, like we saw in that kid's bedroom attack as well.
Back where things began.
Yes.
Laundry Supply Room with a potentially very different look from the way the defense will hold. I find it very unlikely that Heroic are going to allow anybody from G2, whether it be Virtue or somebody else, to just exist in that Harry Potter spot at the back of Tower Stairs. You want to drone that one out. Just as they didn't determine, maybe they did know where he was, but they didn't do anything about Prano inside of Trophy. So the 2 rounds that G2 won, largely capitalizations off of Heroic not particularly being aware of a particular G2 player in a particular spot.
It's true. This time, though, G2 are roaming, like we discussed in the first round. Typically, this is what G2 will do on the Oregon basement defense. Kid Storm hatches open, then they have a rotate to meeting, and meeting hatches soft or opened as well. This means you can do a triple fallback. You gotta escort Doki out of here from this first floor support, jam on the single wall. Heroic, they barely get there in time. Well, they don't actually get there in time because Doki barely gets out. Either way, he survives, and it's a 5v5 still with 2 minutes left.
Benjamaster involved in an altercation upstairs in attic, and we'll go for the long reload on that LMG as he was down to 34 bullets. The fact that you can go through that much ammo in such a short period of time is...
He'd be shooting.
It's really fantastic, and it's just a hallmark of Finka, baby.
Look at the time though, 1:40 left, Doki's still inside that meeting. They have absolutely zero idea, but now there's Doki about the injury. Anyway, Adamar finishes off the kill. That means now 4 versus 5. Half the round in terms of time has been burned out, as well as half the drones from Heroic. This is a massive G2W when it comes to the roam.
And look at that focus from G2 on the back tower is not as strong as it was. So G2 changes things up based upon where this Heroic execute is going to come from. Last time around, the focus was back of tower and then over towards Freezer. Heroic's eyes are set on that Freezer component of the map, but they are in a current predicament. Just over a minute to go.
Oh, that sucks.
Blocked out by the Twitch on the drone as Benja now gets into action, and nades will get tossed on out. One from Yana and one from Finka. Neither really connect the way they want. A tiny bit of damage done to Doki. On him, that's about the normal amount of damage. And now Grizzly marches down Laundry Stairs. Beautiful shot on the Citizen. He can hold on to this position as the diffuser will need to be escorted in the hands of Twitch. Doki repositioning himself. His line of sight towards Freezer blocked off by a smoke. 40 seconds to go. Waiting patiently, healed up by one of those Kona stations of Citizen. The gadget will persist even if Thunderbird is off of the map. Alimao will need to be the one to get healed up next. Virtue takes out Benja. Alimo fouls. He had been downed earlier on, and now crawling across the floor. It's a huge double piece from Doki, and Laundry Supply Room will be locked for the remainder of their defense as G2 goes up 3-1.
That everyone, I mean, that right there is, again, like kind of that unfortunate tale for Heroic. The first player that fell was Uno on the Ying, and that really is your entire execute when it comes to the bomb site itself. So while they did roam clear, not greatly, but it was all right, so to speak. Once they got to the bomb site, they lost most of their intention. We see it right there. They injured the Doki, got to the wall, then Alima walked up the armory stairs, or laundry stairs rather, and got the kill himself. And that really puts Heroic in the basket for that one. 1-3 now down for the side of Heroic. It's round 5, going back upstairs into Kid Storms, and Uno will keep on flexing his muscles on these various operators. The Ying, the Capital, etc. He's really trying to bring as much value in these rounds as possible by bringing out the flexibility that he is able to do.
Again, G2 goes upstairs. This rotation looking very similar. It's only a 3-site rotation that you need, and well, Dorms is a bomb site that does tend to work in your favor if you hold on to control of it with about 30 seconds left. You can get boxed out, and this was talked about before, is when you've got half of the bomb site upstairs with walls that you can't quite shoot through. I mean, with the exception of that small wall in attic, with the exception of the 3-panel wall over towards Dorms, then of course the 2-panel there leading from closet into the bomb site of games. Everything else is a solid wall, so you can play off of that as a defender in a much safer spot, knowing that you're not going to be down by bullet pen, and additionally, it means that the attackers can't use hard breach to open that up.
It's true. There is a threat or danger down below. We see Benji now kicking that grenade, but we know there is no one there because we see the outlines, although he does not. G2, they have reinforced these walls down below. We saw Virtue on the Jaeger roaming as well. Nate comes out, nice landing onto Prano. That means that Aruni's off the board. Not a huge loss for G2. They can make do without him, I believe. Virtue on this roam in the basement really is the big question mark for us because if the timing is right, Virtue can single-handedly save this round or at least get a lot of damage in. But it's no easy feat without information.
It's the 3rd opening pick, by the way, for Heroic. They've only got 1 round to show for it. They want to have as much success as they did back in round number 3. They trade blows. Down goes Doki before Benjamaster can be finished off. Another grenade, sounds like a depth charge, blows up at the feet of Alimao, and a ton of damage done to him, but still upright for the time being. He uses all of his toxic canisters, so no worry about bringing them with him to the grave. Another grenade goes off, this time Citizen the target, and he sustains some damage as well. Heroic using all of these to great effect. They've still got one in the pocket of Grizzly, but they might not need it as both Virtue and Alimao are wiped off the map. Citizen in back tower, completely ceding control of the bomb site as Uno gets the diffuser planted, and now Citizen will have to go for the long walk of shame all the way back and stare down the 4 players from Heroic. Almost certain now that Heroic will pull this off. I have no idea how Citizen is going to accomplish this, and I think he's in a position where he might not be able to pull it off too. He gets one, but Uno trades him out for his trouble. Heroic, a much better round this time on Dorms, and it's because in large part they didn't need to isolate the players from G2. They punished them on the roam, they punished them on the bomb site, they got the diffuser down, and now they're within one round of tying it up and sending us into the second half 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, they found the 3 isolated targets. I mean, the first one was that vertical grenade that we spoke about, very lethal indeed. You cannot really stand in these common spots when you're on the defensive side unless you have down-stage control, and that's what Prano did. Stood in a predictable position, if you can argue. Virtue tried to go for that flank from Fuse's Stairs basement, but got like a second too late timing. Sledge just held the angle, he became a freebie, and that means that now we've gone through all 4 bomb sites as G2 shows us the meeting kitchen bomb site, the only one they haven't been to yet. Speaking of bomb sites, Oregon in the... It did happen.
All 4 bomb
You
sites.
said it.
All 4 bomb
And
sites.
G2 did it single-handedly, so good job G2. Oregon in the EWL played 6 times, is 51% favored for the defensive side. So barely, you know, slight advantage to the defending. If Heroic can go 3-3 right now, given how unfortunate their early rounds were for them, I think that's great. Ending 2-4, arguably expected outcome if you're on the attacking side. You know, you have Kite open, you have Thatcher banned, so basement hatches can be like really fortified, etc. Walls are hard to get through. We'll see.
So foretold was the attacker repick that both Benjamaster and Grizzly stay on Finka and Maverick, 2 very important components of virtually every attacker lineup. I like this Nook pick from Sloth. Now, Sloth has not exactly had a dominating performance. He's at 5-4, but is still leading the team. But with Nook already being in the building with 30 seconds to go, you can very easily make your own space. But he's been given away. And now the jig is up. They know that there is a Nook in back tower. The surprise? Gone. Completely.
It's unfortunate. Your gadget makes you invisible to cameras, but you cannot be on your gadget also throwing out a drone and using that piece of utility, so there it is. Another net goes out from Benja. Almost does a bit of damage, but not quite. But this means they can now start working on that meeting wall. It's a direct attack towards the big tower things. Very typical approach in most teams in pro play. Gotta clear out the corners, clear out the strong positions inside a meeting. The sandbags in the middle, the sandbags on the right. We see one silhouette right there. This nade could do some damage, but it blows up very easily, or very quickly rather.
I think
there was something closer to the wall.
I think they see that the wall is potentially still closed with the way that they're firing at it, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't honestly know what is being visible to them and what isn't to us. G2 leads off, killing a beautiful shot from Virtue as he feeds Gorgona his own thoughts. And now more damage being done as well. It forces an adrenal surge from Benjamaster. He takes matters into his own hands, and down goes Ali Mao on sandbags. Benja's still flirting with that back a meeting. He can head towards stage whenever he wants. Diffuser will need to be escorted in, but first it needs to be retrieved. It has not been picked up. Grenade goes in, eaten by a magnet, and there's the diffuser now in the hands of Sloth. Benja could engage very easily with Virtue, but thinks better of it. Another adrenal surge goes out. The 3 players from Heroic all stacked up on the back of stage. 1 minute to go, and in goes Sloth. He's going to get the diffuser planted. Does that toxic canister hit? Virtue sends out a second as well, and Sloth manages to get away, losing half of his HP. Down goes Sloth, and Grizzly will follow, and it's Benjamaster against the world, Nick. He needs to just sit and watch the diffuser. He's got the gun for it, but he's going to take out Virtue. I don't know what's happening right now. It's him versus Citizen and Prano, sitting back and waiting. 25 seconds to go. Great patience. Prano hops on it, the Yokai doing some damage, at least just obscuring him, and it's Citizen to finish him off with very limited HP. An easy retrieve of the diffuser, and the first half goes in the books. G2, 4-2.
G2, 4-2. Again, kind of like a quote-unquote expected outcome in the situation, but again, it's so close for Heroic, having a raw start again in that round. Benja was left in a 1 versus 4. We saw, you guys missed a few seconds, but essentially, he got the kill into the meeting player, then got the kill in the hallway, then he backed out as he got Yokai stunned, and then you guys saw the 1 versus 2 play out. He swung the big tower guy that was holding the diffuser, and he lost the round at the end. So he didn't miss much, but didn't miss a single kill, I believe. Might see it in the replay, perhaps. Got the 1, got the second, backed out. There it is.
I'd like to issue a correction here that when I said the Yokai doing some damage, I didn't mean physical damage. Because
Mental
Yokai
damage.
doesn't actually do any damage. It was more so damage to Benja's position as it was given away, and he was disoriented. G2 now moving on to attack. Heroic will trail on defense based on what you said. 51% being the one side, 49% the other.
This is the 1% difference right there. You know, 1%.
I mean, that's not true. G2 has an upper hand just based on the way that this map is played, but we'll see exactly what transpires as they swap sides.
That's true. 5 seconds to go.
Similar fashion that G2 showed on their second basement defense. We see a similar thing right now from Heroic. The extension, the meeting reinforcement, rotate into from kitchen into server, meeting hatch probably opened up, again allowing the roam to be enabled and activated. You start top floor, you fall back to first floor, then eventually fall back to basement. Now it's up to G2 to either A, rush the bombs out aggressively and take control while there's fewer people there, or 2, roam clear them out, which it looks like they're going to try and do.
The one real thing that I find for Heroic to be their worst, I guess, attribute at the moment is they don't have any of these players taking over the game. Sloth has stolen games for them. Benja has done the same. Neither of these players right now are outpacing their rivals. And Gorgona, you need to be faster than that. You need to be faster than that. You need to be better than that. You get taken out by 3 players from G2, and down goes Grizzly as well. What is going on as G2 just bull rushes? 3 players, 4 players. There's 2 minutes and 5 seconds left, and Benja is the last player standing. Denies a flawless, but Alimau gets his teammates back. And I guess we're trying to speed run to the finals at this point, making up for lost time. G2 take the first round within a minute and 15 seconds. Their very first attack, quite successful.
That just scratching my forehead right now because, again, like it's a little bit of bad timing, but how that entire thing kind of played out, we're going to walking down the wide stairs chasing a ghost, getting grenaded, getting shot, and you get the mute as well from Doki. It's just, it is puzzling to me how many things that went wrong in a 10 seconds time span for Heroic. That was the entire round, literally in 10 to 15 seconds. And I think Mr. Officer agrees because tactical timeout has been called from Heroic. They need to talk about what's going on right now because this is not the Heroic that we know from UL. It's not what they expect from themselves. We cannot blame the luggage being late, the lack of scrim in practice. Like, sure, those are factors, but that does not change you from being almost undefeated in UL to getting stumped by G2, who looked much weaker than you just a few weeks prior.
Absolutely correct. The tactical timeout being taken right now is done to stop some of the bleeding that's going on. We would like to remind you that while one team takes a tactical timeout, the other team is also able to speak with their coach. Obviously, if you have some deficiencies going on in your game, it's a good thing to kind of hit that pause button. Take a deep breath, maybe settle the team down. Sometimes it isn't even necessarily strategic. We've talked to coaches in the NAL, as that's where you and I both work, and the coaches will say that sometimes it's just a mental reset. Talk to them, inspire them, say, yeah, you know what, some of the rounds have not been great, but we're okay. And again, I want to reiterate that as high as Heroic was flying before coming into this event, for 4 of these players, this is their first major international event. Astralis did not necessarily look like themselves in their earlier matchup. XSET certainly did not look like themselves in their earlier matchup. Heroic are not looking like the EUL Heroic that we come to see. And I imagine that there is first-time land jitters for all of these players. And you talk to teams and they will tell you that, yeah, there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I know coming in here, Heroic had a rough time getting here. You mentioned the fact they had a torturous schedule. It took them like 30 hours to get here, and many of them didn't have their luggage. Yeah, there's a mental cost associated with that. So who knows exactly what the reasoning was for it, but this is just point blank. This is just not the Heroic that we've seen in EUL. They need to settle themselves down, play their game, because right now G2 is controlling the tempo of this match.
And then fair play as well, right? Like G2 also playing a lot better than what they did in UL. So it goes both ways where Heroic playing a little bit worse, G2 playing a little bit better. Therefore, we now see a gap right now in that 5-2 scoreline. So I don't want to take anything away from G2 or just like slander Heroic. It is a multi-team situation here. As Alamau sneaks or almost snuck his drone into the bomb site itself. It's a little bit of a breeze here. We're chilling, figuring things out. Impetic goes out, exposing Prano and shuts down his drone. Minute has passed. Nothing has really happened. That's massive in importance. But looking at the lineup, G2 bringing out both the Osa and the Ying. Those are the 2 execution operators. That's what we care about in the last minute and a half or so, or in the last minute when the bomb site becomes a priority. Until then, all eyes are on the Finger, the Maverick, the Twitch to gain the map control and shut down the cameras, gain, you know, the staircases, and then we can start seeing what's next. For Heroic, the mirror windows, they're going to be super important. The toxic base from Uno, same story. No C4s outside of Sloth, which means there is limited utility that Heroic can use outside of their actual guns.
This Ying play on Oregon is so commonplace now, and
Yes.
a big part of that is the secondary gadget too. Don't sleep on Ying's ability, as the Candelas obviously can make a huge impact on a round, but smokes and the hard breach secondary gadget are both incredibly potent for any bomb site that we see. The smokes tend to work more up at the top. For the bottom floor, the secondary hard breach can do some good work. Obviously, when there's an Electric Claw on the hatch, the hard breach gadget is not going to work out. That's what the Maverick is for, and they need to open it up. G2 could go for a quick execute, and it looks like this might be the strategy. Nades going in, Candela's drop as well, and it's a fracas. Prano taking some damage, and Adrenal Surge gets hit, and G2 is back to full HP. Benja waiting and watching Pill, seeing who can drop E-Box, as it's sometimes referred to as. All the hesitancy that you see from Heroic could pay off here, because that urgency from G2, well, they drop, and Benja can't do much more than one, but Gorgona can. Huge amounts of kills swatted away by Virtue. It's a 2v2. Figure out the location of the final two players on either side, and you can very easily propel yourself towards a victory. For G2, that means match point. Uno takes down the Maverick of Virtue, and then turns around and takes down Prano as well. 2 for the price of 1. Excellently played, and it is a round so desperately needed by Heroic to keep themselves in this match.
That it is. Huge round for them. It's a bit of a stall from G2, right? Those Electric Claws really bought so much time for them. And then, well, it looked like a fast execute. But once again, with the Candela changes, the flashes are less effective, but you get more of them. So you toss them out early. You buy yourself some time, some momentum perhaps, and you also confuse your opponents to when you're going to strike. And then, well, when they did strike, Gorgona was there. Almost down 3 kills, shut down the initial push, shut down the rush, and then, well, clean up the rest of Heroic.
I mean, if you've got somebody playing on Pillar, which is exactly where we saw the Wamai play, if I remember correctly, you need to dispatch a body over towards Pillar or at the back of tower stairs to ensure that they're not having that same success on your E-Box drop, or simply use the Candelas to your advantage. That was not the case. Heroic managed to stave off whatever push that G2 had, and, you know, frankly, it wasn't terrible the way that G2 went about it, but Heroic were just the better team when push came to shove, and I think you're correct. The Electric Claws, the stalling, I don't know why G2 seemed to have that level of hesitancy. Maybe they just didn't have information as to where the players were. Maybe they didn't drone them out. I'm not entirely certain. That's something that I don't have anywhere near enough credentials to talk about. Either way, doesn't really matter. We can speculate as much as we want. Heroic were the better team in that round. They capitalized. They pick up their 3rd round. They have done better now, even if they lose, than what happened against Na'Vi, as Na'Vi beat them 7-2.
I do want to say,
still very much in this.
G2 has had some sloppy Oregon rounds and games in the past, so you can almost argue maybe that they actually took the time to check the entire list, because previously they've been missing a corner. They'd go into the bomb site and bam, there's a guy close left, you miss him. So maybe this is just a case of G2's kind of like their ghosts from the past, chasing them back, look for the feet, nope, doesn't see them. So they made sure to check every nook and cranny, cost them some time. Ultimately, the round, arguably, Gorgona barely gets away with his life. The solo roaming on Oregon is extremely scary, extremely dangerous. A Valkyrie Big Bang for defenders, it means there's almost no information. You're working blindly off instincts. That's where some players have really got it, right? We speak about Citizen, one of the players with the absolute like most ridiculous and it's like he just knows where the enemy is. Like, he's ready for it every single time. I bet you he told his teammate, hey, I'm going to rappel here, open the window when I tell you to, I'll get a free kill. I bet you he said it, and then there it is, Benja's off the board.
2 players with the highest plus-minus in all of EUL are Benja and Sloth, and they are both currently negative, which is not what you want out of this team, but Heroic are still hanging in there, in large part the supporting cast. Uno has played safe, and with those safe moments, he's been able to win some rounds, and don't count out Gorgona either, who has been, in my opinion, even though he doesn't, or I guess technically he has the most kills now, has looked like Heroic's most formidable player and is their best asset. You talked about solo roaming, and there he is. With the DMR in hand, that's 2 to 3 bullets that can drop just about any body anywhere across the map. If G2 do not understand this, they can very easily get pounced upon from that flank that Gorgona has going.
That nade actually did damage onto Uno all the way back in Attic, so that was almost a Kobe.
Almost.
Almost.
No healing potential there either, as there's no Thunderbird on the board.
A kill.
Yeah, that, that should be, but Grizzly gets away with just a single point of HP. There's at least one other nade on the board that can be tossed out by Citizen. That's all she wrote, and there goes one of those volcanic canisters from Banjamaster. 20 seconds will feel like eternity. Ali Mao now getting chunked away, but he takes out Gorgona on the roam, and now it's Uno to die too. Grizzly on a shred of HP is prone on the floor. A single bullet will do so much to him, and he loses the fight. It leaves Sloth in a 1v3 that becomes very quickly a 1v3 from a 1v4, but it doesn't matter. G2 take the round in absolute chaotic fashion, and they find themselves in this Battle of Europe. On top, on match point, 6-3.
A little bit scrappy, a little bit messy, a little bit chaotic that round, I would say. But, I mean, it's working. G2 right now are actually thriving in the chaos more often than not. And, while we can judge them from their past Oregon games, right now they are showing us a half-decent game, I would say.
I mean, I would say that this is better than half-decent.
It's very decent.
If you look at the pickups for this match, and who thought that Heroic would go on in this group in particular. I mean, this is a group with W7M and Dark Zero. It is a very competitive group. This was referred to by so many as the group of death because you've got the best team in LATAM, you've got the best team in EU, you've got the fourth team in EU who's currently beating the best team in EU, and then you've got the fourth team in NA. But there's not really any weak teams at this tournament.
No.
And even though W7M have to play from Mexico, they still showed against Dark Zero what they are capable of. Now, for Heroic, even if you claw this one back and push overtime, win or lose, you have W7M up next. That is a particularly daunting task.
Yes.
Whether they are playing on ping or not, W7M have just looked unstoppable. But so did Heroic, and look at Heroic is currently being stopped by the team that Heroic beat when they played in EUL.
Yep. Last time to remind you guys watching, there was a clubhouse matchup between Heroic and G2. Heroic won 7-5. It was close-ish, I suppose, but it was ultimately a Heroic victory. Now we see Grizzly extending up above in tier 3 of Big Tower. So like the tiers, like the level tier 1 is first floor, tier 2 is second floor, tier 3 is the catwalk right here, in case you guys are wondering. And that's a very common position to be in to kind of stop the attackers from gaining the ground that is Big Tower, because you need at least 2 or 3, if not more, members to remove Grizzly from this position. So if they don't want to commit all those resources, they'll have to just walk around and find another avenue or call everybody over, which I thought for a second they were going to do, but no. Trying to sneak this Garage player from Doki, get some damage, not a kill, but Elamau gets Grizzly as well. That is the big top player.
I mean, we were going to talk about Tower. You said that roaming on Oregon can be so hard and so isolating. Nice shot by Sloth. He'd lost some HP earlier on. He takes out Ali Mao. Down goes the F2. Now it's Benja to sustain some damage, but they bait them on in. Gorgona takes out Citizen. Suddenly, the upper hand is Heroics, and back upstairs, Benja will scamper off. His rat plays down below. Another from Gorgona. Sloth will play on stairs and die as Prano takes that one for his team, but G2 still trailing. I like this from Heroic. This is gutsy. They are bringing the fight to G2 and stopping them every single time they go to come into the building. Now it's Gorgona to take a ton of damage through the wall. Look at the HPs of everybody in the lobby.
It's risky.
Almost everybody has been winnowed down to nothing.
It's risky gameplay. I would say consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. But Heroic, you said it, they want to fight. Bring it towards T2, and there are still these grenades coming out. Virtue almost kills the wrong player, himself that is in this case. But he does stay alive. Has one more frag in his pocket, 3 flashbangs from Prano. Maybe they can make a play with 1 minute and 8 seconds left. Depends if Heroic are playing together or isolated. That's always the name of the game in these 2 versus 3s. The team that has more people next to one another playing that trade game will usually come out on top.
Uno, the only player with 50 seconds left that has full HP out of the 5 that are still up in the server. G2 looking to put an exclamation mark on the day. Yeah, they didn't have the best results against DZ, but they're doing mighty fine against Heroic, and things get a little bit better. The gap between them narrows now as it's a 2v2. And time still ticks away. With Heroic on defense, they just need to wait patiently for G2 to come to them. Prano with Diffuser in hand, he's not going to be able to live through a single one of Uno's 2 toxic canisters. So there is denial here from Heroic, and this is an incredibly winnable round for them. The Kingmaker is going to be Virtue. Do they know where he is? They don't, and Benja gets caught running through Trophy. Puzzlingly, Uno against his former team for redemption. A toxic canister tossed out over towards Trophy. He's got a great spot on the Virtue, but it's Prano to seal the deal. G2 topple Heroic 7-3, and they might have lost in the regular season of EUL, but internationally, G2 gets the last laugh.
That they do. That final round is gonna hurt if you're Uno, because you had just tossed the Toxic Bay White Stairs. The second one went towards the breach onto Closet, and then Benjamaster running away in that 2v2, back turn towards Armory when you, like, arguably that's probably where one of the players are going to be at. I'm not a big fan of that 2 versus 2 situation, nor the fact that Heroic had the lead in that final round and then somehow managed to throw it away.
I mean, there's going to be a lot to talk about between these two teams. G2 always seems to elevate themselves internationally.
Always.
Doesn't matter who's playing on the team. They are just so consistent. It's like NIP. NIP almost always elevate themselves internationally.
TSM.
FaZe elevate themselves internationally. TSM, absolutely. But for G2, they walk away today with a loss in overtime, a win in regulation. That's 4 points if my arithmetic is correct, and that's huge for a group of death. For Heroic, a disappointing first match and a disappointing international debut for many players on this squad, and things frankly don't get much better because they have W7M right up next. But before we get there, we're going to have to break down this matchup. But before we get there, we have our corporate sponsors. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, our European brawl was not as exciting as we had hoped it would be for fans of G2. I'm sure you're thrilled with the result. For fans of Heroic, well, it's a GG go next.
It is, and they got, as you said, a heavy road ahead of them, because if you thought G2 was easy or if you thought it was difficult, W7M arguably a whole other class as well, because they have been stomping the Latin scene in their next free road. So.
They are, but they are, of course, playing on ping. Before we get there,
yeah,
because that's going to be both Fluke and Hap taking over that matchup, and I'm going to be watching it, and I'm sure we're probably going to be watching it together.
Yes.
It's going to be very exciting. Let's take a look at some of the replays for these two teams. Heroic coming in, of course, off of their hot stage of EUL. Yeah, they lost to Na'Vi 2-7, but other than that, it was full steam ahead as they pulverized every European squad they could find, including G2. Yeah. But G2 is the better team here today. Fresh talked about it on Twitter before the matchup that he predicted it would come down to either Theme Park or Oregon, as it's more of a neutral ground. But he still favored Heroic in the map veto phase. Do you think it really just came down to map choice here? Do you think G2 beat them in the veto?
As I said, I'm not a huge fan of teams going to Oregon, especially a very big brawl hype matchup. I feel like no one really won the draft from my point of view. I feel like if two teams are both expected to be well performing, Oregon is a lose-lose for both because it's a 50-50 coin flip, right? Both teams thought they're gonna be the better Oregon team. That's why they both agreed to go there. So I think G2 is just a better team overall. I don't think it's just a draft thing. I don't think it's Heroic should have won, and I don't think it's G2 was expected to either.
I like the variation in the rounds as well. There were times when both Heroic and G2 would go full throttle and try to break into the bomb site as quickly as they could, take map control quickly, hunt down the roamers with just almost reckless abandon. And then there were times where we saw the teams roam a little bit recklessly, maybe play a little bit safer on some of their bunker strats. So there's obviously variation between these two teams. And while Heroic still didn't come out ahead, and they did look like indisputably the worst team of the two, I still think there's some bright spots for them, especially given the fact that, again, this was the first international event for almost the entire roster. And when you have somebody like Uno, you need him to give you that leadership, but that isn't suitable replacement for the experience that comes with competing.
I also think Heroic are known to have like a big strat pool, a lot of like one-off strats. Oregon is not to be a team where we say, oh my god, crazy strategy, right? But there are those like flex operators, and Uno showed it. The Ying, the Capital, operators that we don't see every team able to bring. Heroic, they did. Not with a great success, but we know that they can do it. So I think if they had gone to a map that favored, those kind of strategies more, perhaps a different result. That wasn't the case. It was Oregon, but we gotta talk about the frag department, if you will, because there was some expectations that weren't met, and there were some people that showed up that, arguably shouldn't have. So TLDR.
I mean, when you look at a team like Heroic and you have two of the statistical best entry players in all of EUL and with some of the highest KDs of all of Tier 1 Siege in both Benja and most notably in Sloth, neither of those players going positive is a huge blow. I don't know what's happening behind us right now.
We're having a little chant behind us right now.
I don't know if you could hear this, but either way, you've got Benja, who goes, he went like plus 25 or something like that. You had Sloth, who went like plus 31. Both of these players lead the way for their teams in the EUL, and they do it against teams like G2. This is the most remarkable thing. If this was the W7M match, we could say, well, it's just they don't really know LATAM teams all that well, so they were struggling. But they know G2 quite well.
They should at least,
and it didn't really matter. And it wasn't even that we look at the kills, it's that they lost their 1v1s. Sloth was making some nice shots, but was ultimately still losing out in terms of gunplay in areas that we don't see in the EUL.
It was Gorgona who was like the hero more often than not, right? Was something that
Gorgona cleaned up.
Yeah, he was the
janitor of the team today.
Sure.
He was just cleaning up all the kills.
Yeah, and Uno left standing 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, multiple rounds in a row in defense as well. Heartbreaking, of course. Benja had moments of success, especially that vertical grenade usage, but when it came to the gunfights themselves, we saw him sprinting away from opponents, not knowing where they were. Again, not something that we're used to seeing.
Well, Heroic doesn't have a ton of time to right the ship because they go up against the #1 team in LATAM in W7M. You heard that correctly. The #1 team in Europe versus the #1 team in Brazil.
Exciting.
In just a couple minutes. We have a break ready for you, and then we'll be coming back with the final matchup here on Stream B. See you in a couple minutes.
You start the fire. I'm trying to find what you like. Oh, you and I won't close our eyes till we cross that line. There's something about you, something about you. You know I crave your touch, but we don't need to rush. There's something about you, something about you, immersed inside my mind. Maybe it's a sign, 'cause it's already over. 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 Tell me what you desire. Let's get lost inside, lose track of time. Oh, and every side, we got nothing to hide. Wanna see your skin on mine. There's something about you, something about you. You know I crave your touch, but we don't need to rush. There's something about you, something about you. I know it's hard to find. Listen, it's a sign, 'cause it's already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already over. Already It's already over. 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 Overload.
As well for B2. Forest moving in, trying to get that plan now. He's going to look to stick it, but no. It's going to be the Shumiker launcher that gets the kill desk. Friday looking to prove a point about the Tachanka, and that's BDS with a good defensive basement this time.
That might be the most effective we've seen it be. However, I will say it's comboed off with the C4s that came out as well, because when the Shumikers were burning down on the thermite wall, they also had a C4 come out a little bit deeper towards the server wall on the east side. So in combo, they locked everything off, but it's still a big 3K for Brede, who was playing inside of sight, just kind of like pinging them over the top of the shield as well, getting them just inside of sight to stop the plant coming down. A good round for BDS and showing that round one, all right, cool, you caught us out. This time round, we are more prepared. Staff room and open area, arguably the most popular site on this map at the moment, is where we go to for round number 3.
I think that round sets us up beautifully for the rest of the game here, because we've had Astralis sort of steal around with a bit of a cheese play, getting in there with the rush, but then when they try to play into BDS's strategy, cleanly, then it's a little bit of a different story and BDS lock it down, and I could see that being a little bit of a pattern as we continue forward here. It's going to be staff and open area this time for BDS defending in round 3. Breeder put in the bulletproof cam into lobby.
We've seen that bulletproof a few times in the UL. I think it's just super effective because you can't shoot it from the side very easily, and it gives you all this visibility of what's going on inside of the lobby. It forces someone like J90 to whip out the impacts and burn through it at distance. I'm pretty sure historically we've seen teams stick a bunch of ADSs inside of the front desk area as well and just catch out tons of utility as it came flying through. All that over a measly bulletproof camera.
This is it, but the information that's getting fed in from them can be so critical that you just can't ignore. Now then, we're going to have the barricade on the window blown open there. J90 moves away, so he's not going to be in a position to make any sort of direct challenge onto it immediately, but it's going to at least open up that long line of sight, and we can just hear the LMG chewing away there.
I think you got DP Fire rotating around to put himself in lone office as well, so he controls the Beepers hallway halfway up Marble. Meanwhile, for other members of Astralis, they're working their way out towards Square and down towards this quad wall. Something we always see the focus being is around here, and normally you'll see 2 mute jammers on it, as we've got here. It does mean the very center of the wall, though, is susceptible to being open. It just stops teams opening up either side of it as our second EE1D of the round rings out.
No real push coming in line with that. It's just freezing BDS in place for a couple of seconds, but no real pressure or challenge applied from Astralis to coordinate with that. No vertical action going on as of yet either. Rafal going to be quite happy to keep himself inside of Archives if he is allowed to, and he's going to keep the ability to at least rain bullets up through that floor. Doesn't have Nitro in hand at the minute, but can still make challenges, however. DP Fire with a beautiful angle from the vertical there. Finds a Lems for the opener.
That's what you want. And the pings of the drones coming out as well. They know where these players are, so they can just keep on raining down death from above. Iconic, hoping to hold the angle, but the man goes to the move. Can he find the head? No, he can't. Just about dodging away. There's a couple of kills that come through, sure. Rafal finds one back in all the mess, but Astralis still have the numbers advantage of 4 versus 2 and 65 seconds to play. BDS's days are looking numbered here, Tim.
Certainly are, and Shiro Breeder are going to have to try and lock things down inside a site, but they've just got so many angles to watch. They've got the barricade with the angle all the way through into staff. Look at that from J90. Manages to find his man. Breeder shut down. Renshiro's got one thing to his advantage here, and that's the fact that he's got the Alder in hand, but Forrest able to drop and start getting that diffuser down, and there's very little that Renshiro can do about this. He needs to wait for the smoke to clear, and he just needs to hope that there's an opportunity to find himself a cheap kill or two to get things going, but no, he's watched from the window. He's shut down by Shuttle, and that's going to be another round to Astralis. 2-1 now.
Yeah, a little bit comfortable in that round, and this is where things really start to get spicy, because it could be this back and forth, answer for answer between BDS and Astralis. In terms of Astralis attack something, BDS go, oh, that didn't work very well. Change something up, find a response to it. And here, I think a lot of it came down to that vertical play and how exposed BDS were for much of the round to the sledge and the buck on the upstairs. Sorry, to the buck on the upstairs. The small change to be made, no doubt. Otherwise, Astralis can just keep on going. 2-1 it stands, going into round number 4.
Plenty of excitement.
Same side again.
The team. Plenty of excitement. Yep. The thing is, are we going to follow the same pattern? Do we have BDS this time able to adjust, adapt, able to lock it down as they did with lockers last time around? Or will Astralis this time be able to squeeze a little bit more of the same out of the round and get this one? I mean, they were pretty much, you know, away and clear that last round. It really wasn't much of a challenge from BDS at all.
It wasn't, no. There wasn't much fighting him in a way, right? Being picked up for free. They find one kill back in the middle of it, but it was already a 4 versus 2 by that point. Not that it really mattered at all. And it was here where Rafal was playing that we saw a lot of the trouble, really, because inside of this area where Breede's also sat, you know, inside of Tellers and Archives is where they were getting picked off from above, where the pressure was being applied, where there were drones from Astralis seeing every single move that BDS were making, and BDS almost a bit too stubborn to pull back to sight as the ceiling above them started falling down. So here in this round, maybe that's going to be the focus is, forget about trying to be hyper-aggressive in Tellers and Archives. Let's get back a little bit sooner and not find ourselves sat in a 4 versus 1.
J90 once again blasting out the castle barricade. So all very similar from Astralis so far. Just nice play from the Buck there. It's just great. Shuttle using that upside down rappel, window open, and just blasts that wall open. And we saw how effective it was in shutting Ranchero down at the end of the last round. So BDS, for me this time, they need to hold on to those numbers for a little bit longer. They just got cut down in sort of the early to mid round, and it just really left them on the back foot.
No doubt, though, for the side of Astralis, it's going to be why change, what ain't broken. Let's get that vertical control. Let's get some nades down there, hold those angles, force BDS to move, and pinch them on their retreat back in towards the site. That really is going to be the name of the game, so we'll see how it starts to play out. No one really coming in from the lobby side just yet. Iconic, I think, was starting out there as it opened up the ATM's door, but has now moved himself up towards the roof and is rotating over to join the rest of the team on the top floor now that they've got safe control up there.
J90 going to use that soft breach to open up the wall into stock there. Doesn't get the floor. I was just seeing if he got anything of the floor there to offer a vertical angle, but I don't think he did. It's not going to matter. Oh, no, he did on the far side. It's going to be Buck in there anyway. Shuttle just clearing that floor out and looking for those vertical angles. We saw him able to get the kill last time around. Will it be the case this time? Can't quite see anybody as of yet. Psycho finds one on the reverse angle. Iconic was just about to dump a nade in there to clear that Banshee as well.
Well, howdy and hello, and welcome back to the Charlotte Major. I'm Fluke. This is Hap.
Hello, again.
Hello.
It is me. Again, it's you. And again, we are back. We had a little bit of a short break. We had Parky and Pengy coming
Parky
over.
and Pengy.
Yeah, Parky and Pengy
pair of
coming
them.
over. The pair of them. The two of them.
The duo of them.
Coming to cast a good old European League game between Heroic and G2. And we do those most of the time. So
We do.
Come in, you do that. We'll pick up the other one.
What we don't always do is an interregional match. The best thing about this sort of setup, and although W7M are going to be playing with a bit of range, as you hear another one, Astralis versus BDS, just behind us, we have Heroic up against them, and there won't be as much shouting between the two teams because one is obviously, unfortunately, in Mexico, but they'll be doing the best that they can. Heroic up first, and unfortunately, you know, things weren't quite good for them in the previous game.
No, it didn't really work out for them. They were left with a loss against G2. And whilst they're an incredible team, they had an incredible run through stage one. Their travels, not so smooth. Let's just put it up like that. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. Now, their baggage has finally arrived, but a lot of valuable practice time, for example, lost. It's just tough all around. And when you come up against a team like G2, I mean, there's a lot of experience on the team. There's no travel issues. They were basically shut down. And now they're coming up against W7M. Brazilian aggression coming in as well from Mexico City. Shouting's not going to be an impact here.
No.
They won't hear it, so that might be at least a little bit of a help because I know some of the teams might get a bit overwhelmed by some of the Brazilian teams as soon as they do start to get hyped up. But yeah, it's definitely been a shock for them, that first loss.
Now, obviously, W7M were able to take a win from the group earlier on today. If they can get a second one here, well, they actually sort of tie themselves up. G2 are currently sitting pretty with 4 points at the top of the group. A very successful day for the roster so far, and the only other team that could really match that right now is W7M. If they could try and potentially better it as well, if they get the full 3 points, then they will be sitting top of their group.
Yeah.
G2 second, DC third, and Heroic, well, if they want to avoid being at the bottom, they've got to try and take a full fat 3 points from this.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be needing some points from this for sure. And W7M, of course, they are playing from Mexico. We're going to continue mentioning that. So they're not in the same room. You won't hear them screaming in our background. You probably will see it when we go to the reaction shots. But they are a team that started off the Brazilian 6 or the Brasileiro. Probably that. I don't know how to pronounce it. Brasileiro. There we go. Thank you, production.
The voice in our head.
So helpful.
Crazy because I look up like Brasileiro. Yeah, that sort of painted a picture for us. They're playing off there as well. They're going to see if they can try and bring it together. But we got map bans. I got map data.
Let's pull them up then.
Written down. It's definitely not going to be theme park. I know I said
it's
that
not
before.
border either.
It's not border either.
Because that one's gone. Your theme park is still on the board.
Theme park's still on the board. I mean, a chalet is potentially likely.
Should we just both make a guess?
I'm gonna say chalet.
Chalet? All right. I'm gonna go for clubhouse.
Okay. That's the second most likely.
Just you know, a nice little map.
It's never gonna be cafe.
It's never gonna be
It's never gonna be cafe.
It doesn't really matter.
Damn.
Oh, I'm looking through this one. Let's see. Let's see. Skyscraper band. All right. So clubhouse still on the board.
Still on the board.
Myself.
Still on the board. Still on the board. Are we gonna have a second club of the day? I mean, it's a good map. Definitely not theme. It's a good map for, I think, Heroic to give them a bit of stability.
Oh.
But they're not going to take it.
No.
In fact, we're going to find ourselves in the bank.
That's okay as well. I mean,
that's okay.
It's gonna be a very fun one. That's for sure. Bank is one of my favorite maps, like of all time.
You said that like you're not sure about that.
What?
You said Bank's
no,
my
I'm
favorite.
more to the fact that a lot of people do not like Bank
Right.
as much as I do, and I'm like, there's a lot of different things that go on. Like you have a very good defensible side of the basement, but you have like a clear plan to go around it. I mean, we just saw in the BDS Astralis game, the quick drop through the vault hatch. Not sure if you saw that.
I don't know if you can hear that.
Astralis seems to be winning. That's what it sounds like.
Well, we'll go into our own game. The Astralis are now singing, so you may hear that in the background of this. They're in good spirits.
I can't understand what they're singing.
I don't know what they're singing. I don't know what they're singing, but you probably won't hear as much. There's a difference. The way it's set up for those that are curious to obviously make sure that nobody can see anything from their own game.
Yeah.
The casters are in front, roughly, of the opposite game that they're casting. So we'll get the heat of a game behind us. And I think anyone who's watched Astralis play before has an expectation that it's going to be loud, it's going to be noisy.
And it's just that, for sure. And they seem to be doing quite well here so far.
But that's the other game.
That's the other game. That you need to be at the main channel for that one. But the B stream stands for brilliant, I believe you said before.
Bravado.
Best stream, exactly. And we're going for Heroic versus W7M here. Now, I'm going to apologize beforehand, but W7M, the name, I keep on mispronouncing it.
You mispronounce a lot of
I've been doing it quite well these past couple of ones, but I keep on calling them 7-7M. And
Why?
I don't know.
There's only one 7.
I might be illiterate. I don't know.
Well, you may be, but you're good with numbers. Valkyrie, Kaid, Finker is probably the most curious out of this. There was a fun statistic that was posted around earlier where every single Finker main was at the top of the overall rankings of the day's players.
I wonder why.
Every single one.
I absolutely have no clue how a Finker player could be at the top of the leaderboard.
It was a Finker sweep.
I honestly no idea why. It probably has nothing to do with the LMG.
Probably not.
Probably not. I think it's the grenades.
Heroic, starting on their defense here onto Bank. It's obviously come sort of back in step by step. There's been some changes. Not too long ago, but long enough that everybody's sort of familiar with them. Obviously, the biggest one is the hatch onto the basement play. The basement has a little bit more width, a little bit more room. Oh, Zero is on the board. Oh, I love to see Zero. We actually asked Alamau about this last night. We said, how do you pronounce some of the names? It's always good to make sure they do.
Yeah.
Apparently, in the Brazil scene, a lot of people just call JV92 92. They don't call him JV.
Okay, so we're going to be calling him 92.
So if we call him 92, this is from Alamau. So maybe Alamau's just trolling us because he was also tweeting from Shaz's account.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's trolling. He seems to be the guy that would go for it. What about the other names? Because we have a bunch more. Some of them seem pretty straightforward, but if JV92 is just 92.
Well, I feel like I don't want to give you...
Okay.
I want to hear you struggle with the names.
Okay, well, then you'll struggle you get. As we head into this very first round here, the action phase has just started between Heroic and W7M, who is on that attack. And some good drones here from the start. Seem to be well aware of one of the players inside open area, that is. And as Benja getting droned out himself there, he's going to be trying to rotate towards safety quickly.
Now for the context on how this map is fed up for these two teams and why it's a bit of a surprise that Heroic went here instead of Club is Heroic have one loss on it. A quick spray through does some damage to Herds over the top on the far side of the top of Square. They're trying to close down on Benja as much as possible. He is moving, manipulating, and taking out as many drones, but just slips his way past the drop there around the side. He should be able to score a take here, and there's a fight, but it's 92. Or JV, regardless of how you pronounce them, is able to get that opener here. Benja taking care of it. The camera goes up. Sloth finds Volps on the far side now inside, locked in with the UMP. It's going to be a matter of trying to get the quickest response here, obviously. There is a bit of a difference in how they're connected to the game. And Gorgona connects to the face of Kaze, who had a huge performance earlier on in the win W7M took against Dark Zero.
Now, that means there's a man advantage here for the side of Heroic, but still that verticality that could be played here by W7M. Mostly, though, if there's still roamers on the board. And there seems to be a couple of them. Burst is going to get caught off while he's in the reload of his skeleton key by Gorgona. Eventually will be traded out, though. Brings it back towards a 2-on-3 situation. Still the opportunity to go for a secure here, but with GDN coming up quite close, it is eventually 92 that will be able to get the kill Gorgona.
Throws the drone, puts it down. Are they going to find it? The pre-fire comes through, just sees the top of the hat a little bit too late. GDN goes a bit wider and wider and wider, but they have the ping. A rough corner in the castle means they know he can't have gone anywhere. He doesn't need to. Sloth finds one, finds two, and Heroic find around an important one coming off the back of a loss against G2.
Exactly, you want to be starting off strong here on Bank, on your defense. Let's say a 4-2, a 5-1 split. That is what they will be aiming for here, as Astralis is basically filling the entire crowd here.
I mean,
in terms of noise. They started cheering for Heroic that just won the round.
I don't think they did.
Yes,
but
they are, Emmy. Just come on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they did. 100%. I am so excited to see this place packed with 2,000 people. It is going to get loud.
It is definitely going to get loud. Flanks are going to be a bit harder to pull off as well at that point.
Ooh,
what's happening? But yeah, 1-0, Heroic. Of course, all these teams that are currently playing here at Charlotte or at Mexico want to be reaching the playoffs. And of course, those that are here in Charlotte will be able to play in front of that crowd. Unfortunately, unable for the 3 teams that are currently in Mexico City. But, you know, the playoffs is still at stake for them. They still want to go there. W7M, I mean, they did a great job in their first game. Were able to pick up some points. Heroic, unfortunately, with their loss against G2, is still looking for their first points and hoping to find those against W7M here.
Wow, the approach comes through and Heroic have got the first. Bank is a map that sort of led itself well into attack. It's built itself in a good position so far. There's a lot of soft, and that's the big problem, is you're looking at a lot of these sites now, especially over towards this, the push from the lobby towards tellers, towards a site that you don't actually see too much now because of all the softs on the floor above. Inside CEO, inside those offices, it makes it so awkward. A lot of pre-placed C4s is really the only trick and trap you can do before you're suddenly surrounded. Herds proving that with the width, they're putting the pressure here onto the other side of open, a site which gives you a little bit more to work with in terms of the hold you can do above. You have some of the sturdy from stock, you can have the rotation that way, and Volps is going to see if he can punish it with a bit of quick movement down towards tellers.
Actually wanted to highlight that basically one-hit fall he went for a little bit earlier there. I know it's no longer possible, but just 2 bullets and a single hit were enough for him to quickly enter the building and might be pulling that off a little bit more by surprising the side. Either way, Gorgona up on the top floor with Benja and one other on the side of Heroic are looking to find an impact, but Volps already inside of the teller's office here. I believe there is a mirror window that he has on his side of things as well, and that means someone wants to come back, but it's Benja with the very first kill.
Oh, sprays back. There's going to have to be a quick reaction here as they're able to bite just a little bit more. It was so well played by the Nook. They stuck in a corner. There's the drop on the Sam Cam, and they're eyeing up the chance of a hatch here. Volps is massively injured. They were able to spray a little bit back into the fight before they were entirely removed there, but at the same time, it puts them in a tricky situation. JV moves and slithers his way into the top of the vault there, forces them further and further out, just over a minute in a cold kit on the second story, so they're going to see if they can put the work in on the site itself. Herds, he's paying keen attention to a Maestro, tries and leans back into the fight there. It's a spray, it's Scrappy, and it's JV that finds Gorgona trying to slink his way up from deep underneath. There's a lot of damage done to the players of W7M. It just takes a scratch. And with everything that's still in the pockets here of Heroic, they can make it work. Benja swings round, gets one. The connection comes against it. They know where the last player is. He's hot pinged, revealed, and round in the tight corner. It's a bit of a ring around the rosies. Where's he gone? The wrong angle. They're able to keep themselves standing. Grizzly can get a rotate round if he needs to. The kit's still cold anyway, so he's just going to try and find a fight itself. Benja, I don't know if it works from that range, my friend, but he's got to tap a reload, and he has time to find a second for Heroic.
I was going to say, all he needs is just a single pellet from that shotgun to get the kill, but unfortunately non-landed, so had to finish it off with the SMG-11. A little bit of a scrappy fight in the end there, as W7M just took it to the site directly. And I wanted to say, literally, all they could do is just get on the Evil Eyes and zap them all to death. I mean, that's how low they were. But of course, the Maestro taken out first out of the Heroic remaining defenders there. But it doesn't matter in the end. Still up in the lead, 2-0 now.
Popped up, sprayed down, and CEO is where we head to the top floor to, I guess, see if we can try and put the test towards that soft. As I said, you're not really going to see that mid-floor site that isn't open now. You've got that strange stretch of the change of the one to the other, where it used to be a little bit of a good play on rotations. It's just too claustrophobic for a lot of teams now again. The Blitz and the Ying is a curious combination to see if they can try and make a connection, because so far they haven't been able to do. And the Lion, it's one of those very frustrating lineups to play against, but we've always got to remember that they're not playing at a dead zero ping, so they've got to try and find utility that can work around that.
Yeah, you got to be working around aggression here, basically. And if there is an aggressive lineup, I think this is one of the ones that would stand out too. So I'm not quite sure what the plan is, whether they will go in from stock, rush up the spiral stairs, or go in from the top of square. I mean, we'll have to wait and see how this one will shape up. But there's definitely a lot of potential of overwhelming Heroic here if they aren't properly set up for it. But it seems like their current side setup is quite well equipped. I mean, long lines of sight are basically being avoided. You'll force them to come in quite close, and his keys is just
slow
creeping up to the skylight. I mean, he might drop into it. I mean, it's possible.
There's that Twitch drone play that we've seen before, taken out in a response. It's slowly glowing and growing itself into the game a little bit more, which means people respond to it a little bit more. Cameras are such a big play on that big open space. It's why I love the Sam Cam so much. They're going to lean into a fight there, trying to find the angle. Sloth can't quite get the full connection with the player there, and obviously he's going to pull himself back. Gets into a slightly different location. There's a lot of pops, a lot of pings, and a lot of pop-outs. There's one, there's two, there's three! Benjamaster goes wide, goes deep, and goes monumental against the attempt on the approach there. Who cares if you're under the gaze of an E1D, if you just jump out a window?
He jumps out, and more importantly, he's out here alone now, can waste as much time, never mind, as he wanted to. I mean, it's a great triple kill. Maybe he could hold on a little bit longer there, but the diffuser drop, you force the team, you force W7M to start coming back. They need to recover that diffuser and take you out there if they want to be going for a win. But the entire aggressive lineup they had, Ying, Lion, Blitz, it's only Blitz left that is really able to make anything happen here. And as the smokes go up, he's hoping to at least block us some lines of sight, but surely he'll be walking into a big crossfire here.
Oh, Gorgona, he puts another bit of energy down there. It just leaves the Blitz by themselves. They were slow creeping at the start, but suddenly they're going to find themselves under a lot of pressure. Pistol spray down the first, but it's Uno to lock down the second. A 3-site rotation comes through all Heroics.
A great, massive triple kill there. Very important for the side of Heroic, because you basically took out the ammunition out of the gun, right? Like, they were ready to go. They were ready to go for a jump in. And at that moment, Benja just explodes outside, is able to shut them down before they can do anything. I mean, 2 players are watching him, and neither was able to get the kill in the end there. Benja with a great triple kill before he got shut down. And that is 3-0 for Heroic now, and where they might have looked a little bit defeated after their loss against G2, they are definitely coming out swinging here against W7M.
I mean, Benja 6-2.
It's a great start for the game for him. I mean,
it's a start with energy. It's a start with everything that they needed because of what happened in the game before. Heroic they never really had a lot of things that were sure says. They never really had a lot of things that, for them, when you're coming to an international scene for the first time, outside of obviously Uno, you're trying to piece things together. You're trying to make things connect. One of the only things that they had as solid data was how they perform against current G2, based on, you assume, scrims, but based on how they played in the league itself. That going against them in a way that seemed a little bit low energy is a huge blow. It is a problem for them. So to come back here against a team like W7M, which is an unknown quantity, and get this much energy in, I mean, it's huge. There goes Benja. Quite early, Volps punishes them.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to take some, sometimes you got to give some. So an early death for Benja there. It's also the smoke. That is, I think, maybe even more painful. Wasn't a dirt tunnel as well. Gone 6 misses, so we'll have to go for the knife on the eventual bot wire. C4 gets lost, won't be able to find anything, and Keys will find yet another kill. A 3-on-5. This one is looking really good for W7M.
Yeah, more aggression, more strikes. Instead of trying to play themselves behind a rush, they're saying, let's just rush to play. They're putting pressure either side there. They've got the damage done inside Garage. They had a ping as well. I don't know if it was still standing, but a drone was watching the crawl of Grizzly. They know where they are. The Oster of Hearts is just going to set up a little bit of an angle or actually pull themselves back. Uno, he wants to try and bounce some slow and steady back here. He has a gun that can do a lot of damage from range, but it just takes a pop-up over there for them to try and suddenly do something with it. The difference of the two bodies might be something that costs them because they can set themselves up for a trade. The hop over the top! And Gorgona finds one as Herds gets it back. There's the E1D, tries to swing into it, can't quite get it. To 4 versus 1. Grizzly, he's going to try and pull himself back into the site. Gets caught out by the fire, catches out the player behind him, but now, with only a sliver of health, is going to go up and over the top. The kit is being put down inside the site. It's a huge task ahead of him with not a huge amount in his pockets left. They still have smokes, they still have flashes, they still have everything if they want to stop this. And I mean, they can probably move those screens if they wanted to as well. Gets an easy pick up there onto Ossa, whether they were entirely sure where the player was. Now they are. Less than 30 seconds though. They got to come down the stairs, and well, W7M had that locked in. 3-1.
That was a great early start, right? I mean, the double entry, Benja taken out as well. What he was in the smoke, a second one to come through elsewhere on the map. And suddenly it's a 3-on-5 situation. Heroic, not really anything. I mean, you can always come back from it, right? It's never over until it's over. But theoretically, you shouldn't be losing a 5-on-3 situation as W7M. And of course, you're not here. You're playing in a bit of ping, but that still goes. That still counts. You played that trade game, and they did that well here in the end. So 3-1. We're just halfway, well, past the halfway point for this first half. And that means that round 5 currently on the way, back towards the open area. Heroic still looking for their 4th as the bare minimum and looking for 5 as a potential extension.
A bit of growth here, a bit of opportunity for W7M to see if they can try and work on what they did before. When they were playing against Dark Zero, it was back and forth throughout the whole game. There was rarely a moment where there was at least a round difference. It really was sort of tooth and nail all the way to OT. Our second one on the A stream on the second game. It really opened in a manner and a way that the game intended to continue here. And Heroic, I think they knew that they suffered a bit from the intel. They've got the Mozzie, they've got the ideas of how they can catch and stop this. They're locked in on open, but is the pace of W7M going to change a little?
That's it, right? I mean, they just found quite some success by getting up these early entries, so they might be trying to find ways to fight more of them by maybe taking these fights to the inside of the building just a little bit quicker. Find yourself an early entry. And one that currently goes unspotted. An E1D pops off. That's going to give some freedom of movement towards the side of W7M. Barricade will get punched by the side of Gorgona, but won't be spotting anybody, so he'll just fall off as W7M seems to be aware of the position of one of the roamers. The runner from below, Grizzly, able to find Herds as an entry kill.
I was pointing, I saw it just on the sliver. I was going to say that there's 3 bodies, but you can see Grizzly was going to move in and amongst it. Gorgona drew attention, and Grizzly struck from the underneath there, was able to take out Herds, obviously a big player on the previous round. Another E1D echoes around here, but they're not quite able to find anyone behind it. They were using it as the pressure before. The quick drop with the Gun 6 down underneath. They're going to widen the attack and the approach. They have themselves stacked up on at least all 3 stories as the drones are whirring their way ahead. Benjamaster trying to keep himself a bit of an eye here. preambling and angling towards the rotation there from the top as Volps takes a bit of control of Janitors. They have JV92 underneath as well. They want to see if they can try and force a player into a rotation for JV to go for a catch.
It is something quite usual, right? Holding the hatch, hoping someone will be misplacing himself and basically making himself vulnerable for a pickup through that hatch. Either way, hatches are being opened up and Volps just decides to enter the site. Almost went for the triple kill there, but will be shut down just before. But we're still in that 3-on-3 situation here. Samcam's being used as well. Not quite sure what that grenade was supposed to do. I think open up the hatch, but failed to do it.
Yeah, a little bit of a misthrow there from Uno. There's a drone that's just come down the hatch behind him as well. I don't think he's seen it. Kays, in the meantime, suffers just a tiny bit. It's a long gun to reload, but if he's got a moment, he's going to take it. This grenade is going to go right to his feet, but not quite close enough. Uno is able to find some safety. He's waiting for the drop on the hatch. There's pings on the intel that's giving the read. There it is. They went for the drop shot, and it was the grenade that almost forced the pickup there. Kays finds two. Threw himself into the site. They're looking for the pings. The spray over the top. Sloth finds one and finds at least an escape. 30 seconds and a rotate. If he can get this, the planter, this is huge. The C4, it doesn't quite connect. Wow, it's one of those unfortunate moments.
I think, no, he got himself stuck on the little beeper there. If he was out just a little bit quicker, he would have been able to potentially pick up the... I'm not quite sure if he died and the explosion went off right after, making him invulnerable to some extent, or if it was just too far out of reach. Either way, W7M finding their second round here. Very important for them to stay in this game and make sure that Heroic is not going to be allowed to get too far ahead of them here. And 3-3 suddenly on the board for them. Didn't really seem to be the case before, and of course you lost someone to that run out early on, but they were able to strike back, able to retake that control from the tellers and then go for that drop. Uno missing most of his shots there with the Alda doesn't really help either. And that puts you in this 3-on-2 situation here, where W7M is just a single round away of tying it up and basically finding themselves in the driver's seat for the defensive half.
Well, Heroic, they've now lost 2 in a row. W7M, as you said, they found a bit of power, a bit of a windfall, a bit of success over the past 2 rounds. They've approached themselves still with this aggression, with the Lion, and they're making sure that they're actually in a position to fight behind it. That's the big difference from when they were trying their pushes and their swings before with utilities and Gadget. Let the guns be the driving factor. They know that they're playing a little bit with ankle weights on, and they've got to try and make sure that they're using that into their game to the best effect. Still another setup here. There is the blitz as a possibility. He's just checking how much of a direct route he can take, but a couple of softs mean that he's got some work to do. There's a body that pops up towards the top of the stairs. It is that lock-in with the shotgun, more drones, more intel, and they're about to meet a blitz train.
He's just waiting for that door to be opened up. He knows there might be something hiding around. You know, sometimes you have a camera there, but since Valkyrie's banned, not really the case, so might be looking for some other piece of utility that could be stuck up there. You never, of course, know if there's a thorn suddenly on the board. Either way, has been opened up, and Volps is just waiting now, potentially for a drone to come around just as the E1D smoke canister pops, but that will not stop him! He just jumps over and swings that shield, gets the kill into Benjamaster, and that is an early entry yet again.
I think it was very well played. He knew where he needed to be. The smoke didn't stop him, taking the hot hop over the shield as well. It puts him in a bit of a tricky situation now, but he's got control of blue. He's taken out a huge blow, and obviously the smoke canister's gone as well, so early is bit of a big loss. Sloth brings the Echo drone to a position where it might be able to strike. They're getting the idea that the push is going to come from this opposite side, and W7M can use this time to open up their angles, get themselves some idea of how they want to go for the strike. As we said, the biggest change that we saw from Bank was that extra hatch, was the width that you can now apply to an approach here. You don't just have to sort of funnel yourself in from the side with the servers, you can stretch yourself over towards the vault and actually have some viability this time round.
Now there is a lot of utility currently aimed towards the A-bomb side here. We have a mirror window, we have 2 Vulcan pockets or hop pocket setup as well to just blow up whenever the need may be there. And as the smoke canisters get tossed in, they might want to be trying to go for a little bit of a bait here. Hope that they start pushing these hot pockets because there's a lot of time to be wasted here, especially with those yokais as well. So that's the first, but there's still another one around. That's the second.
There's the second. And you can see GDN is rotating their way around with the kit. They know they want to try and go for this default plant. There's still the Echo drones. There's still a C4 and another C4 in the pockets of Uno and Grizzly. Now, obviously, there was a bit of a latency before, but if they can try and get that connection here, they just need to try and get that drop. Still an E1D, though, and still some of that stress and stretch that they can do. One more, and the fire starts to go, and they realize they've got to have some width. Over to the hatch, the roll, and ready for the burn. There's the pop. There's a blind that just gets the catch. They can't quite get the angle that they want, though. They're not entirely sure, so they swing the C4 early. There's a spray. There's a catch back. They're going for the plant, the stick. They're just over the opposite side. Do they have the angle? Do they have the idea? They forced them off. They can't quite get the connection. Sloth's going deep, but they're going to try and double it down. Suddenly, it's just Gorgona versus the world above the hatch. He can't quite find it. There it is! He's able to get it. 2 seconds left on the timer. They pick it back up, but it's Gorgona. He just needs to find the last player. Thought he had it. Now he does.
Gorgona with a 1v3 clutch there through that hatch, just able to find the angle, finds the injury on the second player as well, and as the time runs out, as the time hits 0, all he needs to do is drop and secure the round for Heroic, and they will find that 4-2 in the end there, but it seemed for a little bit there that W7M might have been able to get away with it. But they didn't have anybody up top. They didn't have anybody left on top of that hatch to make sure Gorgona wasn't able to play there, and that was their big mistake.
I mean, it was that little bit of rotation, that positioning there from Gorgona, the strike onto the kit, the pickup on the player who was downed, an important connection from a player who was, to be fair, you know, he was almost not able to make it either. He just had the miracle that got him here, and now he's going to see if he can do some of his own.
Luckily for Heroic, that is, because that round he just managed to pull in. Be the difference between 3 points or no points in the end, possibly. So with that 4-2 currently on the board, Heroic needing only 3 to find themselves with those 3 points. 2 to find any at all. And as we get underway yet again, let's see how they will fare.
4-2, W7M, now they have a few more things working in their favor onto Bank. As I said, it's usually, you know, it can be good with attackers, but I think in the situation of defense, in the movements that they're playing, they can start to bring some of this game back. It is a 4-2 fight either side. Benjamaster's going to see if he can try and be the lead in. He suffered a little bit to quick pacey movements, and he wants to try and return the favor as quick as possible. Nook over the top floor, past the cameras. There is a player on the top. There's a ping through. There's a spray. Doesn't get the full connection, though. Herds. He sees his life flash before his eyes and decides he doesn't like what he saw. He wants to see if he can try living a little bit more.
That's what happened when a 9mm gun going through the wall there. Your damage is going to be significantly reduced there. And his Volms is going to be opening up one of those hatches inside of the elevator. He's giving himself a way out, a way back to the side if the pressure becomes too much. He decides to take it as well. 2 minutes left on the clock, and I believe it's just Keys left here on that middle floor here, trying to hold off Heroic's attempt of opening up these hatches as quickly as possible.
He's got himself in a really good position here, Keys. If he can hold himself just around this area and he goes unchecked, it's the thing. That double-edged sword of too much bravery sometimes means that those mistakes can be punished. You also add in the fact that that Oryx can explore if they want. Well, not anymore. Benja swung around the corner and caught them just before they were able to catch themselves to drop on the hatch. There is still Keys. He is still loose. He is still in a power position if he can play it well. If he goes unchecked, that's that big question. The grenade doesn't quite get the full roll down. JV, to get a bit of response, heard the call, the audio, and decided to respond like that. There's another catch around the bottom of green stairs, keeping themselves at bay, but now the hatch is opened via a grenade.
JV there heard the pin being pulled out, decided to go for a quick peek because he also knew it's either a grenade that lands on top of me or I'm taking him out right before he actually tosses it in. And once the grenade's being pulled, it cannot shoot back. So he took his chances and was able to get the most of it. But Keys here in that crucial position. You said it before, there's someone just on the other side of the wall, but he cannot quite see him yet. Misses the opportunity there, but this could be even bigger here. Finds one, goes for the second, but he's not able to connect. Neroni actually runs out of ammo there, and Grizzly will be able to find the trade.
Grizzly got stuck on the rotate as well. It's a little bit botched there, but there is the player down here on the bottom of green. Just going to flash him out and pull himself back 30 seconds. You can see they're opening up themselves. That drop onto the elevator hatch itself. Volps is going to watch the back. There's gold. You're going to need a rotation from GDN here. Suddenly there's a player in a little bit of a tight spot, but Grizzly with the kit is isolated. If he goes down, then the round might suffer quickly. There is a player there. It's Ring Around the Rosies once again. The spray doesn't connect, but they find a second. There it is. Picked up on the split side. The smoke pops a second too late. Finds the rotation, and now it is just the man with the kit on the far side, and a lock in there from JV.
Keys on the flank there actually important. I mean, he might have not been able to pick up that second kill, but definitely still struck some chaos amongst the heroic ranks. As he picks up one, deals a little bit of damage. I mean, the Roni doesn't have the same ammo capacity anymore as it used to have, so ran out a little bit too early. But still, did some damage, got one kill, created some chaos. And, I mean, Benja, he made the right call first by jumping as soon as he heard that beta, trying to pick up the kill, just maybe a little bit too greedy, too ambitious, possibly, with that grenade there, exposing himself before he actually had to. And we have a tactical timeout now, so that means Officer is going to have 45 seconds with his boys to reel them all in as the new sheriff he is.
He is the Sheriff of Charlotte.
Yeah, the Sheriff of Charlotte.
Yeehaw.
Tips, cowboy hat.
It's time to talk because, you know, it's always this sort of situation where you've come off of a loss, as we said it before. It's an important game here because you're looking at the shape of the table. You can't be the only team that hasn't been able to pull anything from today. You have to at least put a notch into the board. You have to be able to pull something. Obviously, W7M, they've got 2 points under their belt. If they take a full 3 here, they're at the top of the board. They know this. As the team that's obviously had such a good stage 1, it is a big shame we don't get their full experience. I think everybody feels that. It would have been nice to sort of have everything here, but with how difficult visas are at the minute, it's just a shame. And I think that's one of the things here is they're still going to be putting in a fight. They're going to see how far they can get, even though they are unfortunately not quite able to give us the full taste of what they offer on their national.
Of course.
Week in, week out.
And they will also be missing this, right? I mean, it is a team that was consistently running in the last 2 places of BR6 last year. And they made some changes, and suddenly they're the top team. Like, something just suddenly clicked. Everything seemed to be working. And now they miss out on their first LAN, on the crowd as well. Crowd's gone back. They were supposed to be here. That is what every player in Siege wants, besides lifting the hammer at the end of the year.
But 4-3 Heroics still have themselves a bit of a lead, a round ahead, and they've had their timeout now. They're going to see if they can try and make it work. They lost that opener, and they're going to try and refuse to lose any more here. The stretch still comes across the top. They've got themselves locked in. Benja's back on the Nook to see if they can try and do a bit more of that surprise gameplay that drove them through it before. There's no line, none of that play, as there was quite a lot of in the pockets of W7M. There is still hefty use of utility, but no Sam cams either, and that's always the one, as I said. I really just love how that operator influences and plays with this map, but I guess intel and control over that isn't what they think they're missing right now.
No, the Argus cams definitely don't seem to be what they want to use here. It's the hot droning from Benja in here. He will be able to find that very first kill. A great kill on JV, and that is going to be opening the site. And the middle of this site, quite big as well.
Didn't drop the bulletproof. Opted instead to take the drop into the hatch, hoping they could catch another person, keeping themselves alive and keeping the live nature of this roam, this gameplay. They're still trying to bite back here over the top. The sledge goes for a swing, and we saw a jump out massive before. We don't see it again. Gorgona pre-fires through, whether he had the intel. He definitely had the smarts, and that was to fire through and find that kill too quick. Both into their favor now, and obviously 2 big players off the board. The remaining 3 still might have a bit of a chance here. Volps has got himself into quite an aggressive position, just waiting on the other side of the double door with a glance towards the new lobby door to see if anybody might go for a bit of a roam. It's dangerous, because if he gets caught on a camera, well, he's going to get out of there now. They pre-fired to see if they could get him loose, but Benja in the meantime finds GDN.
Yeah, and that leaves it in that 2v5 situation here with 1:20 left on the clock, Amy. It's plenty of time for Heroic to do the preparations they want to go for. Hertz, however, active and aggressive towards the elevator hallway. Will be able to find Sloth as the Yana gun. It's 2 grenades, it's a Gemini replicator, and a gun 6, all out of the hands of Heroic, and that might definitely hurt them in the end, but still they have that massive advantage in terms of men count.
Herd suffers a little bit there on a scrappy spray through, but suffering isn't ending your round. They've been able to already find a body from this, and they're going to see if they can try and continue that. There is rotations, options available to them, and angles, and they're going to see if they can try and get a bit of a split of the pressure here. With an idea on the hatch in only 40 seconds, you've got to make sure Heroic in the situation doesn't fall away from the break of Janitors does force this play. There's a drone that just catches a side. Will they catch the player? Do they know?
They don't, because the drone was driving away from him there, so they don't seem to be aware of Hers' current position here. And Uno is carrying the diffuser with 20 seconds left on the clock. It might have been a 2v5, but it seems like if Uno gets down, that might be the end of it. It's 2-on-2. The diffuser is indeed dropped.
Flashes
no, it's not.
Over the top. No, they know where the player is. They've been able to get it. And Uno just pushes in. That was almost tragic there for Heroic. They left themselves with 20 seconds. It just needed that single player from the side there of W7M to, instead of choosing that first fight, find a second. And I guess it's always that thing from our position of omnipotence. We know that they don't know, but we also know that both of them don't know.
For a second there, I thought Uno got dropped because suddenly a lot of kills came into that direction, and we also knew that there was still Herds around in that position, but unable to actually find a kill in the end there, leaving it 2-2, and eventually Heroic being able to carry those across. And that puts him at 5-3. 2 rounds away, Emmy, for 3 points. And they would gladly take those after that defeat they had just a little bit earlier against G2, because that will just, put them right underneath them in the standings.
I was going to say, it puts it in as... If they take the full 3, then that pushes, I believe, Dark Zero down to last place, as they lose the head-to-head and the round count, technically, versus W7M, who would be on 2 points as well, but they would be in 3rd, because they obviously...
It depends on round differential first, and
well,
after
I think they get it, because it was... They won...
It's total round differential, right?
They won 8... Yeah. Oh, is it total?
I think it's total for, like, the entire group, so...
Where's Cop-It? Cop-It!
Cop-It! Is he
somewhere.
watching? I know he's around.
He's technically working.
He's sitting there.
We can ask him later.
Either way, it doesn't really matter for now how the standings all point out, because, I mean, nothing is decided as of yet. It will be decided at the end, of course, of Wednesday, and with a 5-3 currently on the score, and this only being the second match for both these teams. It is still many more to go. So Mary Chaps are being caught off by magnets there, and they will blow up quite early. They won't just deploy there. But still one more put out by Benja here, but he finds himself picked up by Keys.
Yeah, he tried to swing back into the pre-fire there, but Keys just decided to keep firing. It was very well played there with experience. There's a little bit more of a break, another stop as they're just wasting and burning through utility here on the top. Sloth tries to find a fight into stock there and suffers a scrape on the other side of it. Wants to pop the concussion, and, well, the timing came through a little bit there for him. Herds couldn't quite get the connection onto the fight itself, pulls themselves back. Dangerous maneuver, but it gets Sloth inside the building. There is still players underneath. There is still a bit of concern, and there is now the E1D, the rush they're in. They're trying to get control over the top, but it's the bottom that gets the drop round in. Hey, what's that diffuser? Oh, it's a post-plant situation, and now they're on the windows, and it's a 2 versus 4, but still, if they can try and get themselves angled in for some control here, Grizzly, he's tucked in. He's waiting for audio. W7M know that there's this player in this position. They've got to try and time this perfectly. Are they going to go for a run out on the door? It is an option. They're going wider and wider, and they're going to actually lean into it first. In the meantime, Gorgona gets one more, but they're holding onto the kit. There it is. Another body goes down, and they're off the diffuser. Gorgona swings round, but they're dropped outside. It's a 1 versus 1. Can he get up in time? There's the ping. There's the reveal.
Oh, he gets it.
Grizzly.
Just barely, though. It was a long gunfight outside, and that was very smart from W7M, because they knew there's only one person on the rappel, and that person on the rappel, that's the most important one in that post-plant situation. As it was going on for that gunfight, Gorgona had to push in with the MK14. Not really the best gun if you want to be, in a close quarters 1v2. He managed to get one, deal some damage on the second, but by just enough time to get back up, to get Grizzly back up on the rappel and find that final headshot. And now Heroic find themselves here at match point, a single round away with 3 opportunities to put themselves on 3 points as well.
I mean, Heroic are fighting their way back into this game, but you've always got to look at, obviously, how W7M, they're doing the right decisions. They're doing the right moments. It's little bites and fights, but it must be pretty frustrating to be in a position where you know you could be giving that little bit more. The run out there on the door, some of these fights I think are getting a little bit scrappy, a little bit longer than we've otherwise seen them do inside of the National League, and the performance that they've been able to put in there. Heroic, from our perspective in EUL, they always have a fight. They always love sort of engagements, and they'll keep going into them. It's not always the sharpest, though they can do that gameplay, but it is often in their successive pockets. I think that little bit of a difference is here. Heroic are sort of pulling W7M into their game and saying, well, let's show you how we do it over on our continent.
I kind of want to say, though, I really liked how they went in with 2 to go for that plant, right? Like, yeah, you had them going for the plant. You had the LMG over the shoulder. I believe it was Sloth just going for the pre-fires there.
Are they doing it again?
They're doing it again. They're going very fast here. And this might actually just work out as well. They don't seem to be fully aware. The hatch has been opened up. First missed attempt, though. That is definitely going to be given away some time here. I remember hiding in the corner is definitely, well, throwing this round off here.
Oh, a great push from GDN, gets into a position, but there's Uno biting back a 2 versus 1. JV is all that's left, and now they're going to see if they can try and go with a big rotation round on the opposite side, underneath the hatch, but they're aware, the audio, Uno, the man with all the experience, he doesn't even get it, it's Gorgona that locks it in, and Heroic from the dregs of a loss to G2 pull themselves up to 2nd place. And the fight in this group continues.
They went for a quick push there, and as they drop through, I mean, the first miss spray, that is going to be giving it all away. They know exactly what is going to be happening there, and, you know, as they tried to rotate back, they definitely had some good moments. They had some good kills on W7M's side. The Heroic already too far through. Knew it was a 1v2 in the end, knew that he was offside. Just hold that one hatch he can go back from.
There it is, Mr. Officer, the man of many, many words, is definitely going to be filling them in, but it's obviously a lot of congratulations for a lot of different teams. We gave it to W7M earlier for winning their first game on the international stage, and now it's Heroic that get to have that under their belt as well. They are able to take some points on the grandest stage, and I cannot tell you how much of a relief that must be for any team.
Yeah, it must be a massive relief. You do not want to start off your major run, your first major, with an 0-2 in groups. You want to make sure that you're constantly competitive, constantly fighting, constantly in the mix of things to make sure that you have that good shot on a Wednesday to make it out of the groups, to make it to the grand stage, to the crowd that is returning after such a long time being gone.
So, no one in this group is able to find themselves the full 2 wins. It's still up in the air, and we'll have a little bit of a closer look at how that game played out after a little bit of a closer look at some ads. We will see you in just a moment.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. and we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Hello and welcome back here to the post game of our last game on Stream B. So let's have a quick look, I guess, and more of a tale of Heroic versus W7M, which just keeps that group guessing.
It does, it does. It makes sure that everybody... Before we completely end it, we'll show all those standings later on. But first, about that game. Heroic, you know, they came off of a loss. W7M, they came off that win. And, you know, we saw Fresh, he came in, it's like, oh, Heroic looked really beaten up from that game.
He's a sad guy.
Yeah. He's a sad guy.
No, Jack's a sad guy. Fresh, not Heroic.
Jack. But Heroic picked himself back up. Like, and they showed that here against W7M. They started off with that 3-0 lead. Okay, W7M started to fight back, but eventually that last push, that really showed that they wanted to end it quickly.
2 rushes in a row as a way of ending a game that was a bit of a big back and forth. It's Heroic finding confidence, because those are the plays that they do when they're in their element. They felt it, they lent into it, and now they get a sigh of relief. And, you know, having in a position now where instead of being at the bottom of the group, they're second going into the second day, it's a huge sort of windfall. It's a huge bit, and you know, that's it. That's the sort of shape. When you have 3 group days, every day is an important day.
Every day is important, and they picked up 3 points out of this day here. That is 50% of what you can get. You know, it's considered good for your first approach.
Yeah.
Some might have them as tournament favorites, but it's also their first major. Only Uno has been able to deal and play with this pressure before. That is something you cannot forget either. W7M at the same time, also their first time. They also picked up some points. But yeah, it was a good result for Heroic. They needed it after their loss against G2.
And I think that's the important thing as well, is the reason that they're now in second is because the wins that W7M and Dark Zero got were both OT wins.
Exactly.
It's those, we often call them, you know, 2-point games, is it's not just the point that you lose, and it's the point that they gain. It's that sort of split. That's the reason that suddenly Dark Zero are finding themselves at the bottom of the board, potentially, depending on how it gets filtered. It could be W7M. I am going to guess head-to-head might be ahead, but I could be wrong about that. So when we get to the standings graphics, we'll have an answer. Being able to pick up a single point from their game before suddenly turns it into, okay, we're on 4 points, we're top of the board. We've turned what was an opening loss against Dark Zero, the first game of anybody's games in this entire tournament, into something positive.
Yeah, for sure. And to be fair, G2 could have won that game against Dark Zero as well. It was just that Hyper really refused to die.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you have that one player that just decides to, you know what, not today. We're not losing against you. Maybe the next game, but not this one.
Not this one.
We're taking that one home. And it's exactly what happened there. And then G2 struck back with all the maybe annoyance of not winning that game against Heroic. Of course, they know them from the European League. They play them more often. So maybe they hit strats through UL. I mean, it's a G2 thing to do and say. So
I don't think they did. I don't think they have the strats to hide. I think they're still working them out. But they, you know, they found themselves at the end of a good day. They found themselves now in a position where they can sort of sit back. I'm not going to say relax, because nobody does in this environment. Everybody is always on edge, because you sort of have to be. If you're not, then you're in a bit of a tricky situation. But it's not just the story of this group that we're talking about in the game that we just saw now. There's not really been anyone that's threaded 2 wins together. The only team currently is Astralis, off the top of my head, that's been able to take 2 wins.
Yes,
and
I think so as
there's
well.
still an opportunity. Liquid, I know, have the chance to do it as well. I'm not sure.
Furia probably as well, because they're still playing 2 games.
Do they? Wow. So there's always opportunities, But still, out of however many teams and however many games, to still have so many teams that are on 1-1, lost 1,
yeah,
it's going to be a fun tournament.
It's going to be fun indeed. And so far, most of the games have been quite close as well. I mean, we haven't seen a 7-0, 7-1 blowout.
No.
7-2s we have seen.
We've had a couple.
We have had a couple. But, I mean, it's overall, it's relatively competitive, I dare say.
Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the
let's
standings. First of all, Group A here, OXG. They've been able to get themselves in on the lead. Obviously, Elevate unfortunately couldn't make it.
Yes.
So these games are going to play out a little bit differently. Not every team is going to play 2 games in one day. And, well, the one that did today was Team 1. 1 win, 1 loss, but OXG currently sit at the top. So I'm assuming, I mean, it could be round difference. It could be head-to-head.
It is round difference.
Oh, thank you. Either way, that puts Direwolves in a situation now where they've got a lot of work to do. Every one of these 2 teams will play a double day. Obviously, everyone plays each other twice. But B as the follow-up here, and, well, there's a little bit of a different story, but as you said, Fury have a chance.
Fury has a chance. They're still playing 2 of their games today, so let's see. Maybe they will be able to put up 2 wins as well. If they don't, then Team Liquid is going to be able to potentially put up 2 of the wins, because they play in that very last game, I believe, against Furia. So there's definitely going to be quite some fun there. But Team Liquid, they look really strong when they came up against Cyclops. And I don't know if it was because Cyclops' game style's just completely countered by how Liquid played, or if Liquid is just going to be steamrolling the entire competition.
Well, I mean, Cyclops went from a pretty convincing win to a pretty convincing loss, but XSET also obviously have a chance against Furia in, it's either the game that's in progress on the other stream, or it's the game that's about to be. Group C is our next group, obviously. That's how groups work. And there it is, W7M. So it's not the head-to-head.
I was actually going to say, Dark Zero has 3 points because they won in OT against G2 and they lost in OT against W7M.
I'm so bad at maths.
But I didn't want to say it and be wrong.
Why
so.
no? Why didn't you say it?
Because I wasn't quite sure until the end. I was like, I think they have 3 points.
I can't count.
But the round differential there again, -1, so Heroic on 1 round extra is currently in that second place. So, I mean, you know, we've seen tiebreakers. Team 1, Cyclops, Mexico Major. It could come down to that at the end of it as well. I mean, especially if the round differential stay this close. And let's just say, Heroic now, you know, will beat Dark Zero. And then Dark Zero will beat Heroic. And then we might have another tiebreaker coming up.
I think we're going to have another tiebreaker.
Yeah, there's so many opportunities.
Heroic versus Dark Zero, they're obviously still to play each other. G2 and W7M are still to play each other. They will be probably the first games both in play tomorrow, I would assume, but I can't quite remember off the top of my head. It would make sense. But Group D, our final group, Astralis. Oh, they have looked very, very good. I was so curious to see how they would play on the grander stage. Obviously, they have had such a great time in NAL, and you kind of love to watch them from a perspective. They are a Marmite team. If you aren't familiar with what that is, it's you either love it or you hate it. I quite love Astralis. I love their energy. I love listening to them and to see them do very well. Although Wolves and BDS, obviously region teams, and Chiefs unfortunately haven't quite been able to get the connection so far in what is a very tough group. But Astralis, oh, you're fun to watch.
They're definitely fun to watch and fun to listen to as well. I mean, you're casting, the team wins a round, and suddenly Astralis starts singing.
Yeah.
It's coincidence. They probably won a round at the same time as well. But, I mean, it's very kind of them to bring the energy for the other team as well on the other side of the game. But, yeah, no, very excited to listen to indeed. So, not the 2 clean wins, though. One of them was an OT. The Wolves gave them a very good run for their money there.
It was a tough game, though.
It was a tough game there.
So they learned from the first French.
Yeah, to beat the second French, right? I mean, it's kind of how it works.
Yeah.
Those are just going to get started, I think. Or they might have won a round, actually. They won a round. I can look over. Yeah. They are here, they said.
That is XSET, I believe, versus on the other stream. But that is all for the Bravo stream today. So, thank you everyone for watching. We're obviously back at the same time tomorrow morning. There is obviously still 2 games left on the A stream, which you can go watch. But from Hap and I and everybody that's been on the B stream today and all the production, thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow.
the bells when the love gone. And the boys unleash hell when the war's on. Bloodthirsty when the dogs put their paws on. You gon' tell them that it go a little bit of gloss on. I'm the general, I can be worth something. My soldiers is ready to put a black hearse on them. Bring them to the wake, break them in a requiem and throw them in the pit and throw a little bit of dirt on them. Dirt on them, throw a little dirt on them. Trigger fingers in the air, put a little work on them. Work on them, put a little work on them. Trigger finger in the air, put a little dirt on them. Put a little work on them, trigger finger in the eye, put a little dirt on them.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service, and we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
On top of the detached execute that followed it up, really throws them into a bad spot. But still, they're able to keep it winnable here at a 2 versus 2 due to some aggression coming out there from Fantasy, distracting and allowing for another player to work their way in. Let's pick up an additional frag here. A bit of a misplay, though, from Fantasy. Ultimately, he's not able to make much happen with that push through the toxic gas. And now turns what could have been a 3v2 into a 2v2 here. Furia trying their hardest not to make a secondary mistake, but at the same time, XSET doesn't want to feed anything over towards this Furia roster. Rare is the first to take challenge at the top of main stairs wrap, and it's going to be STK, though, to win it out against the second player from XSET. Everything going to fall to our internal bathroom player, Kino, but he won't be able to maintain. And now Furia finally picking up one of their own.
Well, it wasn't the easy road, but it was theirs, and they were able to claim the round. Furia finally getting one on the board after round 3 in a pretty explosive manner. I mean, immediately trying to drop into logistics and take as many fights as they potentially can. I also believe that was partnered with a rush in from the jacuzzi wall and potentially someone trying to fight around main stairs or balcony. We really didn't get the best, advantageous position on that. So either way, Furia able to make it through the thick of it. I think that's the big thing there. Very scrappy round, but able to find the frags when they needed it most.
Well, let's see if Furia can keep it rolling here. Some good aggression coming out from them. Once again, playing a very, very fast style of attacking side at the moment. While XSET responding to it quite nicely in most scenarios there. Unfortunately, just falling a little bit too short, giving away too many players to 1v1s inside of that previous round there. In part due to their own choices and in part due to the kind of claustrophobic nature of the gym site. Hopefully will not repeat itself as they head back down onto more expansive pastures in the basement.
10 seconds remaining.
Still going to dedicate themselves to this roam game here. You can signify that by not only the Mozzie coming through, but the mute jammers for Spirits, as he'll be able to hold up a lot of these reinforced walls towards the outside of the building, like Jacuzzi as well as CCTV. DS will just be here to try and pick some things up with his pests and potentially have a drone that could work against the offense later into the round. As for Furia, they haven't changed up all too much across the board, all except for Fantasy, who is now on IQ with the 552 Commando.
SDK starting things off well for Fury at the beginning of the 4th round by being able to knock out Gomez, catching his aggression this time where previously didn't work out too well. Yaga still a factor, however, on the inside of this upstairs roam, but there's a lot of pressure broiling itself out, ready to knock him down, and we're going to see it come to bear immediately. Fantasy with the pre-fire lineup has no trouble knocking Yaga out. This is a much cleaner fight so far from Furia, but the response is still there as Spirits reascends upstairs and is able to trade back against Fantasy before more than likely falling back now that he's been able to make the numbers a bit more winnable.
huge pickup. Getting rid of the IQ in this position with Valkyrie in play means that XSET's going to have a lot of info game going into the later parts of this round, but it doesn't really matter if Furia kills everybody first before we get there. Spirit's trying to swing out and equalize. He'll be able to do so and at least get it to a 3v2. A lot more palatable than it was before, but still a really long road ahead of them. STK, he'll get the information on Spirits rotating back to site, which more than likely signifies that the majority of this map is clear, and they just need to start working on their verticality as well as their hatch work.
Oh, a bit of a surprise here for Kino, and he gets away with the kill. There's a second player following him up as well. Waits for the spray to finish and sneaks right through. How does he do that? As Furia, Handy surely would have traded that back out, but no, is not able to find him. As Kino runs away, keeps himself alive, and evens out the numbers yet again. Here is where we saw XSET falter previously, though. This pinch push coming in for the two remaining Furia members. STK from up on top, or rather Handy, I should say, from up on top, and STK working his way in from dirt. XSET, it's all been left to Kino and Spirits. Already seen Kino play out just a few seconds prior, of course, with his wild push up the stairs. Knock out the first member of the remaining squad for Fury here. Away from that, trying to isolate the drone intel, but it doesn't work. STK has locked down the first player's position, but it's not going to be able to win the fight. Instead, it goes to Spirits. Now I already know where the play is going to come from with regards to Handy. They block out the hatch. He drops through it regardless. Has been able to get himself access to Arsenal and picks up the first kill. Another clutch potentially brewing here for the Furia roster. That would tie the game up as well, but a bit more work needed to be done. A bit of intel needed to be eliminated here in this specific case as he knocks out that camera on the back line. Won't give an angle over to Kino as he now swings out from the bottom of main stairs. He's going to try to deny this first attempt. No! It'll just outright deny the round as the Toxic Bay finishes off the very low HP of Handy.
That was an incredible round there from Kino. And XSET overall, like we were talking about how the initial round was pretty scrappy, but that right there was the only way back into the round was aggression. They had to fight Furia. They had to try and equalize. And to accomplish that, especially with the way that Kino is, I mean, that's not, oh, I'm just going to hold the main stairs and hope somebody peeks me. He is going in search of Furia on main stairs and still able to gather that kill when it mattered most. Equalizes and forces Furia into a really bad situation where they actually have to split both the remaining members. One has to go dirt, one has to try and hold things down on hatch, and they just don't have the pressure any longer to try and take it to the two defending XSET members.
So, an interesting attacker repick if we see it get locked in there. Take a look at Fantasy real quick, as we're going to potentially have a fuse coming into play here. Very specific use cases for it, and this might be one of them if they end up going for it. So we'll keep our eyes locked onto that. But aside from that, XSET, of course, retaking their control with the successful basement play. Now just looking to move right along schedule here to their other hold, which is going to be upstairs inside of Cash and CCTV. Same operator lineup as the previous hold. They wanted, of course, so why not lock it in? And speaking of locking things in, we are indeed going to have the fuse play from Fantasy.
I love to see it. Just to update you guys on what has happened to Fuse recently, he got a big buff to his cluster charges. Yes, he doesn't need to have 4 of those now, and also, just for that little icing on the cake, they go through hard walls now. So he will be able to put those on, say, like CCTV or the single panel in construction, and just run amok of the entire setup of XSET. The cluster charges just spew everywhere.
There we go.
It's really, really strong for him, and that's exactly what they're going to go for, and here come the hockey pucks.
To throw those in. Unfortunately, only one may be eaten up by that ADS. The rest of it is going to knock out quite a bit of utility hanging out in the walls. One doesn't make it too deep enough, so you're still going to see that Banshee in the back left corner survive it. But now that has gone by, they'll also breach the walls. No more opportunities to deploy the remaining 3 of those charges.
Still going to have some other opportunities around the map to potentially use them, but more than likely it's past the point of no return for Fantasy. Not really a moment where he's going to be able to pick that up and potentially use it as an exploitative chance. But now it's going to be down to Furia's drone game, try and see what their next potential move could be. They do have to worry about Yaga currently inside of construction, but XSET have practically sat on their hands for most of this round. Not too much action here for round 5 just yet, as Furia's only gotten the CCTV wall open. Now with some angles here, trying to see if they can potentially find anybody playing around the construction area. Beautiful drop here from Miracle. He'll catch Yaga completely off guard, and that's going to be the open frag they were wishing for.
They're continuing to hold this back now. Waiting for the repeat to come in, and he's has the correct patience about it, and indeed will succeed in picking up the killer. Almost looked like it went the other way, but not in this case here. Miracle able to secure the first pickup for himself against Spirits, actually second one now. managed to take down Yaga a few seconds prior to. Some great early impact coming in from him, and Rare is going to stack on top of that XSET, getting a tad too aggressive here, giving over far too many early gunfights, and leaving themselves with a shell of their former defense in a 2v5.
No, I wouldn't even say it's that. I think it's a pure patience from Furia, as XSET has, they've been practically murdered every single time they attempt to do anything at all. I mean, even for Yaga, he's just trying to play safe inside of construction, and he has somebody just jump off the roof and take a gunfight with him. Furia, a heck of a lot more calculated than that, and they earned that flawless round.
Well earned indeed. So we will wait and see now if we're going to see XSET decide to retry this site, given the fairly one-sided nature of how that just played out there, or if they'll extend over towards Gym, where, once again, also managed to drop that one earlier on. You're even going to see it go contested there for a sec as they are trying to click it for themselves before the IGL made the call, but it does end up going towards Gym once everything is said and done here. So that is the site that they'll try to play out here, feeling that that one was a little bit closer than their most recent attempt in Cash and CCTV. I would generally tend to agree with this choice.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you here. I think that Gym Bedroom is, at least through the years for Clubhouse, became an easier and easier site to play, especially as we've added more ops to be able to assist with this. I think that also Gym Bedroom makes quite a few teams very creative in the way that they want to hold things. I think we've seen like a multitude of iterations of whether it be operator lineups or the way that people think that you should hold things across. You know, and it's always been such an amazing site in order to do that, especially with the play that you can have around, you know, Cash, like what XSET's doing right now. You can connect the double panel there, or rather the single panel between construction and Cash, and have some really nice cross angles to be able to support some of your teammates, and also extend all the way out towards Cash with like a shield or something like that, and slap some ADSs down. It just makes it such a nuisance to clear, because for the most part, when you're trying to go for Gym Bedroom offense, you're really looking to try and get that jacuzzi wall open, start applying pressure to the master balcony and stuff like that, and obviously that takes manpower. Trying to clear out Cash sites starting at the Cash stairwell requires a lot of manpower, so all of a sudden, you know, you're running into a couple different rocks in hard places, and you're trying to get things figured out. The good news is, well, John, we don't have to figure it out. Furia does. So we'll have to see what they want to do. They're finally out and about 30 seconds in.
Let's take a quicker peek at what Fury are going to be attempting. There's no real surprise to start things off. They do need to clear this extension into CCTV and Cash. They'll pop open the wall corresponding towards it. Not going to be much resistance inside of the CCTV room itself, but a little bit deeper than that inside of Cash. That's when things will start to get a bit more troublesome here for the Fury clear. You can see them only making a headroom clear here, not even actually opening up the breach entirely so that they can take down anyone who wants to get aggressive against that breach, but not going to be able to see them respond to it outright due to the angle that was created. You can see as well, this is a bit tricky for the members of Fury. You've got Diaz holding on his own with a red rotate being opened as well, and then Spirits has this chopped up ceiling, or rather top wall, I guess you'd call this, to be able to try and chuck in a nitro through the breach, waiting for the rest of it to be opened, I believe, for an actual entry attempt to be made. You might have to watch out for garage presence too, as it looks like another member of Furia has managed to sneak themselves over towards Catwalk.
What a fantastic delay thus far by XSET. It's really just been the defensive setup that's been slowly forcing Furia to take their time, and they're going to lose Rare early here. So all of this time sink, all for naught at the current moment, but Fantasy's been able to get in behind the XSET members. He won't be able to claim Spirits. Wow. In fact, Spirits, he shoots back, John. He'll claim the kill, and he's still holding on to Cash.
Very surprised that kill went the way it did there, trying to be able to turn that fight back around. Spirits thought he was dead to rights there when they had the lock on him through that box sitting on top of the Cash desk, but wasn't able to follow him through, unfortunately, and a great response from Spirits. Saved his own life there and bring the numbers down to an even more dire situation for Furia. Spirits still on deck, waiting for the swing to work itself in here, and you can see they are trying to get a little bit inside so they can start putting pressure on construction while still having not cleared out Spirits, but they'll finally accomplish that now that he's been baited towards the door. That is going to be some great play from STK.